After returning to the dormitory, Ron carefully locked the doors and windows, checked the trap markings arranged last night, and only relaxed a little after confirming everything was intact. He decided to attempt the meditations of Star Eater's ravings again tonight, but with more caution, trying to avoid triggering that intense inspiration. Ron rearranged protective runes in the four corners of the room, lit special calming incense, and then placed the silver pocket watch beside him for potential emergencies. Stay steady, don't rush things, he reminded himself, then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes. This time he didn't immediately attempt to construct a complete meditation rune, but started with basic meditation instead, allowing spiritual power to flow along familiar paths, forming a stable base state. Once he felt in a good state, he began attempting to transition to the structure of Star Eater's ravings, taking care with every step, fearing a repeat of last night's intense inspiration. As the rune structure gradually took shape, Ron could feel the subtle change in the quality of his spiritual power. Unlike that peaceful and gentle feeling during basic meditation, the spiritual power guided by Star Eater's ravings was sharper, more active, like turning tranquil lake water into rushing rapids. This change brought him a peculiar sensation. His thinking became sharper, perception more sensitive, even able to detect subtle magical fluctuations in the room's air. At the same time, he felt a faint spiritual abnormality. Unlike last night's almost maddening intensity, today's contamination felt more like background noise, faint yet constantly present. Star Eater's ravings experience points +1. Indeed, as long as that kind of inspiration isn't actively triggered, meditation progress may be slower, but spiritual contamination is also much weaker. Last time it was so dangerous because the spiritual flow trait accelerated the meditation technique progress too much, triggering inspiration all at once. Ron pondered to himself. He focused on the stable rune structure taught by Lady Allen, avoiding deliberately pursuing the deep realms that might bring inspiration. However, despite the relatively light spiritual contamination, Ron decided to use the pocket watch of Time Guardian for purification. He closed his eyes, concentrated on sensing the faint contamination, then guided it into the pocket watch. Successfully reset negative state, mild spiritual contamination, energy 2. As the pocket watch absorbed the spiritual contamination, Ron felt his mind becoming increasingly clear. The subtle discomfort during meditation completely vanished, replaced by a relaxed and joyful state. Not bad, even with cautiously steady cultivation, pairing with the pocket watch can maintain very considerable progress speed. Ron nodded, satisfied. He looked out the window. The night deepened, yet his mind remained exceptionally alert. This might be a side effect brought by Star Eater's ravings. After the enhancement of spiritual power, the needed sleep time correspondingly reduced. Ron immediately began a comprehensive review of his own condition, facing potential dangers and difficulties without blind optimism. Current combat profession: Wizard Apprentice 1.5 stars, Knight Squire 1 star. Current life profession: Magic Potion Apprentice 1 star. Attributes: Constitution 1.5, Spirit 2.6, Magic Power 0.7. Skills: Basic Magic Potion Making skilled, Star Eater's Ravings skilled, 0 ring. Slime Splash skilled max, Magic Potion Refining beginner, Herb Recognition skilled, Basic Swordsmanship skilled, Breathing Body Refining beginner, Magic Construction beginner, Spiritual Interference beginner, Soundwave Vibration skilled. Special Talent: Dual Soul Sun's Protection residual. Power Level: Elementary Apprentice. Unknowingly, the progress of various skills was visible to the naked eye. From Basic Magic Potion Making to Star Eater's Ravings, from Herb Recognition to Basic Swordsmanship, each was steadily advancing. Especially Basic Swordsmanship, with the help of the pocket watch of Time Guardian, the progress had reached almost half of the skilled level, and the next qualitative leap was not far off. Even in the most conservative estimate, at this speed, I should reach the middle apprentice level within 2 months. Ron muttered to himself in his heart. As estimated, reaching 3.0 spiritual power should cross the threshold of middle apprentice. The goal of entering the candidate wizard sequence is just around the corner. These achievements placed on any apprentice would suffice for pride and arrogance, but he became increasingly cautious. Just as Lady Allen warned, the more of a genius, the easier to fail due to arrogance. Must remain vigilant, especially in monitoring one's spiritual condition. After recording, he took out the silver pocket watch again, preparing to start tonight's cultivation cycle. Although the daytime work already consumed substantial energy, the pocket watch's ability allowed him to easily reset this negative state. Successfully absorb negative state, fatigue energy 1. With the reset complete, Ron no longer felt any fatigue, rather he was full of energy as if just awoken. The pocket watch's ability is truly convenient. He picked up the ironwood sword, began the evening's swordsmanship training, each move aiming for precision and fluidity, perfectly combining crown-breathing technique with swordsmanship. The sword light flickered in the dim room, like a dark-colored swimming fish, graceful and deadly. Training lasted for 2 hours. When the muscle soreness reached a certain level, Ron again used the pocket watch for reset. The repetitive reset training cycle allowed his basic swordsmanship experience points to continue accumulating. Ending the cultivation, in dreams he saw himself walking in a sea of stars, those ravings murmuring around his ears. Though the meanings was still unclear, they were no longer completely incomprehensible noise. Farah Kingdom, Earl Ralph's mansion. The winter sunlight, weak and powerless, slanted through the tall windows of the study, unable to dispel the somber atmosphere within. Count Ralph sat in front of the desk, brow furrowed, the open ledger before him like a mountain impossible to climb. The flames in the fireplace emitted a faint crackling sound, barely adding a touch of vitality to this solemn space. "Father, we need to talk." A tall young man pushed the door open and entered. This was Ron's elder brother Edmund, the Ralph clan's heir, now the main handler of clan affairs. The Count raised his head, his eyes once sharp now streaked with blood, the wrinkles at the corners marked the passage of years. "What issue is it this time?" Edmund sat down on the chair opposite his father, took a deep breath. "The wheat fields on the west side have had poor harvests for 3 consecutive years. Last year's plague took away a quarter of the serfs. The estate's expenses far exceed income, especially." He paused for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "Especially the magic stone fragments sent to Ron every month, which have pushed our finances to the brink of collapse." The Count's eyes flickered briefly but quickly returned to calm. "What do you want to say?" "Father, you mortgaged the vineyard to the east last month and sold grandmother's silverware this month, all to make up for those 10 magic stone fragments." Edmund's voice carried pain. "I know the family situation better than anyone. We're almost at breaking point." The Count's fingers unconsciously tapped the table. "So your suggestion is?" "Cut off the supply of magic stone fragments," Edmund said bluntly, his voice trembling slightly due to internal struggle. "Father, Ron has been in the Black Mist jungle for almost a year. If he had any potential, he should have shown it by now. Continuing to deplete the family's resources will only—" "He is your own brother." The Count suddenly raised his voice. "Have you forgotten how you used to protect him back then?" A complex emotion flashed in Edmund's eyes. Indeed, as the eldest brother, he was almost infinitely tolerant of his youngest brother Ron in their childhood. Even when Ron got drunk and caused a scandal at a noble ball, it was Edmund who stepped in to clean up the mess, carried his brother home, and shielded him from their father's wrath. "Father, of course, I remember these things." Edmund's voice was low. "But now is not the time to make decisions based on personal feelings. The livelihood of hundreds in the family hangs by a thread. We've already given enough for Ron, those magic stone fragments." Edmund shook his head with a bitter smile. "You know very well that in our kingdom, a complete magic stone could buy a large castle. Even fragments are extraordinarily valuable. They only condense at specific spirit vein intersections, and in our mortal realm, there are almost no spirit veins." He opened the account book in his hand. "Last month, we had to use the equivalent of thousands of gold coins from the family assets to get 10 magic stone fragments. Even so, I found out that only 6 or 7 pieces reach Ron each time." The Count looked up sharply. "What do you mean?" "That cunning Hawkins," Edmund sneered. "I suspect he's skimming a portion for himself, but we have no concrete evidence and can't do anything about it. After all, he's the royal appointed messenger with plenty of backing." The Count's expression darkened, and silence spread through the study, broken only by the occasional faint crackle from the fireplace. After a long pause, the Count sighed deeply. "I understand now. Maybe you're right, Edmund. We do need to think about the whole family." He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the withered fields outside the manor. "Starting next month, no. Preparations have already been made for this month, so from the month after next, let's suspend our support for Ron. The instant he spoke these words, the Count seemed to age considerably, his shoulders slightly hunched, as if bearing an invisible burden. Edmund was about to say something when a hurried knock came from the door. "My lord," the butler's voice came through the door, carrying an unusual excitement. "A royal envoy has come, saying there is an urgent matter." The Count and Edmund exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion and caution in each other's eyes. An unexpected arrival of a royal envoy usually signified something of great importance. Count Ralph and Edmund hurried to the hall, only to find a man clad in a black velvet cloak standing there, bearing the crown badge symbolizing royalty on his chest. The envoy, seemingly in his early 30s, had a stiff demeanor and stood straight like a sword, clearly of military background. "Honorable Count Ralph," the envoy performed a standard courtly bow, his voice deep and strong. "I am Orlando Wilson, envoy of His Majesty, here by royal decree." After the Count returned the greeting, he gestured for the visitor to sit. "May I know what brings you here, Lord Wilson?" Orlando sat and took the teacup handed to him by a maid, though he did not take a sip. "Count, I come with two significant matters." He set down the teacup and spoke solemnly. "First, news regarding your fifth son, young Master Ron Ralph." The Count looked up suddenly, tension flashing in his eyes. "Ron, what has happened to him?" "According to reports from the Black Mist Jungle, young Master Ron has successfully passed the elementary apprentice qualification test and officially become an elementary apprentice." Orlando's voice carried a hint of respect. What's surprising to everyone is that, although his initial spiritual power was only rated a 6th-class star, he achieved a breakthrough in less than 10 months. The Black Mist School holds him in high regard, deeming his potential as middle potential level. This news struck the hall like a bolt of lightning, leaving the Count and Edmund stunned, struggling to process this sudden, astonishing turn of events. This is impossible," Edmund blurted out instinctively. "Ron, his potential." Orlando smiled slightly. "In the world of wizards, anything is possible, young Master Edmund. It's said that young Master Ron has demonstrated rare talent in magic potion making and is now Lady Allen's assistant, and has caught the attention of Advanced Apprentice Holt." Though the Count was not very familiar with these names, he knew they must belong to extraordinary figures, and a sense of indescribable pride and relief welled up within him. Seeing the smile on his father's face, Edmund could not help but feel a surge of joy as well. Since childhood, he had loved his youngest brother dearly, and although Ron had often acted out when he was with the family, their familial bond had never faded. And the second matter, after emotions had slightly calmed, the Count asked. Orlando's expression turned serious. "It concerns the messenger Hawkins, whom you entrusted to deliver the magic stone fragments." He took out a letter sealed with the royal insignia from his bosom. "Upon investigation, Hawkins has been skimming the magic stone fragments you sent to young Master Ron over the past few months. According to royal law, he has been executed and his family sentenced to slavery." As he spoke, he signaled to his attendant, who brought forward a box, revealing within the severed head of a man wearing a pained expression. Seeing the somewhat familiar face in the box, the Count and Edmund's expressions changed simultaneously. Both had endured numerous battles as knights, so it wasn't the bloody preserved head that shocked them. They were merely taken aback by how decisively the royal family acted, so promptly executing Hawkins and thoroughly resolving any loose ends concerning his family. More importantly, Orlando continued, upon learning of this, young Master Ron generously expressed his willingness to return the magic stone fragments that were withheld over these months to the Ralph clan in an equivalent exchange arranged through the school. He received a hefty box from an accompanying servant and respectfully placed it on the hall table. Inside are 20,000 pure gold coins and deeds to 2 shops in the Royal Capital East District. These are the properties young Master Ron designated to return to the family after exchanging the withheld magic stone fragments at the school. The Count stared at the chest, unable to speak for a moment. 20,000 gold coins. This was almost equivalent to the total annual income of the Ralph clan during its heyday. The shops in the Royal Capital East District were even more invaluable, with the rent alone each year enough to maintain the daily expenses of the entire estate. Moreover, Orlando took out a letter from his pocket. This is a letter personally written by Master Ron. The Count took the letter with trembling hands, eagerly opening it. Yet there was only one sentence on the paper. "Old man, don't send magic stone fragments over here. I know the family has its struggles. Just take care of yourselves. I'm doing well here." Touching the familiar handwriting, the Count's eyes unknowingly grew moist. That boy. The son who once only knew how to have fun has quietly grown into someone remarkable, who could think for the family. His Majesty holds Master Ron's performance in high regard, Orlando continued. To show our apology, the royal family has decided to sponsor Master Ron directly with 20 magic stone fragments each month as training support, starting next month. Edmund looked at the messenger in disbelief. The royal family is willing to provide such generous support for someone not of royal blood. It's an investment, Master Edmund. Orlando smiled slightly. The potential Master Ron has shown is worth the royal family's attention. The Faruk Kingdom needs more powerful wizards, and being able to advance from a 6th-class star to an elementary apprentice in less than a year is worthy of our investment. The Count nodded, fully understanding the royal family's considerations. In a world governed by extraordinary power, having a strong wizard as an ally is far more valuable than owning dozens of cities, and the royal family is just betting in advance. Please tell my youngest son. The Count stood up, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. I am proud of him. The family will always welcome him back. Orlando nodded solemnly. I will personally convey your words to Master Ron, and moreover, due to the inconvenience caused by the previous messenger matter, the royal family has specially appointed me as the new liaison. After the messenger left, the Count and Edmund still stood in the hall, looking at that wealth and letter, for a long time unable to speak. Father, Edmund finally broke the silence, his voice filled with boundless relief. It seems we all underestimated Ron. The Count gently touched the letter, as if he could reach his distant youngest son through the paper. Yes, that child has finally grown up. Black mist jungle, in the dormitory area. The sky outside the window was completely dark, and the dim light of the magic crystal lamp cast a hazy shadow indoors. Ron sat at a small table, holding a letter with the royal seal on it. The royal emissary has delivered your personal letter and gift to Earl Ralph's mansion, the letter said. He smiled slightly, closing the letter. When he initially discovered Hawkins withholding magic stone fragments, he wasn't particularly surprised. In this world, such degree of deceit and betrayal were common occurrences. But he hadn't expected the royal family's reaction to be so swift and intense. They directly dealt with Hawkins and his family, and dispatched a special emissary to apologize, even promising to provide 20 magic stone fragments of support each month. The Faruk royal family truly deserves to be a ruling family for hundreds of years. Ron muttered to himself, a trace of admiration in his eyes. Not only have they mastered power, but they also understand the art of balance. On the table was also a delicate small bundle, containing 20 brand new magic stone fragments, their surfaces gleaming with a pure sheen, each the size of a fingernail, with distinct edges. This was the meeting gift, sent by the royal family, with a letter saying it was a congratulatory gift for his promotion to elementary apprentice. Exchanging 20 magic stone fragments a month for a potential ally is simply too good a deal for the royal family. Ron chuckled and shook his head. And for me, these resources are just what I need to accelerate my growth. He reached out and touched a magic stone fragment, feeling the slight pulsing energy within it. After transitioning to a wizard apprentice, his perception of magic power became more sensitive, enabling him to clearly distinguish the energy traits and purity contained in each magic stone fragment. In the library, Ron buried himself amidst piles of ancient tomes. At this moment, he was studying theories related to sound and vibration, which were key to perfecting sound wave magic. Darren's notes contained numerous records of attempts combining audio, vibration, and spiritual power, but many places seemed fragmented, lacking systematic theoretical support. The key is to find the precise vibration frequency. Ron murmured softly, his fingers gliding over a page of yellowed paper detailing the effects of different sound waves on various materials. Since starting his study of Star Eater's ravings, his spiritual power had been greatly enhanced, and now reviewing Darren's notes, many parts that once seemed obscure became clear. So Darren had always been attempting to find the resonance point between magic power and spiritual power. Ron lifted his pen, recording his new findings in his notebook. The concept of rhythm began forming a complete system in his mind, where different energy forms each had their specific vibration frequencies, and finding the harmonious relationships between these frequencies could create more powerful and stable effects. This was the core of Soundwave magic. He closed the book, took out Darren's notes from his pocket, and turned to the final few pages with the most complex diagrams. Now Ron could already understand the meaning behind these diagrams, where Darren attempted to create a sound wave attack that could directly act on the spiritual level, affecting the target's consciousness without physical contact. This is why Oliver is so interested in this research. Ron suddenly realized, if sound waves can act as a carrier for spiritual power, then curses. His thoughts suddenly sparked a new understanding. Traditional curse techniques require a physical medium for connection, such as the target's hair, blood, or personal items, which severely limits the application range of curses. But if curse energy is integrated into sound waves of specific frequencies, theoretically, this limitation can be overcome, achieving remote, contactless curse transmission. Seizing the moment of inspiration, Ron quickly moved to the nearby public experimental ground. Handing in a magic stone fragment, he applied for a private compartment and began attempting to integrate spiritual control techniques into the construction process of sound wave magic. Closing his eyes, spiritual power was once again condensed into a familiar spiral structure. But this time, he tried to make the energy vibrate according to a specific rhythm, much like the pulsation of stars in the universe. Magic Construction Beginner. Experience points +2. Under his guidance, the spiritual power formed a brand new magic model, more complex and refined than the original. The energy no longer simply gathered, but flowed in a specific rhythm, creating a self-sustaining vibration system. It's like a miniature resonant cavity. Ron felt this new construction method filled with amazement in his heart. He carefully directed this new magic model at a stone on the table for experiments, and then released energy. Nearly invisible ripple shot from his palm and struck the stone. Unlike before, the stone didn't shatter immediately, but started emitting a subtle humming sound, as if it had become a resonator itself. Seconds later, cracks appeared inside the stone, and then it silently disintegrated into powder, the process exceptionally smooth, with no signs of explosion. Sound wave vibration, skilled, experience points +3. Perfect, Ron whispered in admiration, as the result far exceeded his expectations. The newly improved sound wave vibration not only was more powerful, but also more precise, able to target the weaknesses of specific substances for directed destruction. Theoretically, this method could even be used to attack specific parts inside a person's body, such as blood vessels or nerve nodes. As he walked out of the experiment site, the night had already deepened. Ron looked up at the starry night sky, a wonderful feeling bubbling up within him. After studying Star Eater's ravings, the stars were no longer merely distant points of light, but entities containing profound mysteries. He clenched the stone fragment in his pocket and hurried to his room. Even though it was late, it was not yet time for him to rest. Swordsmanship and body refining, meditation technique, reviewing magic potion making, magic experiments, work at the herb store during the day, and fulfilling Trish's potion orders. There were so many things to do, so he had to continually compress his sleep time. Fortunately, with the pocket watch, he didn't feel too tired. As the sage once said, time is like water in a sponge, squeeze it, and there will always be more. That day, Trish arrived as scheduled to pick up her commissioned magic potions. Ron had already neatly arranged all the potions on the small table, with each bottle labeled with detailed contents, usage, and precautions. This time, the effect should be stronger than last time. He explained, I made some modulations in the formula to enhance the interaction efficiency between the herbs. Trish carefully examined each potion, her expression gradually shifting from focus to surprise, finally to sincere admiration. Magic Potion Refining, Beginner 50/50, Right Arrow Magic Potion Refining, Skilled 1/100. Additional traits acquired. Precise ratio, slight increase in effect, slight decrease in material consumption. After this period of concentrated modulation, Ron's magic potion refining skill had officially broken through to the skilled level. This meant he could now attempt more complex magic potion formulas, and even start some preliminary potion improvements. Next time, I might try to prepare some more advanced magic potions, like Awakening or Spiritual Shield, Ron suggested. Trish widened her eyes in surprise. Are you sure? Those are fields that even advanced magic potion apprentices find difficult to tackle. Going further would be to become a professional alchemist, considering the time you've devoted to magic potion making. Ron smiled slightly. I've had some breakthroughs recently in magic potion making. I should be able to handle it. The brown-haired girl knew he didn't want to elaborate. She nodded and took out a money bag from her robe. Here's the balance, 30 pieces of magic stone fragment, all included. Considering the quality exceeds mass-produced counterparts on the market, I added 5 extra pieces as additional compensation. Thank you, this is more generous than I expected. Ron accepted the money bag, feeling its weight. With the completion of the potion commission, Ron's small treasury had accumulated to a considerable extent, almost 150 pieces of magic stone fragment. This was enough to pay for some advanced courses within the school or purchase rare materials. Speaking of which, Trish took a seat on the adjacent small chair. You mentioned last time you were interested in the school's paid courses. Yes, I wanted to know which courses are worth investing in. Ron poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Trish. The school's paid courses are mainly divided into 3 categories. Trish picked up the teacup, blowing it slightly, and began to explain. The first category is basic reinforcement courses, like spiritual control techniques and magic circuit optimization. The price is relatively moderate. Each course requires about 20 to 30 pieces of magic stone fragment. She sipped a little as the tea in the cup cooled down and continued. The second category is professional direction courses, such as advanced magic potion making, basic rune construction principles, and elemental affinity training, with higher prices, usually ranging from 50 to 80 fragments. The last category involves private guidance provided by masters based on your problems. The price is highest, requiring nearly 100 magic stone fragments, sometimes a few magic stones, but the benefits are significant. Ron listened carefully, already having a general direction in his mind. In your view, which courses provide the best value for money? Trish thought for a moment. For your current stage, magic circuit optimization and spiritual stability techniques would be very helpful. The former can increase your magic capacity and recovery speed, while the latter might alleviate the spiritual pressure experienced during meditation. This was precisely what Ron needed, although his spiritual power value had already reached 2.6, not too far from the status of intermediate apprentice. His magic power was not outstanding, only at 0.7, limiting his casting ability. How many fragments do these 2 courses each require? Ron asked. Magic circuit optimization requires 25, spiritual stability techniques need 35. But if you enroll in both, the school offers a discount, totaling about 50 fragments. He touched his chin and started calculating. Sounds pretty reasonable. Is there anything else you'd recommend? If you indeed have a talent in magic potion making, then the course Pharmacological Resonance could be very valuable to you. It explains how to maximize the synergistic effect between different herbs. It's a prerequisite course of advanced magic potion making. How many magic stone fragments? 60 fragments, but it should be extremely worthwhile for someone with your magic potion making talent. However, these courses usually have a cycle of around 3 months. If you want to choose these paid courses, you need to enroll next quarter. You'll have to wait for over a month. Having said this, Trish paused, hesitating whether to continue. Also, do you have any plans regarding the choice of master? Ron raised an eyebrow. Why ask this suddenly? Because your progress speed is very eye-catching. She laid the teacup down, speaking frankly. There are already quite a few people in the school discussing you. Such a leap from 6th class star aptitude to this level. It's hard not to attract attention. The brown-haired girl approached slightly and lowered her voice. I've heard Holt is very interested in you. Ron nodded cautiously. He indeed helped me a lot before and invited me to his laboratory for exchange. Be careful, Trish's expression turned serious. The rivalry for the candidate wizard sequence is far more complex than you imagine. Every advanced apprentice has their allies and foes. If you get too close to someone, you will be implicitly involved in these conflicts. You are Lady Corina's student. Any advice on this? Ron countered. The topic hit the mark, and the brown-haired girl's gaze became sharp. In any case, avoid those mentors who specialize in curses. Those adults only treat their students as consumables. Over all these years, only one Oliver has survived for 5 years by choosing such mentors. Ron nodded, which matched his previous judgment. One more thing. Trish hesitated, seemingly contemplating whether to speak. I'm not sure how deep your relationship with Lady Allen is, but if she's willing to recommend a mentor for you, that might be the ideal choice. Ron pretended not to notice and looked at Trish, probing. Lady Allen, isn't she just an herb store owner? With a mysterious smile on her face, Trish didn't reveal any key information. Do you really think an ordinary herb store owner can survive independently in the Black Mist jungle for so many years? Can she also master all kinds of unique magic potion formulas and possibly hold much more valuable extraordinary knowledge? She stood up and tidied her robe. In any case, the choice is yours. I'm just providing some reference information. Regarding magic potion matters, if you have time to take the next batch of orders, feel free to contact me. As she was leaving, Trish turned back to look at him. By the way, the candidate apprentice assessment period of 1 year is almost over now, just a little more than a month left. Do you want to? Forget it, those defective products have nothing to do with us anyway. Defective products. After seeing off the guest, Ron touched the increasingly dense fuzz on his chin. A little over a month ago, it seemed he was also such a defective product, even anxious to the point of losing sleep every night. At that time, he probably never imagined the brilliant prospects today. The progress in all aspects is steadily advancing. Although it's indeed been tiring lately, this effort with a visible goal at least gives me something to strive for. Once he completes the advancement in the alchemist and knight professions, maybe he can consider buying books like Alchemy Basics and Enchantment Basics to see if he can open up more professional paths. However, for now, Ron picked up the pocket watch and continued to devote himself to the next round of the cultivation cycle. Going all out to become a witch king, no, a demon god. A month passed, and the season in the Black Mist jungle silently changed. The color of the trees deepened, and the magic fluctuations in the air became more active. The mist at dawn grew thicker, and when sunlight pierced through the canopy, the tiny magic particles shimmered in the light like stars, forming a strange scene. During this time, Ron led an almost harshly disciplined life. Every day before dawn, when most apprentices were still asleep, he would already be up, starting a day of cultivation. When the first ray of sunlight of the morning spilled into the room, he would sit cross-legged in the center of the room, with a candle lit for clarity placed in front of him. The candle's glow wasn't bright, but the flickering flame exhibited a peculiar rhythm under Ron's gaze, as if forming some resonance with his breathing. Inhale for 7 breaths, hold for 3 breaths, exhale for 5 breaths. This was the basic rhythm of the crown breathing technique. With each breath, Ron could feel the subtle changes in his body's meridians, as if caressed by gentle sunlight, gradually becoming broader and tougher. With every inhalation, he seemed to absorb the faint essence of sunlight from the air. With each breath held, that energy would circulate in the body's meridians. With each exhalation, impurities and turbid chi would be expelled from the body. The chi blood potion and the potion that enhanced breathing technique efficiency, both made from materials purchased from Lizard Alley, further boosted the efficiency of breathing body refining. Breathing body refining experience +1. Breathing body refining experience +1. Breathing body refining experience +1. Continuing the breathing technique body refining for a month increased his physical attribute to some extent, and the breathing body refining was about to break through to the proficiency level. Constitution 1.5, right arrow 1.7. Current progress, breathing body refining, novice 90/100. After finishing the daily consistent breathing technique training, it was time for the toughest part, the meditation of Star Eater's ravings. Lady Allen's warning about this gem-level meditation technique still echoed in his ears. Spiritual contamination is cumulative. Every meditation brings a certain level of contamination. If not purified in time, long-term accumulation may cause irreversible damage. Every time Ron meditated, he would first construct a complex protective structure in his spiritual space, composed of dozens of basic runes, as the first line of defense against spiritual contamination. Then he would start the genuine meditation of Star Eater's ravings. In the initial stage of meditation, Every time he witnessed the vast starry sky, with countless living stars twinkling in the darkness, a sense of indescribable terror would grow from the depths of his heart. In the beginning, he would always terminate the meditation upon feeling intense discomfort and use the pocket watch's reset function to restore his spirit state. But as his experience accumulated, he gradually learned to persist longer through sheer willpower without relying on external tools. Each time he resisted the spiritual erosion of those living stars, his spiritual power would slightly increase. From an initial 2.4 to 2.5 and then to 2.6, advancing step by step. By the third weekend, his spiritual power had reached 2.8, just one step away from the threshold of an intermediate apprentice. Meanwhile, he didn't slack on the study of magic potion making. Every afternoon in Lady Allen's shop, besides completing daily tasks, he spent additional time researching more complex formulas. In order to assist Trish with special orders, he gained a deeper understanding of the attributes of certain rare materials. The progress in magic potion making, although not as apparent as spiritual power, was more solid. His magic potion refining skill improved from the initial clumsiness to being able to basically master the production process of some advanced potions. His herb recognition ability significantly improved. Even with materials mixed with impurities, he could quickly determine their real composition and quality. Basic magic potion making, as his core skill, was also moving towards mastery. Ron had a premonition. Once this skill broke through to the master level, his overall magical potion-making ability would experience a qualitative leap. At night, when most apprentices had finished their day's study, Ron would start his practice of corona swordsmanship. The room was small but adequate for basic swordsmanship practice. Every movement was performed with precision, aiming to perfectly synchronize with the rhythm of the breathing technique. The only regret was that, as basic swordsmanship approached the critical point of mastering, the accumulation of experience points became increasingly difficult. Despite diligent practice for a month, he was still short of breaking through, but nearing the critical point. At that time, with the aid of potions to quickly enhance his physical attributes, he would have the opportunity to choose either the Bloodline Knight, 2 stars, or the Magic Swordsman, 2.5 stars, advancement path, while verifying his long-held conjecture whether different advancement routes can be pursued simultaneously. Daily cultivation often lasted until late night, and when he finally lay in bed, his whole body was in a state of extreme fatigue. But with the reset function of the Time Guardian pocket watch, he could start a new round of cultivation in full bloom the next morning. Heaven rewards those who diligently endure. This almost frenzied training schedule led to significant growth in Ron's power in a short time. On the last day of this month, his spiritual power reached 2.9, just a hair away from breaking through to the intermediate apprentice standard. The progress of Star Eater's ravings, meditation, also went from less than 10% initially to nearly half. Today, as he just finished his breathing technique training, the sweat on his forehead had yet to dry. After a brief rest, he quickly transitioned into the meditation phase. Suddenly, the scene in his conscious mind was once again torn apart by darkness. Insight has been triggered. Please exercise extreme caution. The familiar yet foreign scene appeared once more: the dark void between the stars, and that terrifying presence resembling a devourer. Unlike last time, this time he did not feel panicked but observed everything with an almost detached attitude. The colossal existence, indescribable with words, was devouring star after star, and each time a star was swallowed into that bottomless abyss, the universe seemed to echo a cry of agony. For a beginner, such a sight would be enough to cause a mental breakdown, but after a month of honing himself, Ron had already managed to stay calm. Spiritual power entering unstable state. Potential spiritual contamination detected. After dozens of meditations and the accumulation of experience after a burst of inspiration last time, he had already figured out a way to deal with spiritual contamination. Like exercising muscles, a moderate amount of stimulation can instead promote better growth of spiritual power. In the void, catching sight of the devourer again, an indescribable fear instantly enveloped him, as if his entire soul was being eroded by cold darkness. This fear didn't simply stem from the threat of death or pain, but was a more profound fear of the true essence of the universe. Ron felt as though his consciousness was being torn apart by the gaze of that immense presence, like a piece of paper fluttering in a gale. This was the most intense mental shock he had ever experienced, far surpassing all previous experiences during meditation. Mental rhythm must find the mental rhythm. He kept repeating this phrase in his consciousness like clinging to a life-saving straw in a storm. But this time, with a solid foundation of spiritual power accumulated over the past month, and having reached the critical point of 2.9, his performance was undoubtedly much better than last time. With his spirit reaching a subtle balance, Ron suddenly felt an unprecedented epiphany surge in his heart. The obscure parts of Star Eater's ravings that troubled him in the past now became exceptionally clear. The movements of the stars, the flow of energy in the universe, and even certain more profound dimensional concepts all presented themselves to him in an almost intuitive manner. When his consciousness vibrated according to this rhythm, the external pressure seemed not as unbearable. The feeling of being torn apart gradually eased, replaced by a peculiar resonance. So this is it. The essence of this meditation technique is not in controlling spiritual power, but in guiding it to flow according to the most fundamental rhythm of the starry sky. This surge of inspiration lasted for about 10 minutes, and when Ron's consciousness returned to the real world, he found his entire body soaked in cold sweat, clothes sticking to his skin, yet his mental state was surprisingly clear. What delighted him more was an unprecedented surge of spiritual power coursing through his body, sweeping through him like a flood breaking the dam. This was both a result of the qualitative change brought by a month of accumulated quantitative changes and the final push from this burst of inspiration. Breakthrough in spiritual power. Magic power, 0.7 right arrow 1.0. Success, Ron exclaimed softly, hurrying to calm his mind and quietly sensing the changes within his body. Reaching a spirit level of 3.0 meant he officially stepped into the threshold of an intermediate apprentice. He could feel his perception of the surrounding magic power becoming more acute, even able to detect energy fluctuations in the air that were so faint as to be almost non-existent. More importantly, his spiritual power was no longer just a passive perception, but could actively extend, forming a special spiritual tendril to probe environments further away. But for Ron, what's more important is that this time, he did not rely on external objects, but overcame the mental aberrations brought by inspiration through his own efforts, completing this transformation. This meant that even without the pocket watch of the Time Guardian, he already had the ability to independently face higher-level spiritual challenges. Lady Allen was right. Inspiration is both a curse and an opportunity. The key is how you handle this double-edged sword. Warning, detected mild spiritual contamination. He reached for the silver pocket watch by the bedside, infused his consciousness into it, and completely purged the abnormal state within him. The black gem on the pocket watch immediately lit up, starting to absorb the negative state from him. Successfully reset negative state, mild spiritual contamination, energy 2. As the pocket watch absorbed the spiritual contamination, Ron felt his mind gradually ease. Although the contamination was lighter than the first time, it was better to remove it completely if possible. Experience points in Star Eater's ravings plus 10. Current progress, Star Eater's ravings, proficiency 128 over 300. Despite making considerable progress, Ron also understood that the journey of this gem-level meditation technique was just under halfway through. To reach what Lady Allen referred to as completion of the first stage, there was still a long road ahead. And upon completing the first stage, it would be the time for him to step into the advanced apprentice stage, ready to break through to the level of an official wizard at any moment. A gentle breeze drifted through the window, taking away some of his sweat and awakening him from his contemplation. It was time to head to the herb store. Gathering the items he needed to bring, Ron took another look at his modest dormitory where he had lived for nearly a year. Gazing at the narrow wooden bed and the rickety desk, an inexplicable emotion suddenly welled up inside him. This place carried the confusion and fear he had when he first arrived and witnessed his journey towards strength step by step. But as his strength grew, this place no longer suited him. The simple conditions were tolerable, but the daily back and forth between the market and the various common facilities of the school also consumed a lot of his time, and it could no longer meet his current needs in all aspects. More importantly, as his strength increased, he grew increasingly aware that this dorm area had gradually become a safety concern. Recently, many people had begun trying to approach him, including some with ill intentions. Although he could now handle most troubles, long-term exposure to such an environment would inevitably keep one mentally on edge. This place is not a permanent shelter after all. He sighed, closed the door, and quickly walked towards the direction of the market. Along the way, he kept pondering his current situation. Living in the candidate apprentice dormitory area was not just about losing face. But every time he thought about this issue, he found himself in a dilemma. Rationally, he knew he should move out as soon as possible, but the high rent made him hesitate. According to the information Andre gathered, even the cheapest independent housing within the school costs an annual rent of 100 magic stone fragments, while nicer places might need 2 whole magic stones. Currently, he helps out at Lady Allen's place, receiving a fixed daily wage. Together with some auxiliary refining work bringing in additional bonuses, plus some side income earned at Trish's and Andre's, he nets about 80 to 90 magic stone fragments a month. But even at his current income level, such annual rent is no small burden. After renting an independent place, he would still face various other expenses and would need to allocate resources to other areas. While his thoughts were immersed, he unknowingly arrived at the herb store. Pushing the door open, the familiar scent of herbs greeted him, and Lady Allen stood behind the counter organizing accounts. Lady Allen put down the account book in her hand, her emerald eyes fixed on Ron. "There's a big order today that needs your help." "What big order?" Ron asked curiously while starting to put on his work apron. 30 bottles of stimulant potion and 20 bottles of wound healing potion. The school's law enforcement team needs to replenish their stock. Lady Allen pointed to the workbench behind. "I've already prepared the materials, you can start directly." Ron nodded and got to work without a word. This level of bulk orders was no longer a challenge for him, but he still maintained high focus. Every potion was precisely proportioned, with stable and even efficacy. 2 hours later, all the potions were completed. Ron neatly arranged them on the wooden shelf, waiting for the liquid to cool completely. After dedicated research for some time, his magic potion-making skills have made considerable progress. Magic potion refining, proficient 46/80. Herb recognition, proficient 42/80. Basic magic potion making, proficient 98/100. It seems like basic magic potion making will soon usher in a breakthrough to the master level. By then, he might consider further career planning. Nicely done. Lady Allen approached, randomly taking some bottles to inspect. The quality is very stable, even better than the last batch, which is the terrifying power of diligent study and talent. Ron smiled slightly and complimented, "It's also thanks to your guidance." Lady Allen's eyes twinkled, as if she saw through his thoughts. "Ron," her voice carried a rare softness, "I've noticed your recent progress." "Thank you for your encouragement, madam." The young apprentice couldn't grasp what she meant and could only answer modestly. "No, it's not just progress anymore. During this period, your accomplishments in magic potion making have surpassed some talented beginners, and even many seasoned magic potion apprentices who have been in the field for years." Lady Allen shook her head. "Not only has your grasp of the traits of materials become more accurate, but your control over timing and predictions of material reactions have all reached a very high level." She paused, a rare trace of approval flashing through her eyes. "To be honest, there's not much more I can teach you now. At your level, you can fully stand on your own." Ron was stunned. "You mean?" "You can graduate now, Ron," Lady Allen said flatly. "Keeping you here as an assistant in this small shop is a bit of a waste of your talent." She then reached under the counter and took out a wooden box, pushing it in front of Ron. "Take this, it's my little gift to celebrate your upcoming independence." Ron curiously opened the box. Inside lay a shiny, exquisite instrument, a silver wing separator. This was precisely the precious tool he had always desired, but couldn't afford to buy with magic stone fragments. "This is a silver wing separator." He touched the beautiful instrument in surprise, carefully taking it out of the box. This rare tool could extract the purest essence from herbs without losing any activity, a treasure coveted by alchemists. For a moment, Ron didn't know what to say. Initially, he came here simply to gain some practical experience in making magic potions. Little did he know, this seemingly stern and grumpy old woman would generously impart her skills, even bestowing upon him precious meditation techniques like Star Eater's ravings. Now that he was graduating, she was gifting such a valuable present. Even between mother and child, this wouldn't necessarily be the case. I noticed you're always hesitant when handling materials that require meticulous extraction. Lady Allen said, her tone notably softer than usual. With this, you should be able to solve your dilemma. This is worth at least several whole magic stones, right? Ron still couldn't quite believe it, beginning to worry if she was about to assign another tough task. It's just an ordinary tool. Lady Allen feigned nonchalance, but the smile on her lips betrayed her emotions. Compared to those flashy collectibles, this set of tools is more practical in actual battles. Her gaze became distant, as if she was looking through the walls of the small shop into a faraway place. I've owned it for many years, back when I worked at the Crystal Tower, using it to refine materials. Ron recognized the name, a legendary location mentioned in books, far grander than the Black Mist School, with tales of great wizards residing there. Lady Allen seemed to realize she had revealed too much, sighed softly. Yes, before I came here, the situations among official wizards are far more complex than you can imagine. She didn't finish, instinctively touching a hideous scar on her abdomen that would never heal. Lady Allen shook her head, as if dispelling those memories. None of that matters now. I found my place here, doing what I love, discovering young people with potential and helping them grow. The loss at the tower became my gain, and now it's also your gain. The old woman's gaze refocused on Ron, rarely filled with sentiment. Beyond this forest lies a broader world, child. In some places, magic power surges like tidal waves, and higher beings can shape reality with mere thoughts. Perhaps one day when you're ready. She paused again, a contented smile appearing on her lips. Ron carefully placed the separator back in the box. You've given me so much, I really don't know how to thank you, madam. No need to thank me so much. Lady Allen waved her hand, her tone returning to its usual crispness. Teaching gifted young people actually benefits us a lot too. Benefits? Ron asked, puzzled. The old woman was silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how much to disclose. Eventually, she sat on a chair behind the counter, motioning for Ron to sit as well. Do you know why official wizards are always so busy, yet most are willing to spend time establishing schools and teaching apprentices? She asked, those emerald eyes flashing with enigmatic light. Ron pondered for a moment, to pass on knowledge or to train assistants. Partly correct, but not entirely. Lady Allen gently shook her head. In the world of mysticism, there's an ancient rule favor. Grace. Ron felt unfamiliar, yet curious about the term. It's an invisible yet tangible feedback. When a wizard imparts their knowledge to a talented successor, aiding their growth, or when their private secret arts are refined and disseminated, the wizard gains grace. Lady Allen's voice grew deeper. As if narrating an ancient, mysterious tale, it can nourish a wizard's spirit, increase magic power, and most importantly, it can dissolve spiritual contamination. Ron suddenly looked up. Recalling the spiritual contamination brought by the Star Eater's ravings, as well as Lady Allen's previous warnings, spiritual contamination can really be eliminated by conventional means. Even if you take the most advanced magic potions, Lady Allen first shook her head. Spiritual contamination can only be temporarily suppressed. Never completely eradicated, it follows every wizard like a shadow. The more powerful the wizard, the more severe the contamination they endure over time. The contamination erodes the mind like poison, twisting the soul, eventually leading to grotesque mutations. Her eyes grew dim. As if she had personally witnessed such scenes, many powerful wizards ultimately die from their own power mental breakdowns, or completely mutating into unrecognizable monsters. But grace can change all of this. At this point, her tone suddenly became firm again when a young person makes a breakthrough under a master's guidance. The pure energy from their growth will feed back to the master as grace, which can be used to dissolve the accumulated spiritual contamination over the years. Ron felt as if the conjectures hovering in his mind finally connected at this moment. He blurted out, so that's why the mentors in the school. even though busy with experiments and cultivation, still find time to teach apprentices exactly. Lady Allen nodded, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of her mouth on the surface. It seems like selfless teaching, but in reality it's just a means of self-preservation. Teaching apprentices is both a duty and a necessary path to extend one's life. Ron was silent for a while, gaining a deeper understanding in his heart. Everything finally made sense why those lofty wizards were willing to spend time guiding insignificant apprentices. It only charged symbolic magic stone fragments, why the Black Mist Jungle had such a well-structured educational system and mentor regime while encouraging competition among apprentices. Why Lady Allen was so generous in imparting various magic potion, making knowledge and the precious Star Eater's ravings to him who sets these rules. Ron couldn't help but ask, what is the origin of grace? Lady Allen took a long sigh, her gaze looking through the window into the distance. That question, I suspect even my master doesn't fully comprehend. There are too many secrets in the wizard's world, some even beyond our understanding. She paused, seemingly choosing her words. Rumor has it that it's related to those high-level existences beyond the entire multiverse, referred to as the demon gods in ancient texts. They drift among countless world groups, rewriting rules and maintaining balance. Grace might be a way they encourage the spread of knowledge. Demon gods. Ron softly repeated the word as if the term itself held some kind of power. No matter what. Lady Allen withdrew her gaze and looked back at Ron. Grace is one of the very few genuinely fair exchanges in the wizard world where you gain knowledge and growth, and the instructor receives purification from contamination and life extension. This connection often lasts a very long time, even for life. So, am I now your, of course, my student? Even when you graduate, this connection won't easily break in the future. When you make breakthroughs in magic potion making, I will also sense a sliver of grace. Lady Allen rarely smiled. Of course. In the future, you might also have your own students and personally experience this intricate bond. A warm feeling surged in Ron's heart as he realized how precious this mentor-student relationship was in this harsh, extraordinary world. I will strive to achieve greater success in magic potion making, he said solemnly. Not just for myself, but to repay your teachings. Lady Allen paused momentarily and suddenly brought up another topic. By the way, do you plan to apply for the school's Alchemist certification? There's one this month, and if you miss it, the next one won't be until next year. Given your current level, passing the exam should be quite possible. Alchemist certification, could you please elaborate? Ron asked somewhat curiously. In fact, he had consulted relevant materials, but he lacked in-depth knowledge of the specific details. After Lady Allen's detailed explanation, he learned that wizards have an internal rating system. A professional alchemist must be able to independently complete common advanced magic potion refining. A senior alchemist must have the ability to improve formulas. A magic potion professor must be able to create new magic potion formulas. Ron noted down this information, and suddenly, new unlockable content flashed across his consciousness panel. Career advancement information unlocked. Alchemist. 2 stars. Transition conditions. 1. Mastery of basic magic potion making. 2. Proficiency in magic potion refining square root. 3. Proficiency in herb recognition square root. 4. Independently complete the refining of more than 3 advanced magic potions. 5. Successfully improve at least 1 existing magic potion formula. Lady Allen seemed unaware of Ron's brief distraction, continuing to explain. It said that beyond this are higher ancient alchemists and creators who can create fantasies non-existent in the world, but those are already legendary existences. As she spoke, more information appeared on the panel, but this time it seemed incomplete. Partially unlocked career advancement information. Magic potion professor. 3 stars. Transition conditions. 1. Pre-occupation requirement alchemist. 2 stars. 2. Successfully create at least 1 new magic potion formula. Unknown profession, ancient alchemist. 4 stars. Unknown profession creator. 5 stars. Hint, more related information is needed for full unlocking. His thoughts began to race. In the real world, industry certification typically requires a certain level of professional ability to obtain a title, and then, through practical experience, gradually become a senior. However, this professional system is quite the opposite, requiring to first reach the ability level of a senior within the industry to be promoted to the corresponding profession. It's like boarding a train before buying a ticket. Ron had somewhat figured out the mechanism. But after being certified by the school, you can sign a formal collaboration agreement, supplying magic potions to the school in exchange for corresponding rewards and resources. For him, this is indeed the best choice right now. If he can become a professional alchemist, not only will he gain more stable income, but he'll also access more high-tier materials. Moreover, becoming a professional alchemist can also exempt you from some mundane apprentice duties and guard tasks. Lady Allen continued, "After all, by that time, the school will value your magic potion refining skills more than your ability to stand guard. This way, you'll have more time to focus on your cultivation and research." Ron nodded gently, already having a plan in mind. "I'll apply for the Alchemist certification tomorrow. Thank you for your advice, madam." She waved her hand. "Don't thank me too soon. The certification examination is not a child's play. They will randomly select 3 types of advanced magic potions for you to refine on the spot, and failing any of them means failing the exam." "I'm confident." Ron's eyes glittered with determination. "Of course you are confident." The elderly woman snorted softly, a hint of pride in her eyes. "I never take in students without talent. If you pass the Alchemist certification, you can certainly apply for an allocation of the school's workshop. Recently, I noticed you've been looking for a new residence within the school. Given your potential, getting a residence with a workshop shouldn't be a problem." Hearing this, Ron's eyes lit up. The housing issue had been troubling him recently, and if he could resolve that by passing the Alchemist certification, it would undoubtedly kill 2 birds with 1 stone. "Can I really apply for an independent workshop?" He was somewhat surprised by the school's generosity, considering that even talents like Trish acquired resource allocation through service contracts. Of course, the school always values young apprentices with potential. Lady Allen nodded. "What's more, you've already proved your worth. I think having my recommendation on your application should significantly increase your success rate." Clearly, she was not just giving advice, but also implying she would offer him assistance. Just then, the wind chime on the shop door jingled lightly. A messenger dressed in the official uniform of the school was peering around at the doorway. "Is apprentice Ron Ralph here?" the messenger asked, looking around. "That's me." Ron took a step forward, slightly puzzled. The messenger took out a letter bearing the royal seal and a small package from the leather pouch at his waist. "This is a letter delivered from the Farrukh royal capital. Please check it over." Ron accepted the letter, eyeing the familiar seal, the emblem of the Farrukh royal family. He had a good idea about the letter's contents already. The messenger bowed to the 2 of them. "If there is any reply, please deliver it to the communication office at the school's central hall within 3 days." With that, he turned and left the shop. "Looks like you've received important news," Lady Allen commented nonchalantly. "Go ahead and open it. I've almost finished the work here. You can go back early and get ready for the certification exam." Ron nodded, carefully unsealing the envelope. The content of the letter was nothing special, merely some polite words from the royal family lacking substance. Additionally, there was a family letter from his father, Count Ralph, which carried his meticulous style, briefly introducing some updates within the family. The gold coins and assets he had the royal family send to his family seemed to have been effectively utilized, relieving one of his concerns. The package accompanying the letter contained 20 brand new magic stone fragments, gleaming with a pure luster. "Seems like good news," Lady Allen inquired curiously. Ron briefly explained. "It's something from the mortal realm. I didn't expect the royal family to pay so much attention to me." "That's quite normal," Lady Allen stated casually, as if she's used to it. "In this world, extraordinary power is the true capital. From 6th class star to your current level, you've already proven your potential. The royal family investing in you is just planning for the future." Ron deeply agreed. In a world dominated by extraordinary power, a wizard apprentice with potential is far more valuable than a grand noble with vast lands. He carefully packed away the letter and magic stone fragments, preparing to bid farewell to Lady Allen. Lady Allen glanced at him. "All right, if there's nothing else, go back quickly and prepare for the exam. Remember, stay calm, trust your skills, don't be intimidated by the examiners." "Thank you, madam. I certainly won't disappoint you." Ron bowed deeply to his mentor and then left the herb store. The morning after officially graduating from Lady Allen, Ron went to the Central Hall and applied for the Alchemist certification exam. According to the procedure, such exams are usually scheduled a week later to allow the applicants to prepare thoroughly. Walking out from the application place, Ron stood on the stone steps outside the Central Hall, looking up at the ever-gloomy sky above the black mist jungle. The morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting dappled shadows on the ground, adding a rare vitality to this eerie place. "A week's time is enough for me to be fully prepared," he murmured to himself, already beginning to plan out the materials he needed to purchase. Ron pulled out his small notebook, densely packed with records on the stock of various magic potion materials. The batch order he prepared last week for Trish consumed quite a few precious materials. Coupled with recent experiments and practice, his material supply was already running on empty. "I should go to the market to replenish some materials, especially velvet pollen and evening primrose, which might come up in the exam. It's best to practice them in advance." Ron calculated the upcoming plans as he headed toward the market area. Since breaking through to an elementary apprentice over a month ago, he indeed had significant improvements in situation and status. But in a place like the Black Mist Jungle, any rapid rise would attract unnecessary attention. "Although my spiritual power has reached the standard of an intermediate apprentice, it's not the right time to reveal this yet." Ron thought to himself, "First, I will get the Alchemist certification under the guise of an elementary apprentice, and after 6 months, once I have established myself in the school, I'll then consider applying for the intermediate apprentice exam." Fortunately, the leap in spiritual power from an elementary apprentice to an intermediate apprentice is not as noticeable as the leap from an ordinary person to an elementary apprentice. As long as he doesn't actively reveal his level, even an official wizard would find it hard to detect his true level unless they actively use spiritual power to probe, which gave him the possibility of hiding his abilities. After all, in this place where the weak are prey to the strong, it's not wise to reveal one's talents too early. The market was as bustling as ever, with various apprentices shuttling between stalls, the sounds of haggling and hawking incessant. Ron headed straight for the herb section, first replenishing the most needed moonflower and velvet pollen, then adding some basic materials like morning dew grass and fire snake scale powder. After checking out, he noticed an apprentice walking by with a beast race girl on a leash. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Having successfully passed the Alchemist assessment, I'll likely apply for an independent workshop, and by then I'll probably need some servants to assist with daily tasks. The candidate apprentices from the human realm aren't reliable, as most of them harbor their own intentions, which makes it hard to ensure they won't steal or leak his research results. The slave trading house seems like a good option, he pondered. Contract-marked alien slaves can at least guarantee basic loyalty and diligence. There's an exotic slave exchange on the east side of the market. Might as well take a look. Andre stood in a secluded clearing, surrounded by a circle of stone pillar remnants inscribed with weathered runes. This place once served as a wizard's experimental ground in the Black Mist Jungle. Now abandoned, it had become an excellent location for his secret cultivation. He closed his eyes and swayed slightly with a specific breathing rhythm. A layer of hot essential oils had already been evenly applied on the crucial meridian points of his body. His skin reddened upon contact, but his expression was unusually calm. Just as the third breath was about to be completed, Andre took out a small bottle from his pocket, containing a dark red liquid, precisely the Kai blood potion, formulated by Ron to break through the night cultivation bottleneck. Without hesitation, he drank the potion. Immediately, the heat flow within his body clashed with the potion, resulting in an explosive chemical reaction. The blonde-haired youth let out an uncontrollable low growl, kneeling on one knee, clenching his fists tightly. His entire body was trembling violently, undoubtedly bearing immense pressure. The meridians in his body were filled with energy, almost to the breaking point. No audible sound, but a silent explosion had already occurred within his body. Surging energy instantly broke through the bottleneck that had long troubled him, flowing to every corner of his body. A subtle change happened in his body in an instant. His muscle lines became more toned, his bones emitted a slight creaking sound, as if rearranging. His skin also showed a healthy glow, even his breath became steadier and more powerful. Finally, Andre exhaled a long breath, his face filled with joy and relief, finally broke through. He stood up, feeling the new power flowing through his body. Better tidy up and quickly tell Ron this good news, Andre thought to himself. But when he returned to his room, he found a letter placed at his doorstep, clearly left by someone who knew he lived here. Andre's uncontrollable joy froze at once when he saw the Farouk royal family's wax seal on the letter. Taking the letter back to his room, Andre frowned and carefully opened the envelope. Lady Cynthia has inquired multiple times about when you might visit her, and we must express our disappointment on behalf of the royal family. As the 13th prince of the Farouk kingdom, you are expected to fulfill basic obligations. Please make sure to visit Lady Cynthia's tower by the beginning of next month, without further delay. Though the wording of the letter was polite, it was filled with an undeniable tone of command. Andre's expression darkened instantly. He knew the hidden meaning behind this letter. The royal family was losing patience, eager to send him to the bed of that notoriously ruthless female apprentice to become her newest plaything. Damn it, he cursed softly but quickly calmed down. He rapidly drafted a reply letter. Thank you for your letter reminder. I must inform you of an exciting development. I have made a significant breakthrough in night cultivation, reaching the 3rd stage. According to royal tradition, this means I am eligible to begin preparations for the bloodline awakening ceremony, a necessary step before becoming an official knight. The ceremony requires a month of seclusion and preparation beforehand. Such an excuse would be hard for even the harshest royal advisors to outright dismiss. At least this will buy me a month's time. He breathed a sigh of relief and sealed the letter. Having taken an important step forward, he felt more determined to become an official knight. As long as he could make the final breakthrough, he could escape the fate of being sent as a male concubine. And all of this was thanks to the potion support provided by Ron. Without those carefully formulated Kai blood potions, he might have lingered at the bottleneck for months or even longer. Ron, I never thought it would be you who changed my fate, Andre murmured to himself, a complex look in his eyes. Elsewhere, since it was still early, Ron prepared to check out the slave trading house on the other side of the market. After paying with magic stone fragments and packing up the materials, he walked towards the east side of the market. This area was starkly different from the bustling materials section, featuring low and dim buildings, with the air filled with a scent mixing sweat, blood, and some peculiar spice. The Blake Exotic Race Exchange wooden sign hung above a rickety pillar. Several eerie green oil lamps hung above the front entrance of the exchange, illuminating the intimidating faces of the 2 half-beastmen guards stationed at the door. Ron glanced at these burly half-beastmen and headed directly for the entrance. The 2 half-beastmen guards, initially intent on stopping any unfamiliar visitors, became respectful upon seeing his apprentice badge. They lowered their scarred, ugly heads and stepped aside. Welcome, esteemed apprentice, to the Blake Exotic Race Exchange. A short and stout man heard the commotion, quickly coming over with a flattering smile. With each step he took, the key ring on his waist jingled. We happen to have received several new goods in the past few days, which might be of interest to you, sir. First of all, thank you very much to all the readers for your support, allowing me, a small-time writer, to successfully achieve the Sanjiang Web Literature New Wind accomplishment. The achievements I have today are also thanks to my editor Transparent, who gave me a lot of advice and encouragement from the very beginning of this book. If anyone reading this book also wants to try their hand at writing web literature, don't hesitate to flood the email of the gold medal editor Transparent, and you'll be guaranteed to become a web literature expert. The author is currently just a college graduate who became unemployed right after graduation and can only write at home every day, hoping to make a living from writing. If I fail, I'll have to take up a factory job. No need to say any more about my sad tale. You guys must be tired of hearing it. Here comes the important point. It will be launched at midnight. I, the author, have squeezed out 20,000 words today and will release 10 chapters for everyone as soon as it is launched, striving to let the esteemed readers enjoy to their heart's content. As for how long I can write 10,000 words a day, the baseline is 10 days, and then I'll see how the initial subscription data goes. For every 100 initial subscriptions, there will be 1 day of writing 10,000 words. If there really are 3,000 initial subscriptions, I'll strive to release extra chapters for 40 days and beyond. If you think the writing suits your taste, please support it daily, as good subscription data gives me motivation to release extra chapters. Here's a preview of the storyline after it's launched. How is it possible? Manipulating time. This should only be within the abilities of a great wizard. That young lady is the sole blood descendant of Cassandra the Great Wizard. As a direct member of the Crown clan, she is protected by the Great One. If you can really cure her demon devouring, the Crown clan's treasure vault is yours to choose from. Yes, it's because her talent is too powerful, so powerful that her magic power exceeds the carrying limit, causing it to start consuming her body. Andre's ancestor did not lie. He really knows the legendary Ron Wizard, sir. Wizard, a legend long gone. Heavy Night Order form ranks crush this charlatan in black robes. It seems the mysterious has indeed left this land for too long, so much so that people have forgotten their instinctual fear of wizards. Boom, 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 boom. People's yearning for that great abyss is stronger than poison, more severe than disease. It captures them firmly with no escape. Although it feels very much like a curse, adventurers nonetheless plunge into it recklessly. For them, a life without yearning is far more frightening than death. And we wizards are the ones that nurture these yearning curses with our own hands. Run, Belk, quick, get to the escape pod. He plucks the entire star ring as if it's a string. We've provoked a terrifying monster that tears star systems apart. The speaker looked up, witnessing the sea of light devouring galaxies roaring forth, soon engulfing everything in sight. In the center of the sea of chaos, countless fragments of rules float in the void, like a shattered mirror. From the depths of the void comes the chant of trillions of beings. Master of the river of time, keeper of the corridor key, crimson crowns. Ron raised his hand and crushed the chain of rules. A blood-red crystalline crown flew to his forehead automatically. A crown is only truly a crown if it's taken by myself. Profession change successful. Acquired profession, Blood Witch King. This is the storyline preview in the outline so far. At least enough for me to write over 2 million words, haha. Finally, here's the segment where I recommend books to a few friends. 1. Taxes only within machine gun range. A new book by a 10,000 subscription guru. Highly recommended, you will be hooked. 2. High Martial Arts Ascension. I don't need to say more about the quality of this. An elder brother realized the Tao overnight and advanced straight to the quasi 10,000 subscription realm. Brilliantly written. 3. Shrouded Sky, 10,000 subscription fanfiction, Shrouded Sky. Proving the Tao from the primordial, my good buddy. Probably one of the pinnacles of Shrouded Sky fanfiction. Definitely worth a look. 4. Light novel, My Grandpa Updates Monthly. A quality strong one, check it out if interested. 5. Urban Getting Stronger with Salary. I have a billion employees, last term Sanjeong. Check it out if interested. 6. Technology Invades the Modern. Last term Sanjeong. 10,000 subscription strong one. Check it out if interested. Please support the initial subscriptions. The small-time writer bows in thanks to you. Ron nodded slightly and began to look around. The interior of the trading post was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The space was divided by iron bars into dozens of cages of varying sizes, each containing different kinds of alien race creatures. Are you interested in ordinary servants, combat slaves, or perhaps test subjects? The chubby merchant asked tentatively, his eyes darting around. We have everything you might need here. I need a slave to serve as a magic potion assistant. Ron stated his purpose directly, and I am also interested in learning about other types of slaves. I think I understand your needs, sir. The merchant became somewhat excited, jogging a few steps to lead Ron. However, let me first show you our latest stock. He guided Ron through rows of cages, continuously introducing the traits and uses of various alien races along the way, as if he had a kind of boastful desire to showcase his merchandise. The first creature to capture Ron's attention was a peculiar one with 4 arms. It had a face similar to a human's, but its skin was a pale green, and it had 2 pairs of translucent small wings on its back, curled up listlessly in the corner of the cage. What is that? Ron inquired. Oh, good eye, sir. The chubby man rubbed his hands. that is a descendant of an elemental fairy, likely a hybrid between a wind fairy and a human. This kind of creature is extraordinary at precise tasks, especially suitable for work requiring the handling of fragile items. Ron continued to walk forward, his gaze sweeping over the cages. A dwarf with rhino-like thick skin was curled up in the corner, with knotted muscles covered in gray-brown stony scales, and a crystal stone embedded in the center of its forehead. The merchant explained that it was a hybrid between a dwarf and a mountain rock spirit. The crystal stone on its forehead was a control mark, and if it tried to resist its master, the stone would violently stimulate its spirit, causing severe pain. This hybrid dwarf's thick skin was almost impervious to blades and bullets, and due to its innate anti-magic traits, standard apprenticeship period magic was difficult to penetrate. It's worth mentioning, the merchant pointed to the plaque on the dwarf's iron cage. This fellow was once the chieftain of a mountain tribe. He fought fiercely when captured, killing 2 members of the slave capture team. But now, he casually knocked on the cage, and the former chieftain shrank into a ball like a frightened small animal, extreme fear flashing in its eyes. This guy has been fully tamed, and its memory has been reshaped, retaining only necessary skills and instincts. This is our standard procedure for dealing with adult slaves. Erase the self, preserve the value. Ron nodded expressionlessly, but mentally noted this point. Erasing memory and reshaping, the spirit required quite advanced spirit-based magic. It seemed the forces behind this trading post were no ordinary entity. The seemingly unremarkable merchant might even be a family member of a wizard. A few steps ahead, the merchant proudly pointed out a gigantic iron cage. Look at this rare item. Inside was a giant 4-legged beast with huge bat wings, its size twice that of a horse and its skin showing an unhealthy gray-purple. Its back had a specially designed saddle, clearly meant for riding. This is a mixed-blood nightmare beast from the southwestern swampland, capable of carrying passengers through the harshest weather for dozens of miles without rest. The merchant lowered his voice. However, there's a small drawback: they can only be active at night. During the day they fall into this semi-dormant state, but for wizards needing nocturnal travels, this is an advantage instead. The colossal beast drowsily lifted its eyelids, letting out a deep growling sound from its throat. The merchant went on to explain that this creature naturally had the ability to perceive magic power fluctuations, enabling it to navigate precisely in the dark, seeking the paths with the most abundant magic. Initially they were pack predators, attacking travelers passing through the swamp. Now, after domestication, their aggressiveness has been significantly reduced, but their flying and perception abilities are fully intact. Price: well, 300 magic stone fragments, including basic training and control mark engraving. Further along, a large glass tank filled with water caught Ron's attention. Inside swam a pair of water serpent sisters, their upper bodies resembling human girls, but their lower halves were snake tails shimmering with blue-green scales. Their skin was a pale blue, with delicate gills on either side of their necks, gracefully coiling in the water. These sisters come from the nearshore coral reef. They are pure-blood water serpents, incredibly rare. The merchant seemed particularly fond of these 2 products. They can remain underwater for hours without breathing, and their intelligence is almost equivalent to humans, making them especially suited for gathering rare aquatic plants in deep water areas. Moreover, the merchant winked, his tone carrying a subtle insinuation. They can sing a special siren song, said to soothe frenzied aquatic magical beasts. Of course, some male buyers might find they have other entertainment value. Ron noticed the fear and aversion flashing in the water serpent sister's eyes, clearly understanding the merchant's implication. Where did all these come from? He asked with some curiosity. The merchant chuckled. You may not know, sir, but most of these goods come from the school's slave capture team. Every year, the school sends out several teams to remote regions to hunt for rare materials and alien race specimens. If they find suitable ones, they bring them back and hand them over to licensed slave merchants like us for proxy sale. Speaking as he led Ron to a separate enclosure in the backyard. Earlier, you mentioned you were hoping to find a slave to serve as a magic potion assistant. It just so happens I have a special product here that might suit your preferences. The creature inside the enclosure was visibly different from the other slaves, possessing a vaguely human plant-like body. Its skin was light green with small scales, and its hair resembled soft vines, gently swaying in the breeze. It showed no signs of gender, marking it as a kind of asexual extraordinary species. This is a tree spirit from an ancient forest, the merchant introduced quietly. It said this race has a natural bond with plants, able to understand the language of plants and sense the activity of herbs. Ron stepped closer to examine it more closely. Despite being shackled in chains, the creature's gaze maintained an air of transcendental calm. A stark contrast to the despair and numbness displayed by the other slaves. Not bad, he mentally evaluated the potential value of this assistant. An assistant with a unique perception ability regarding plants would indeed significantly enhance the efficiency of magic potion refining. Just as he was about to inquire about the price, a commotion came from the direction of the marketplace square. The argument coming from the market interrupted their conversation. The merchant frowned and said apologetically, "It seems there's some disturbance over at the central square, which is the most common place for apprentice adults to conduct slave duels. You might want to take a look first. These goods aren't going anywhere, and you can come back at any time to continue selecting." Ron pondered for a moment and decided to go check out the situation, as there are often noteworthy pieces of information hidden behind any public conflict. As he left the Blake exchange, he was still processing the information he had just obtained in his mind. According to some conversations with the merchant earlier, he mentioned that almost all middle and advanced level apprentices in the school cultivate combat slaves, which is both a symbol of strength and a practical means of protection. Perhaps once my position is more stable and my funds more ample, I should consider cultivating a combat slave too. Ron mused, preferably a hybrid capable of both ranged and melee combat to complement my fighting style. It was nearing dusk, and a sizable number of apprentices had gathered in the central square of the marketplace, forming a loose circle. Ron squeezed through the gaps in the crowd, eager to find out what was going on. Amidst the crowd, he keenly noticed a familiar figure with brown long hair and a tall stature. It was Trish. He initially intended to greet her, but soon found out Trish seemed to be confronting a woman in a purple long gown. "Who is that? Why are they having a confrontation here?" Ron curiously asked an onlooking apprentice beside him. The apprentice turned his head, initially wearing an impatient expression, but upon seeing who it was, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he became more amicable. "Apprentice Ron, long time no see." He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I am Norris. We met briefly last month when the law enforcement team handled the Darren mutation incident." Ron had little impression of this name, but evidently Lady Allen and Holt's regard left him with quite a notable reputation among the apprentices. He politely nodded. "Hello, Apprentice Norris, what exactly is happening over there?" Norris's gaze swept toward the center of the crowd, and he softly explained. "The ones in conflict are Apprentice Trish and Apprentice Cynthia. Trish is a student of Wizard Corina, while Cynthia is the prized pupil of Wizard Marsala. Their masters have always been at odds within the school, and open or covert conflicts among their students are common." "What's the reason for their argument?" Ron frowned slightly. "It's said to be about an ancient note on starlight energy conversion." Norris shook his head. Such rare materials are always a trigger for disputes, and both claim the document should belong to their master's research. Ron felt somewhat puzzled. Although the resources within the Black Mist School aren't particularly abundant, it seems unlikely for two official wizards to have a public dispute over such a trifling matter, or perhaps they are merely going with the flow. But it seems to have escalated beyond a mere argument, and they are likely about to engage seriously. His thoughts were interrupted by Norris's words. As they talked, the whispers within the crowd rose one after another, containing both anticipation and worry, and there was no lack of schadenfreude too. Trish stood at one end of the open space, her expression calm and focused, exuding a restrained confidence. And opposite her stood a woman in a purple silk gown, a crown encrusted with starlight stone on her head, her face adorned with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Judging by her appearance, she seemed much older than Trish, with eyes projecting a nearly arrogant coldness and contempt. "Is that Cynthia?" Ron softly confirmed with Norris. "Yes, that's her." Norris nodded with an almost imperceptible fear in his voice. "She's not someone easy to deal with. Rumor has it her male servants don't have a lifespan exceeding half a year, on average." "Servants?" Ron frowned slightly. "She should be an advanced apprentice. Shouldn't she spend her spare time in cultivation instead of toying with servants?" "Of course, that's her greatest personal hobby," Norris lowered his voice. Cynthia has been an advanced apprentice for several years now. She also one of the members of the candidate wizard sequence. Could you explain more about this candidate wizard sequence? Ron feigned ignorance and asked, although he had already learned about it from the elementary apprentices' must-read booklet. But since the other party brought it up, he might as well take this opportunity to gather specific operational rules from Norris, who was in the know. Norris glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then explained in a low voice. It's a special list wherein only those apprentices deemed likely to be promoted to an official wizard can enter. However, the information in the apprentice manual isn't comprehensive. Once in the sequence, the school awards points based on their performance, with top-ranked apprentices receiving more resources and opportunities. Trish is also in this sequence, right? Ron asked further. Yes, she just entered not long ago, probably 1 or 2 months ago. Norris nodded. But due to her exceptionally excellent spiritual talent, her initial score was rather high, reportedly exceeding some of the long-established sequence members, including Cynthia. So this conflict actually has nothing to do with the document. Ron sharply identified the key point. You're quite perceptive. It indeed has nothing to do with it. If it were anyone else trying to entice information out of him, Norris would have walked off by then. But recalling that this young man in front of him was a promising newcomer highly regarded by his team captain, he went on to share what he knew. That document means little to the two official wizards. It's simply an excuse Cynthia found. Her true intention is to use this to suppress Trish's rising momentum and in the process boost her own points within the sequence. While they were talking, the atmosphere in the center of the open ground suddenly became tense, as Cynthia strolled with elegant steps into the middle of the area. My dear little Trish. Cynthia spoke, her voice melodious like honey, but each word carried hidden sharpness. Do you really believe that ancient manuscript should belong to Lady Corina? Of course, Trish responded calmly, undeterred by Cynthia's aura. The manuscript clearly records the resonance theory between star mapping and spiritual waves, which is precisely the focus of Master Corina's recent research. Oh, Cynthia raised an eyebrow. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about the Master's research. Truly surprising that a newcomer who just joined the sequence dares to evaluate the work of two masters. Do you know what such behavior is considered as in the candidate wizard sequence? Disrespectful, but I am not being disrespectful, Trish replied with neither timidity nor arrogance. I am merely stating the publicly recorded data in the school's archive. If Senior Cynthia believes the data is erroneous, she can file a correction request with the school. The murmurs around them grew more animated. Many apprentices looked surprised at how poised Trish was in her responses, quite unlike a novice who had just become a middle apprentice. Cynthia's expression turned increasingly somber. Clearly, she hadn't expected her carefully crafted verbal trap to be diffused one by Trish. Very well, she suddenly changed her strategy, a dangerous smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Since words can't resolve the dispute, I propose we decide the ownership of the ancient manuscript through the traditional method of the school. Trish furrowed her brows slightly. Seemingly anticipating something, you mean? Slave Duel, Cynthia proudly announced. As one of the sequence members, you surely won't refuse such a legitimate display of power, will you? The crowd instantly boiled over. Slave duels were not uncommon in the school, but a high-standard duel between two candidate wizard geniuses was quite rare. A slave duel showcases an apprentice's ability to train and guide, and is also an important way for sequence members to demonstrate their capabilities and improve their ranking points. Norris continued to explain, flaunting his knowledge to Ron beside him. Cynthia's move is clever. If Trish refuses, it will be seen as cowardice, and her sequence points will definitely be deducted. If she accepts, given Cynthia's long-trained half-beastman warrior's strength, Trish has almost no chance of winning. Trish was silent for a moment, a series of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Finally, she took out a pouch of magic stone fragments from her robe as witness gold. Since the senior suggested resolving this via a slave duel, I naturally abide by the school's traditions. Straightforward, Cynthia showed a confident smile, also taking out a pouch of magic stone fragments from her bosom. With so many colleagues present, everyone will witness today's result. Trish turned around and signaled from the back of the crowd. A petite female servant, immediately let out a figure bound in chains. It was a leopard race huntress. Her physique, superior to most human women, was barely over 1.8 meters tall, fully covered in spotted short fur, and her muscle lines were smooth and powerful. Her pupils were vertically elongated, shining coldly in the sunlight, with sharp fangs subtly appearing from her slightly pursed lips, and her slender tail gently swung with vigilance. "Liu, today is the day to show your true worth," Trish said softly, with a rare hint of gentleness in her tone. "Remember our training, focus on the battle itself." The leopard race huntress nodded slightly, a trace of resolute determination flashing in her eyes. Trish took out a small bottle from her bosom, containing a deep red liquid, especially concocted by Ron for her, the bloodline activation agent. "Drink it," Trish ordered. "Don't worry about too many side effects. This formula has been improved." The leopard race huntress accepted the bottle and drank it all. As the potion entered her mouth, a stunning transformation began on her body. The spots on her skin began to glow, gradually changing from pale gold to molten orange red, as if starlight flowed beneath her skin. Her muscle lines became more solid and strong, and the joints even flickered with golden light. The most astonishing feature was her eyes. The original vertical pupils fully turned into pure gold, shimmering like molten gold, resembling two small suns. She took a few deep breaths, adapting to the new power surging within her. Ron watched the leopard race huntress's transformation, filled with awe. Though the potion was his own modulation, the effect now displayed far exceeded his expectations. Evidently, the leopard race huntress possessed an extremely high bloodline purity, able to be fully activated by the bloodline activation agent. At this moment, Liu's aura was completely different from before, exerting such pressure that even some experienced apprentices felt uneasy. "That should be a complete bloodline awakening," Norris exclaimed in surprise, explaining to Ron beside him. "It's said that only the monarch bloodline among the leopard race can achieve such a degree." Ron saw this scene, his mind rapidly flashing various information regarding beast race bloodline professions. Wilderness hunter, weapon master, heart-eating shaman, these are all extraordinary professions closely related to beast race bloodlines. Each has its unique power system and advancement path. It is said that the outstanding ones among them can rival an official wizard. The bloodline activation displayed by the leopard race huntress was already approaching the entry threshold for the wilderness hunter profession. Moreover, the upper limit of extraordinary professions in beast race isn't low. The legendary monarch can even contend with a great wizard. If I can acquire related extraordinary knowledge and training methods, Ron pondered, perhaps I could also unlock similar profession paths as alternatives. However, compared to them, wizard, knight, and alchemist are still my optimal choices. Cynthia, witnessing the leopard race huntresses after effects of bloodline activation, merely sneered, likewise waving her hand towards the rear. A burly servant in a gray robe emerged, leading a daunting half-beastman warrior. This half-beastman stood over 2.5 meters tall, like a small mountain with skin of gray-green color covered in scars from various battles. His lower jaw was unusually developed, with two tusks protruding upwards from the corners of his mouth, his arms robust as tree trunks, each muscle swelling like iron, and his eyes deeply sunken beneath rugged brow bones, exuding beastly fierceness. "Grush," Cynthia stepped before the half-beastman, signaling him to crouch down. She raised her hand, gently stroking his heavily muscle-bound cheek, her voice filled with an irresistible commanding aura. "Today you must secure victory for me, otherwise." The remaining words were unsaid, but a flash of fear appeared in the half-beastman's eyes, clearly understanding the consequences of failure. Cynthia took out a crystal stone fragment, glowing with a blood-like hue from the inside of her robe, forcibly shoving it into the half-beastman's mouth. "Frenzy crystal stone," Norris whispered in surprise. "That's forbidden to use in official duels as an augmentation item." The half-beastman swallowed the crystal, his Adam's apple sliding as he gulped it down. Soon his skin began to emit a faint blood-red glow, muscles visibly enlarging, and his gaze became even more frenzied. "That's cheating," Ron frowned and said. "Isn't anyone stopping this?" "Theoretically, it's prohibited, but many advanced apprentices familiar with the rules know how to exploit loopholes." Norris sighed. "As long as it's not used blatantly during the fight and caught, this pre-duel preparation is often hard to prove afterward." After all, slave duel rules inherently allow masters to provide slaves with some enhancements prior to the duel, and there's no clear restriction on the types and limits of enhancements. He glanced at the half-beastman, whose muscles swelled, an aura frenzied almost beyond control, and shook his head in pity. Only using such doses so early, wanting to maintain the effect during the fight, would require a significant amount. This half-beastman, even if victorious, probably won't live for much longer. Meanwhile, Cynthia had already walked to the center of the field, loudly proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, according to school tradition, we shall resolve our dispute through a slave duel. The winner will gain priority access to the ancient astrology books, and as an official duel between candidate wizard sequence members, the result will count towards sequence point evaluation." She glanced around, her gaze firmly locking onto Norris at the edge of the crowd, who was talking to Ron. "I ask the apprentice of the law enforcement team, Norris, to act as an impartial witness for this duel." Norris felt the sudden focus of the crowd's attention on him, and he was startled. But seeing Cynthia's intense gaze from afar, he had no choice but to muster his courage and step forward a few paces. "I am honored to witness this duel. According to the rules, both masters can provide their slaves with a one-time enhancement before the duel begins. After the duel starts, only verbal guidance is allowed, and direct intervention is forbidden. The duel ends when one side concedes or can no longer continue fighting." He glanced at the two slaves, particularly at the faint crimson glow of frenzy emanating from the half-beastman, pursed his lips, but ultimately raised no objection. Norris accepted the witness gold handed to him by both parties and raised a copper token in his hand. "Prepare both sides. Begin now." As soon as the words fell, the beast woman hunter shot forward like an arrow, her speed so fast it almost left afterimages. She did not charge directly at her opponent, but moved rapidly around the half-beastman, her claws slicing through the air with a sharp whooshing sound. The half-beastman roared, swinging his massive fists in an attempt to hit the agile figure, but each time he only struck air. The beast woman's movements were too swift, like a golden lightning bolt, constantly changing positions, causing the half-beastman's attacks to always be a beat behind. "Don't rush, Grush, she's just trying to exhaust your stamina," Cynthia calmly commanded. "Start using wide-range attacks." The half-beastman heeded the advice and immediately altered his strategy. He took a deep breath and suddenly stomped the ground fiercely, causing the entire ground to tremble. The dust raised from the ground formed a small smoke screen, temporarily hindering the beast woman's vision. "Above you lie you," Trish shouted promptly, her voice laced with calm reasoning. The beast woman responded quickly, leaping upwards almost instinctively, narrowly avoiding the massive fist the half-beastman thrust through the smoke screen. She flipped in the air, her sharp claws slicing across the half-beastman's shoulder, leaving a blood trail. The half-beastman roared in pain, swinging again with a horizontal swipe. This time, the beast woman couldn't completely dodge out of the way, getting hit in the ribs and sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. "Get up quickly, Lai Yu," Trish urged with urgency in her voice. "You're much faster than him, don't fight head-on." The beast woman quickly rolled over and stood up, a flash of pain in her eyes quickly replaced by battle intent. She took several deep breaths, and it seemed her special bloodline began to exert a stronger effect. Her movements became even more fluid, and her speed noticeably increased. "HMPH, overestimating yourself," Cynthia sneered. "Your beast woman weighs less than half of Grush. With such a difference in physique, speed alone won't matter." "Strength isn't the only factor in deciding victory," Trish replied calmly. "Combat intelligence is equally important." The beast woman began adjusting her strategy, no longer attempting frontal attacks, but constantly disrupting the half-beastman's line of sight and maneuvering space. She would suddenly dash forward, leave a shallow wound on the half-beastman, and then rapidly retreat, each time evading his counterattacks. The crowd murmured with amazement, clearly impressed by the beast woman's exquisite combat skills. Ron noticed that although the beast woman's movements appeared random, they actually had a well-designed rhythm and route, indicating systematic training. "Damn, where did this daughter of the hunter get so many resources to train a combat slave?" Cynthia muttered through gritted teeth, a flash of irritation in her eyes. The half-beastman's movements became increasingly slow, his body covered in numerous wounds, none deep but collectively resulting in significant blood loss. His breathing became heavy, and his eyes filled with fury, now showed signs of fatigue. Grush, it's time. Cynthia suddenly raised her voice, activate frenzy. The half-beastman snapped his head up, letting out a terrifying howl. His body began to shake violently, the crimson glow on his skin becoming more intense, and his eyes turned completely black. Muscles writhed under his skin, swelling as if alive, growing his form by almost a third. The half-beastman roared, forcefully stomping his foot on the ground, leaving huge cracked footprints as fragments of rock flew toward the beast woman like shrapnel. Liu, caught off guard, was struck by the flying debris, crying out in pain as blood seeped from her body. She quickly retreated to a safe distance. Frenzy, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Ron squinted his eyes, carefully observing the changes on the battlefield. The half-beastman in frenzy experienced a remarkable boost in speed and strength, but also became even less controllable, exhibiting self-destructive tendencies in his actions. The beast woman seemed to sense the danger too, and her movements became more cautious, maintaining a safe distance without daring to attack lightly. Liu, remember your training, find his weakness, Trish ordered, her voice calm and firm. The beast woman nodded, continuing her high-speed movements. This time, her route appeared to follow a pattern, each time feinting an attack from the half-beastman's left, and then swiftly retreating. After a few times, the half-beastman seemed to have caught onto this pattern, beginning to anticipate her actions. Just as he was ready to confront the next attack from the left, the beast woman suddenly shifted direction, darting in from the right like a flash of lightning, her sharp claws aiming directly for his throat. "Dodge, you fool!" Cynthia screamed, but it was too late. The half-beastman barely turned aside to avoid a fatal strike, but his neck and chest were still sliced open, leaving deep wounds. Blood gushed out, and he staggered back a few steps, the frenzied glow in his eyes beginning to flicker. "Grush, get up," Cynthia almost roared. "Even if your bones are broken, keep fighting for me." The half-beastman gritted his teeth in agony, charging forward once more. But this time, his movements were noticeably slower, his body beginning to wobble, showing clear signs of excessive blood loss. The beast woman gave him no respite, nimbly darting to the half-beastman's back, leaping up fiercely, her claws like sharp daggers, plunging deep into the half-beastman's back, and then ripping them apart. Arg, the half-beastman let out an agonized howl, collapsing to the ground with no strength to rise again. "All right, stop," Trish calmly commanded, "that's enough." The beast woman immediately jumped off the half-beastman, retreating to a safe distance, but still remaining vigilant. The entire arena fell into silence, everyone stunned by the battle's outcome. Trish, who had only just arrived, surprisingly defeated Cynthia's ferocious, half-beastman warrior in a slave duel. "Heh, you have skill, I lost," Cynthia said coldly, though her tone betrayed undisguised anger and reluctance. "According to the rules of slave duels, the victor is Trish the apprentice." Norris cast a somewhat nervous glance at Cynthia, and seeing no further reaction from her, he loudly announced, "The priority use of ancient astrology books belongs to the Master Corina's side, and this duel result will be recorded in the candidate wizard sequence score evaluation." Trish nodded, a slight smile appearing on her face, and then she noticed Ron amidst the crowd, her eyes lighting up. She walked past the crowd towards Ron, who automatically made way for her. "Ron, long time no see." Trish's voice was much lighter. "Didn't expect to run into you here." "Trish, congratulations on winning the duel." Ron was slightly surprised, but he sincerely congratulated her. "Your leopardess is incredibly strong." The scene immediately triggered murmurs of surprise and envy among the surrounding apprentices. "Ron, isn't he that? Lady Allen's new assistant. I've seen him in the herb store." "Trish actually knows him. No wonder her leopardess is so strong. She must have used a special advancement magic potion." "Oh my, look at Cynthia's expression. She looks like she wants to kill someone." Trish's easy victory and her familiarity with Ron undoubtedly elevated her status in the eyes of the crowd. Those who might have initially looked at her with a bit of scrutiny now showed her respect. Cynthia stood in the distance, her eyes filled with jealousy and rage. She glared at the leopardess beside Trish, her gaze dark and gloomy. Trish's leopardess surely used an advanced potion, and it's not the regular kind, she guessed in her heart. A regular potion wouldn't have such an effect. Where exactly did she get such a high-quality magic potion? She frowned, her gaze shifting to Ron, who was talking with Trish, a slight unease rising in her heart. Alan, that old witch's student. Cynthia squinted. Could this be the secret behind Trish's sudden rise? What a coincidence. On the other side, Trish smiled at Ron and said, I was planning to find you in a few days to commission the next batch of magic potions. I didn't expect to meet you here. She gently stroked the leopardess's shoulder, her eyes filled with obvious pride. The bloodline activation agent you helped me refine last time worked wonders. Use combat power increased by at least 30%, and the recovery ability during combat and the suppression of pain were especially noticeable. Hearing this, Ron smiled slightly, feeling a sense of relief, but then he hesitated and said, I'm sorry, Trish, I'm afraid I won't be able to prepare magic potions for you in the near future. Upon hearing this, Trish immediately asked with some urgency, Why? Are you encountering any trouble? If there's anything I can help with. Don't worry, actually, I need to prepare for the Alchemist certification examination recently. Ron explained slightly upon seeing her concern. It requires a lot of time to prepare and practice, so I might not have the energy to take on new orders. Alchemist certification. The brown-haired girl's eyes widened slightly, but then she returned to normal, with a flash of admiration in her eyes. Well, with your magic potion skills, it's only natural to apply for certification. At such a level, you are probably already an absolute standout among us apprentices. The two stood in the plaza, chatting casually, as if no one else was around. For most of the mediocre elementary apprentices, having a genius from the candidate wizard sequence actively engage in conversation with them was already a great honor. Ron and Trish's almost equal mode of communication made many apprentices extremely envious. When is the assessment scheduled? Trish asked with concern. In a week, Ron replied. I intend to go purchase some materials to practice recipes that may be involved in the examination in advance. I understand. Trish nodded. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the special magic potions you provided today, you wouldn't have been able to defeat that half-beastman. She glanced at the half-beastman lying on the ground, barely alive, with a flash of pity in her eyes. That frenzy crystal is a banned item, but such things are common among the sequence members, and no one would report it. Not far away, Cynthia had been ignored for quite some time, and her face was twisted to an extreme. Not only had she lost the duel, but she was also completely ignored by the victor, which for her, with her pride, was a huge humiliation. Cynthia, since entering the candidate wizard sequence, has been trying to accumulate points and resources. Trish whispered to Ron. But her performance has never been great. If not for Marsala's support, her ranking might be even lower. This time she probably saw me as an easy target since I just entered the sequence. If not for the magic potion support you provided, I might have been in danger this time. Just as Cynthia was about to erupt with anger, a silhouette quietly appeared behind her. Cynthia, a deep and calm voice spoke in her ear. I don't suggest you act out now. Cynthia turned her head and saw Oliver standing there, with his usual perfect smile on his face. His gaze was gentle but carried an undeniable authority, and Cynthia's impending eruption of anger was instantly cooled. Get out of my way, Oliver, she said in a low voice with extreme resentment in her tone. I lost an important combat slave, and I was humiliated by that lowly daughter of the hunter. A temporary setback is not worth dwelling on, Oliver said softly, his gaze glancing unobtrusively at Ron in the distance. Besides, I have more important matters to discuss with you. He whispered a few words in Cynthia's ear, and her expression gradually shifted from anger to shock, finally turning into an abnormal excitement. It's unbelievable, she said in a low voice, you've really decided. Of course, Oliver nodded, but now is not the time, let's go back and talk about it slowly. He turned to leave, and after hesitating for a moment, Cynthia gave Trish a fierce glare, then followed in Oliver's footsteps. Ron noticed this scene, and a warning bell went off in his heart. After the two left, he noticed two servants quietly appeared, deftly putting a large sack over the barely alive half-beastman, then efficiently dragged him away. Nobody spoke up to stop them throughout the entire process, and even the surrounding apprentices didn't bother to look in that direction, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. What will happen to this half-beastman warrior? Ron asked Norris nonchalantly. Norris slotted the witness gold into his own pocket and shrugged when he heard the question. A defeated slave. Usually things don't end well. If the injuries are minor, they might be sold off. If the injuries are severe like this half-beastman, they'll probably be sent to the school's resource recycling division. The resource recycling division. Ron guessed what this meant in his heart. It's where they extract the usable parts from them, and the resulting magic stone fragment would be split with Cynthia, the owner, 50-50. Norris's tone was unusually calm, as if he was talking about the weather. The half-beastman's skin is very tough. Their heart and other organs are quite decent magic potion materials, and as for their bones, they can be ground into powder for various rituals. Ron nodded, refraining from further questions. The rules here were brutal, and to him it was no longer news. After Norris left, Ron cast an assessing glance at the leopardess, Lai Yu. As the effects of the bloodline activation potion gradually faded, the various abnormalities induced in her seemed to have returned to normal, yet her inherent grace and danger remained. "Your leopardess is truly impressive," he sincerely praised, his gaze lingering on Lai Yu's graceful yet dangerous form. "Although I've refined quite a few bloodline activation potions, I've never seen such a pure activation effect." At these words, Trish raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk on her lips. The previously maintained air of distance seemed to have melted somewhat, and she gently stroked Lai Yu's shoulder, showing a seldom-seen softness in her eyes. "Lai Yu is indeed very special." She lowered her voice with an involuntary pride in her tone. "I guess you're curious about her origins, right?" Ron nodded, not hiding the curiosity flickering in his eyes. "If you're willing to share, I'm all ears." Trish glanced around, led him to a corner of the plaza, and after confirming no one was eavesdropping, leaned slightly closer to Ron. Such a close gesture would never have occurred a few weeks ago, but now it seemed natural. "I usually don't disclose this to others," she whispered with an uncharacteristic honesty in her voice. "But considering our relationship, as compatriots and collaborators, I think you're entitled to know this." The brown-haired girl paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. "In fact, Lai Yu comes from the Fire Stream tribe in the south of the Black Mist jungle. She is one of the few survivors." Ron's eyebrow raised. The name seemed somewhat familiar. "Fire Stream tribe. I think I saw that name in the school archives." "Your memory is quite impressive." Trish nodded approvingly, her fingers caressing the magic stone bag at her waist. "That was a rebellious tribe exterminated by Master Corina about 15 years ago, and it said that almost no one was left alive after that extermination operation." As she spoke, Trish's voice was so calm it was almost indifferent, as if she were merely narrating something trivial and standing next to her. Lai Yu, who obviously understood human language, displayed no emotion, devoid of any emotional reaction at that time. Lai Yu was just an infant, and she has no memory of her hometown and clan, Trish continued. Hint of almost empathetic emotion flickering in her tone, but quickly reverted to that cold narrative tone. "The master discovered the monarch bloodline in her and took her back to the school. Requesting a modulator to transform and train her, Ron sharply noticed that when the word modulator appeared, Lai Yu's ears twitched slightly, and a deeply hidden look of fear flashed quickly in her eyes, only to return to calmness again. "Modulation?" he asked casually. "Is it that kind of wizardry specifically for altering bloodlines?" "Correct." Trish nodded, her gaze sweeping over Lai Yu for combat slaves. "Modulators can enhance bloodline advantages, suppress unnecessary memories and emotions, ensuring absolute obedience at this point." She unconsciously showed a subtle smile. "After I was promoted to an elementary apprentice and became a student of Master Corina. Lai Yu was given to me as a greeting gift. This is quite an honor in the school. After all, a monarch bloodline leopard woman like Lai Yu, after complete training, is at least worth as much as near 10 complete magic stones." Ron thoughtfully looked at Lai Yu. Throughout Trish's account of her tribe's destruction, the leopard woman's expression remained as calm as water, as if those deceased tribesmen were completely unrelated to her. Her pair of golden eyes were focused and vigilant, yet betrayed no nostalgia or resentment for the past. Truly an impressive training result, Ron cautiously assessed. Such loyalty to the master is indeed rare. "This is the rule of the Black Mist jungle," Trish said softly, with uncharacteristic sentiment in her tone. "The strong hold sway over everything. The weak must either submit or perish, so we must quickly enhance our strength to gain a foothold in this cruel world." Her gaze turned sharp again. "Speaking of which, you're asking so many questions. Do you have an interest in grooming combat slaves too, given your current pace of development? You should indeed consider this area, Ron slightly smiled noncommittally. Just a bit curious, seeing how well you and Liu cooperate, so I'm also interested to learn some related knowledge. Trish raised an eyebrow. Subtle gleam flashing in her eyes. You're always this cautious. Aren't you? Don't worry. I won't be shouting it out everywhere. Her tone suddenly turned half joking. Lightness rare in her usual cold demeanor. Combat slaves of this level are common in the candidate wizard sequence, where almost every sequence member would groom at least one. Trish continued to explain. However, most people prefer those with large builds and great destructive power, like half-beastmen, werewolves, or the bear folk, whereas types relying on speed and skill like Liu are relatively rare at this. She looked up to check the time. In fact, battles between sequence members largely test their training capabilities, my master once said. The combat slave a person grooms often reflects his own character and aesthetics, so in that case. What do you think Cynthia's half-beastman reflects about her? Ron asked with some curiosity. Violence, impatience, and a focus only on surface strength. Trish laughed coldly. She feeds that half-beastman frenzy crystal stones, which can greatly boost strength in a short time, but at the cost of severe life loss. That's her style, short-term gains with no regard for the consequences. Ron nodded appreciatively. Then, based on your experience, do you have any recommended choices of race? The brown-haired girl tilted her head in thought for a moment, her slender fingers gently tapping her chin. For you, the multi-armed snake demon might be a good option. Her voice became professional and enthusiastic. Clearly not many people usually sought her for such discussions. They typically have 4 to 6 arms, allowing them to wield multiple weapons simultaneously, providing both close combat protection and support with ranged weapons like spears and bows. Moreover, their intelligence level is as good as humans or even higher, suitable for executing complex commands. Multi-armed snake demon. Ron was immediately intrigued, his tone carrying undisguisable curiosity. Are they adept at swordsmanship? Quite adept. Trish nodded, affirming his assumption. Their multi-arm advantage gives them inherent conditions in swordsmanship. It said in the deeper layers of the abyss, some pure-blooded snake demons can manipulate 8 different weapons at once, forming an almost impenetrable offense and defense system. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but start contemplating his corona swordsmanship cultivation. If he could teach this set of swordsmanship to a multi-armed snake demon and combine it with his own magic attacks, his combat power would indeed experience a qualitative leap. Additionally, his basic swordsmanship was close to mastery. Finding a suitable practice partner might accelerate future breakthroughs. Trish's gaze grew profound, and there was a hint of probing in her words. Of course. The price is also quite high. Even mixed blood varieties with the thinnest bloodlines require at least 3 to 4 complete magic stones, while pure blood varieties start at 20 magic stones. Generally, only official wizards can deploy pure-blooded snake demons. After all, they come from the lower abyss. The capture difficulty is extremely high, and the death rate upon retrieval is also high. Ron secretly calculated his financial resources. Although his recent income was pretty good, it was still far from meeting such high prices. But you don't need to rush too much either. Trish seemed to have noticed his concern. You must first pass the Alchemist certification, then the intermediate apprentice qualification, and after that consider the candidate wizard sequence matters. By that time, with the powerful money-making capability of a professional alchemist, buying a mixed-blooded snake demon should be well within reach. The two chatted for a while longer until the crowd around the plaza gradually dispersed. The brown-haired girl finally suggested parting before they separated. He glanced again at the tall leopard woman. Liu's golden beast eyes still showed no emotion, only absolute obedience to Trish's command. In the sunlight, the leopard woman's slender figure exuded a unique blend of wildness and submission, beautiful yet deadly, but sadly lost itself. By the time Ron returned to the dormitory area, the sky had gradually darkened. The nights in the black mist jungle always came particularly fast, as if darkness was the true nature of this land. Ron walked down the corridor leading to his room. The faint glow of the magic crystal lamp scattered in, casting mottled shadows on the ground. From a distance, he saw a familiar figure standing at his door, and that person looked up as soon as he saw him. Ron was somewhat surprised and quickened his pace. Is there something urgent? The blond boy's face appeared particularly pale under the moonlight, and anxiety and helplessness flickered in his eyes. He held a torn, open letter in his hand, the fire seal mark on the parchment remaining clear under the dim light. Ron, Andre spoke with difficulty. I'm in trouble, it's from the royal side. What trouble? Ron quickly took out the key to the room, ushering Andre inside and casually closed the door. As soon as the owner returned, the magic crystal lamp in the room automatically lit up, the yellowish light reflecting the haggard face of the blond boy, making him look even more tired than usual. Ron glanced at Andre. The strengthened spiritual power tendrils could easily capture the intense blood aura on Andre's body that had not yet completely settled after his breakthrough. Judging by your aura, seems like you've just had a breakthrough. While pouring a glass of water and handing it to him, he asked. Andre took the cup and drank it in one gulp, barely managing a smile, though the smile could not hide the deep anxiety in his eyes. That's right, he replied softly, with a hint of pride in his voice. Thanks to your Kai blood potion, I finally broke through to the third stage of the breathing technique body refining. That's good news, so why are you so listless? Ron patted his shoulder, sincerely feeling happy for his friend. The so-called third stage should correspond to the skilled level displayed on his skills list for breathing body refining. After completing the bloodline activation ceremony, he'd have the opportunity to advance to an official knight. Yeah, I should have come to celebrate with you. Andre forced a bitter smile and took out the crumpled letter from his pocket. But the royal news has made it impossible for me to be happy. Ron took the letter and quickly skimmed through it. Though the words in the letter seemed polite, between the lines, it exuded an unmistakable command. They want you to see Cynthia. Ron frowned, recalling the proud female apprentice he saw in the plaza today and Nora's description of her. Isn't she the mad woman you mentioned before? The royal family can't wait to send you over. Yes, that's her. Andre sat on a chair, his voice unable to hide the fear and disgust. Around this time each year, Cynthia replenishes her male servants, and of course, the royal family wants to seize the chance to please her. Ron pondered for a moment. Who delivered this letter? Does your father know about this? Andre laughed self-deprecatingly. What can he do even if he knows? My father is in a tough situation right now. It's probably the handiwork of my siblings. They're eager for me to stay in the black mist jungle forever. He paused for a moment, his eyes darkened. They're probably afraid that once I become an official knight, returning to the kingdom might affect the succession of the throne. So they arranged for me to come here, hoping I'd never be able to go back. The blond boy stood up, walked to the window and gazed at the night outside. Actually, I've already replied to them, using the excuse that after this breakthrough, I need a month of meditation to prepare for the bloodline awakening ceremony to advance to official knight status, temporarily stalling for a while. But this is just a strategic delay, after a month. Ron thought for a moment and suddenly interrupted. A month should be more than enough. Upon hearing this, Andre quickly turned towards Ron, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Do you have a plan? I'm preparing for the Alchemist certification exam, Ron said confidently. If the exam goes well, you'll not only gain an independent workshop and residence, but your status within the school will significantly improve. By then, I'll gather the materials to assist you in becoming an official knight, and our situation in Black Mist Jungle will be very different. Professional Alchemist, your level of expertise in magic potion making has reached this level. Andre was both surprised and delighted, his anxiety slightly relieved. If you truly become a professional alchemist, then even the royal family would certainly not dare to easily offend you, as the value of a professional alchemist, at times, far exceeds that of a mere advanced apprentice. So the most important thing for you now is to remain calm and focus on your cultivation. Ron's voice was firm. Once I pass the exam, things will be very different. You also need to seize this month's time to prepare for the final bloodline awakening ceremony. Andre exhaled with relief. You're right, each of us should focus on enhancing our strengths. He suddenly remembered something and took out a delicate brocade box from his pocket. Almost forgot about business, the messenger told me to bring this to you. Ron took the brocade box, opened it, and saw inside a gold badge inlaid with Pharaoh's crown, exquisitely crafted, clearly not a common item. It's a title badge commissioned by the Pharaoh royal family. Andre explained, casually placing the brocade box in his hand. My father has already reserved an inheritable title for you, complete with your own territory and castle. Whenever you wish to return, you can become one of the kingdom's core nobility, though I presume you're not interested right now. Ron carefully examined the badge without saying much, for although he couldn't use it, sending it back to the family could fetch more titles and land estates as well. Then I'll keep it for now. He carefully put the badge away, but the immediate concern is to solve the current problem. Andre nodded and seemed to remember something. By the way, you mentioned seeing Cynthia and Trish at the market earlier. Ron nodded, detailing everything that had happened in the plaza today. Trish's leopard woman launched a surprise attack from behind the half-beastman, ultimately defeating it. Cynthia seemed furious, who would have thought she'd lose to a newly promoted intermediate apprentice. Andre listened enthralled, showing obvious surprise. Has Trish reached this level already? To cultivate a competent combat slave requires a considerable amount of resources, or is Cynthia perhaps not deserving of her reputation? Cynthia's half-beastman's strength is quite remarkable, and steady tactics might have a greater chance of winning, yet she was too impatient and prematurely used the banned Frenzy Crystal Stone. Ron shook his head, expressing his judgment. Moreover, Trish's leopard woman used the magic potion I previously formulated for her, with the recipe improved multiple times, its effect far surpassing ordinary potions. When the battle slightly stalemated, the victory leans towards Trish. No wonder she was able to win. Andre looked at him with some concern, but now. I'm afraid Cynthia has set her sights on you too. She's not an easy character to deal with. This kind of thing is nothing to worry about. As long as you stand out, you will definitely be noticed. Ron waved his hand dismissively. Instead of worrying about her little tricks, better focus on preparing for the exam. Once we pass the Alchemist certification, many of the issues we currently face will be easily resolved. The two chatted a while longer about their progress and various intelligence within the school. Then Andre stood up to take his leave. I won't disturb your exam preparations any longer. If you need any help, feel free to send someone to find me. Ron escorted Andre to the door. You should also work hard and focus on preparing for the ceremony. The real test is in a month's time. After watching Andre leave, he closed the door and was about to continue his evening magic potion practice, but suddenly fell into thought. Cynthia's hostility, albeit not to be feared, but the presence of Oliver always made him uneasy. What secrets lie behind the perfect smile of that gray-robed youth? Oliver's laboratory was located on the top floor of the school's most remote tower, where hardly any other apprentices would come to disturb. The tower was old and in disrepair, with dark purple vines climbing up its outer walls, said to be the result of a failed experiment by a certain wizard, capable of devouring small creatures that came near them. The exterior of the tower was unremarkable, but the interior held surprises. Following Oliver through the door carved with bizarre patterns, Cynthia's expression had shifted entirely from how she looked on the square. The previously enraged face was now peculiarly calm, the frenzy in her blue eyes retreating like the tide, leaving only deep calculation and coldness. Well, this is where those annoying surveillance eyes should be absent. Cynthia gracefully took off her outer robe and casually hung it on the rack by the door. Her movements were seamless, devoid of the rage from the square, as if the frenzied screaming woman was just a temporary disguise. So you'd better give me a reasonable explanation why you stopped me when I was about to act. She asked coldly, deliberately stepping closer to Oliver, staring directly at him, close enough to feel each other's breath. Oliver stepped back slightly, seemingly to turn around and fetch something, but in fact subtly pulling back to keep distance. On that flawless face was a meticulously crafted smile, while a trace of vigilance flickered in his eyes. If you had acted on the spot, it would have drawn more attention to Trish over there. He said with a voice as calm as water. Moreover, have you ever wondered why the daughter of the hunter, with such an unremarkable background, could train an ordinary leopard girl to such a degree in a short time? Cynthia snorted without answering, instead circling around to Oliver's side, intentionally brushing her body lightly against his. Oliver, you are always so rational. I'm curious what could possibly crack your icy mask. Her fingers grazed Oliver's hand, a predatory gleam in her eyes. Oliver's back tensed slightly, a fleeting look of disgust crossing his eyes before being forcibly suppressed. He deftly evaded the touch under the guise of adjusting his sleeve, while maintaining a polite smile. "My mask, you misunderstand, this is merely basic calm thinking." He nonchalantly moved towards a cabinet on the other side of the room, increasing the distance between them. "Emotions are a luxury in the Black Mist jungle, especially for people of our standing." Cynthia narrowed her eyes, watching Oliver's subtle, evasive actions with amusement. "You're afraid of me, Oliver." "Afraid?" Oliver chuckled lightly, a chill flashing in his eyes. "It's more like caution. I am well aware of your special talent. If I were truly to be drawn into such a relationship, I might end up as just one of your many puppets." Cynthia did not get angry, instead showing a satisfied smile. "You know quite a lot. Even among the advanced apprentices, there are few who can see through the essence of my ability. So why not discuss some serious matters?" Oliver calmly shifted the topic, bent down, and opened a cabinet. "Rest assured, I never break promises." He held up a crystal bottle, containing a light purple liquid that flickered enticingly in the light. "Joyful liquid, the latest formula." Oliver's voice remained steady, unwavering. "The effect is 30% stronger than last time, and the side effects are reduced by 50%. Cynthia's pupils slightly dilated, her body unconsciously leaning forward, but soon she regained her haughty and aloof posture. "It seems our collaboration will remain very pleasant." Oliver handed her the crystal bottle and then clapped his hands. A secret door in the laboratory slowly opened, and a burly figure walked in. It was a hulking figure over 2 meters tall, sewn together with countless scars on its sickly dark green skin. The most notable aspect was its grotesquely deformed body, adorned with several clearly grafted organs, each exuding unnatural energy fluctuations. "A specially modified experiment subject for you. Its body has undergone countless surgical transformations, each organ treated specially to provide unimaginable sensations of joy." Oliver introduced it calmly, as if discussing an ordinary artifact. "Of course, remember to use the joyful liquid before use, the effect will be better." Cynthia slowly stood up, circled around the stitched figure with interest, examining the extra organs closely, with a smile that was hard to describe. "Not bad, but don't think this will satisfy me." She suddenly turned around, a glint of danger in her eyes. "Our transaction involves more than just these." Oliver nodded, moved to one side of the room, and pulled open another hidden door, revealing a well-arranged potion rack, filled with all kinds of vials and jars, each emitting subtle energy fluctuations. "Everything is here: forbidden potions, sensory stimulants, and also the item you've always wanted." He spoke softly, pointing to a black box at the bottom of the rack. Cynthia's eyes lit up. She quickly walked over, cautiously opened the box. Inside lay a black crystal, its surface seeming to crawl with countless tiny worms. "Sin domain black crystal," she whispered to herself, eyes full of greed. "You actually managed to get it." "I never break my promises to you." Oliver's voice remained gentle. "Of course, the premise is that you can continue to provide those materials." Cynthia showed a satisfied smile. "Don't worry, this year's supply will be more than before, and of better quality. Those ignorant and young servants always manage to provide the purest resentment crystals in this world." After looking through it, she carefully put it back, as it was not yet time for its official unsealing. The two exchanged a smile. A chilling tacit understanding pervaded the air. Oliver walked towards the window, gazing at the distant apprentice dormitory district. "By the way, you should behave yourself for a while, and especially avoid provoking Ron, and that 13th prince the Farouk royal family promised to send you." "Ron?" Cynthia frowned. "Are you talking about the new assistant hired by Lady Allen?" "Not just that." Oliver turned around, his expression turning serious. "I've heard from intelligence channels that he has applied for the Alchemist certification exam." Cynthia was taken aback at first, then burst into a sharp laugh. "Alchemist certification? He has been working under Lady Allen for barely 3 months, if you count all the days, right? Even if he had some foundation before, it's impossible to reach that level. Don't underestimate anyone." Oliver shook his head. "I'm particularly interested in him. Whether he passes the exam or not, acting against him now will attract special attention from the school. After all, Lady Allen's support for him has far exceeded the norm." Cynthia squinted her eyes, pondering. "So, are you asking me to hold off for now?" "Of course, that's the wise choice," Oliver nodded. After he fails the Alchemist certification, he'll naturally be assigned to field tasks next month. By then, we'll have plenty of opportunities. This time, I'll give you credit for being reasonable. Cynthia retracted the scorn from her face and turned her gaze to the orc, who had been hypnotized into a sleepy stupor. A hint of pathological anticipation flashed in her eyes. So, do you mind if I try out this new toy right now? Please feel free to use it. Oliver gave a slight bow. My laboratory is well soundproofed. No one will disturb your interest. With that, he walked toward the door, but as he touched the doorknob, Cynthia suddenly spoke up. Oliver, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Her voice was low and dangerous. You want to know my secrets, yet you always fear being influenced by me. Be careful not to play with fire. Oliver paused but didn't turn around. Everyone is playing with fire, Cynthia. The difference is some people get burned while others become the fire itself. As the door closed behind him, the perfect smile on Oliver's face gradually faded. A flicker of disgust appeared in his eyes, as if discomforted by something filthy. Cynthia, you're underestimating Ron, he murmured to himself. Pleasure, emotion manipulation, these are just trivial tricks in the face of a true talent. Oliver gazed at the scattered lights in the black mist jungle's night, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to memories from a few years ago. Back then, he was just a candidate apprentice with a 6th-class star talent, not much different from Ron's initial talent on arrival. It was his first year in the Black Mist jungle when Holt, who arrived at the same time, came with an outstanding 4th-class star spiritual talent, garnering attention from all sides. And he could only hide in the corner, silently watching that star-like dazzling figure. Another success, Holt Apprentice has fully mastered the basic meditation technique in just 3 months, advancing to an elementary apprentice. Barely managing to afford paid courses with magic stone fragments, now all he remembered were the praises echoing in the classroom. Such understanding and controllability is rare even among 4th-class star talents. Now, please share your specific meditation experience with everyone. In the back row of the classroom, Oliver clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. His eyes were fixed on Holt's figure, basking in appreciation, filled with endless jealousy and longing. Why can't it be me? He cried out countless times in his heart. Why is fate so unjust? Until the night that changed everything, he accidentally discovered a fragmentary ancient book mentioning an ancient magic concept called the brain extraction technique. Every being's talent and intelligence are hidden within specific regions of the brain. The words within were like the devil's whisper. With the right method, one could extract them for personal use. This discovery kept Oliver awake through the night. He began secretly researching this forbidden craft, starting with experiments on small animals, later collecting from failed slaves. Every step came with enormous risks and pain, but also brought astounding rewards, and it was in this process that he awakened his talents in curse magic and biological transformation. The first complete extraction success occurred in the latter half of his first year at the Black Mist jungle. He secretly captured a child from an alien race village who possessed a rare natural affinity. The process was extremely bloody, but the result was thrilling. His spiritual power actually increased, and his perception ability toward natural elements also grew. This success radically altered his path. In the following years, he gradually perfected this craft, continuously collecting abilities from various special talents. Each collection advanced his power further, while his mind grew increasingly twisted. 3 years ago, when he successfully advanced to advanced apprentice, his once indifferent master finally looked at him seriously. Sometimes I really doubt if you're the untalented boy you once were. The master marveled, your rate of progress is simply remarkable. Oliver merely smiled slightly. Everyone has their path, master. I just found the one that suits me best. Today, he stands out among the candidate wizards, only a step away from achieving official wizard status. All of it built upon the pain and death of countless collections. Ron, Oliver murmured softly, a glimmer of enigmatic light in his eyes. I will uncover the secrets you hold. The black mist outside the window thickened, as if responding to the darkness deep within his heart. Oliver knew he had ventured too far to return. But he didn't care, for at the end of this path lay the power and status he had longed for. As for the brains he collected, they were merely stepping stones toward the pinnacle. The day after submitting the application, Ron fully immersed himself in preparing for the Alchemist certification exam. He covered the desk in his dormitory with various notes and materials, organizing all possible magic potion formulas for the exam into a special notebook, densely filled with his notes and improvement plans. According to Lady Allen's hints, the exam usually randomly selects 3 out of these 10 magic potions. Ron murmured to himself, flipping through his notes. Stimulant potion, healing potion, awakening potion, magic recovery potion, star dust liquid. Each one needs to be at a level where I can configure it with my eyes closed. He picked up the silver pocket watch and focused his consciousness into it. The black gem on the watch immediately emitted a faint glow, absorbing his fatigue. Negative state successfully reset, mild fatigue energy 1. After the fatigue faded, Ron quickly continued his work, using small refining tools to practice the most difficult parts of the magic potion formulas. Upon completing a practice, he would examine the product, note any issues, then use the watch to reset his state and begin a new round of practice. That near-frenzied pace of practice continued for 3 days, until a gentle knock interrupted his focus on the 4th morning. "Ron, it's me." A familiar voice came from outside the door. Ron opened the door and saw Andre standing there, a rare look of worry on his face. "Good morning, Andre. What's the urgent matter this time?" "It's the latest news from my investigation." Andre looked around, lowering his voice. "Cynthia has suddenly become unusually quiet recently, which is very atypical. From what I know, she's always been someone who repays grievances with animosity." Ron let Andre into the house and closed the door. "Are you worried she's plotting something in the shadows?" "It's highly possible." Andre nodded. "What worries me more is that, reportedly, she's been getting very close to Oliver lately." "Oliver?" Ron's brows furrowed even tighter. "Marcus's brother who's skilled in curse magic." "That's right." Andre took out a slip of paper from his pocket. "This is the news my informant sent last night. Cynthia went to Oliver's laboratory and hasn't returned all night." Ron took the note, quickly skimmed it, and his expression grew grim. "This indeed isn't good news, but for now, all we can do is speed up our own progress." Andre nodded. "Of course, I understand. I've also been stepping up my preparations for the Bloodline Awakening ceremony recently. By the way, how are your exam preparations going?" "They're going quite smoothly." Ron pointed to the notes and formulas spread out on the table. "Lady Allen gave me some crucial advice, and I've been able to proficiently prepare most of the magic potions that might appear in the assessment." Just as they were speaking, there was another knock on the door. "Who is it?" Ron asked cautiously. "It's me, Norris." The voice outside was slightly hurried. "Captain Holt sent me to deliver a letter to you." Ron and Andre exchanged a glance, then cautiously opened the door. Norris stood at the door, holding a tightly sealed letter in his hands. "The captain asked me to personally hand this to you, saying it's about your Alchemist certification assessment." Ron took the letter, thanked him, closed the door, and quickly tore open the envelope. "From Lord Holt." Andre curiously leaned over. Ron nodded, quickly reading the contents of the letter, his brows first furrowing, then slowly relaxing. "Holt tells me he got word that my examiner is likely to be Master Magnus, who's adept at discerning the purity and stability of magic potions." "That's good news." Andre patted Ron's shoulder excitedly. "Master Magnus is known for his fairness and won't be influenced by external factors." Ron nodded, internally noting Holt's help once again. "Yes, that means as long as I ensure the quality of the magic potions is excellent, I won't have to worry about other interference factors. Then I should be on my way, so I won't disturb you from your exam preparations." Andre stood up, adding before leaving, "Oh, by the way, if you need any auxiliary materials, feel free to ask. I have some favors saved up with Otto the dwarf that I haven't used yet, and can exchange for some stockpile herbs at a low cost." After seeing Andre off, Ron carefully put away the letter and took out a materials list, preparing to seek Lady Allen to address some pressing questions. When he pushed open the door of the herb store, the wind chime made a clear sound, but he did not see the hunched figure of Lady Allen. The shop was dimmer than usual, with an air filled with a slightly familiar rich aroma, somewhat like night-blooming jasmine, but with a sweeter scent. "You're just in time, young Ron." A voice which was a bit unusual from the norm and came from within, carried Lady Allen's characteristic hoarseness, but with added lightness in tone. Following the voice, Ron saw once again the enchanting witch dressed in a silk nightgown, standing behind the counter arranging herbs. Her cascading pink-purple long hair shimmered with a dreamy radiance in the light, her skin as white as jade, and her large, bright eyes sparkled like gems. "Madam, is it that time of the month again?" Ron couldn't help but blurt out, even though he already knew that during the period of Lady Allen's strongest magic power fluctuation each month, she would regain her youthful appearance, yet witnessing this contrast firsthand still left him slightly amazed. The pink-haired witch chuckled softly in that slightly acerbic aged laugh unique to Lady Allen. "Why, do you have to be surprised every time you see me like this?" She took a small flower from her hair, casually tucking it behind her ear, and this unconscious gesture made the young man take another look unintentionally. "All right, let's get to business. Coming to me at this time must mean you're here about the exam." "Yes, madam." Ron snapped out of it, placing the material list on the counter. "I want to ask about some issues concerning the stability of awakening potion." Lady Allen put down her work, moved a bit closer, and carefully examined Ron's eyes. At this distance, though he was stung painfully by the radiation she unintentionally emitted, he could smell an exotic scent that was both floral and not. "You haven't had much sleep for several days, have you?" She slightly frowned, imperceptibly drawing back the intense radiation field she was unconsciously emitting. "Though you seem pretty energetic, that deep-seated weariness can't fool anyone." Ron was slightly taken aback, then smiled wryly. "You've seen through me. I haven't really rested while practicing various formulas these past few days." Lady Allen was silent for a moment, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. After a few seconds of thought, she turned and walked into the inner room. "Follow me." Ron followed her into a delicately furnished small room, equipped with a tea table and several lounge chairs. Lady Allen gestured for him to sit down, then adeptly opened an intricately carved wooden box, from which she took a small crystal vial. "Drink it, it will make your mind clearer." She handed the vial to Ron through the air, with long eyelashes casting a shadow on her exquisite face. "But remember, this is not a long-term solution. Overexerting your spiritual power always comes with a price." Ron gratefully accepted the vial. "Thank you, madam." After verifying it, he carefully sipped a bit, immediately feeling a cool energy travel from his throat to his brain, dispelling the fatigue instantly and sharpening his thoughts. "A composite potion of moonlight extract and soul spirit flower, a formula I improved myself." The witch twirled a lock of her pink-purple long hair at her fingertips. "All right, tell me your question." Regarding the stability of awakening potion, Ron found the relevant page in his notes. "I've noticed that when star dust pollen is added, if the temperature is slightly high, it causes the potion to deteriorate. Is there any way to improve its heat resistance?" Lady Allen nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. "Good question. The traditional formula does indeed have this flaw. However, if you premix 3 drops of moon dew into the star dust pollen, it significantly improves its stability." Moon dew? Ron was thoughtful, quickly jotting down this crucial hint in his notes. "One more thing," Lady Allen continued, leaning forward, her elegant collarbone subtly revealed. "Magnus is likely to prefer magic potions with uniform coloring. You might want to consider the traits of silver tree root." Ron looked up in surprise. "You also know Master Magnus will be my examiner." Lady Allen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "There are no real secrets in the Black Mist jungle, child, especially not for those astute elders." She stood, gracefully walking to a nearby medicine cabinet, her slender fingers deftly moving among the drawers. "These are what I've prepared for you." The pink-haired witch placed several meticulously selected materials on the tea table. "Each is of top quality, enough for you to practice with until the assessment." Ron accepted the materials, feeling both moved and a bit guilty. "This is too generous, madam." "No need to be so polite." Lady Allen waved her hand, revealing a gentle smile. "You're the most talented student I've ever seen, and I have high hopes for you. Besides—" She paused, the emerald gleam in her eyes showing a satisfaction Ron had never seen before. "You may not have noticed, but your growth has started to give back some favors to me recently." "A boon?" Ron was stirred, recalling her previous explanation. When a student makes progress under a mentor's guidance, the pure energy generated from this growth would feed back to the mentor, purifying accumulated spiritual contamination in the form of a boon. "My condition has indeed improved quite a bit compared to previous years. Lady Allen tapped her smooth cheek lightly with her fingertip. Although I still can't maintain this peak state for long periods, both the recovery frequency and duration have improved, which is why I could meet you today in this state. She shot Ron a meaningful glance. So don't worry about the scattered magic potion materials making me spend much. Every step forward you make is the best reward for me. Ron bowed deeply, a warm current surging in his heart. I won't let you down. Of course, I believe you won't. Lady Allen took a few steps closer, those emerald green eyes staring into Ron's, her gaze deepening. As for those who are eyeing you, you needn't worry too much about them. Her voice lowered, yet carried more strength. Whether it's Cynthia or that Oliver, who seems to be wearing a smiling mask, they wouldn't dare to easily reach for you now. Seeing Ron's surprised expression, Lady Allen chuckled lightly. There are many eyes and ears in the black mist jungle. Such small stirrings are hard to escape my detection. She reached out and patted Ron's shoulder gently. Focus on preparing for your assessments. No matter what unexpected situations arise, trust in your judgment and skills. As she spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in the witch's emerald eyes. Before breaking through to official, no, entering the candidate wizard sequence, you only need to focus on improving yourself. I, Old Allen, will naturally shield you from other matters. The power contained in these words sent a tremor through Ron's heart. Although usually strict, the aging herb store manager, at this moment, exuded a presence that made Ron once again realize the powerful magic fluctuations that belonged to an official wizard when she was in her rejuvenated state. Thank you, madam. Ron nodded solemnly, feeling much of the urgency in his heart ease. All right, quickly take these materials back and practice well. Lady Allen smiled slightly, her young and beautiful face appearing even more enchanting under the light. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me anytime. When the young apprentice bowed slightly and left, he did not witness the scene unfolding after exiting the magic pharmacy. The glamorous pink-haired witch slowly exhaled, forcefully clutching the wound on her waist and abdomen, a look of extreme pain showing on her face. Back in his dormitory, Ron began attempting to improve the formula following Lady Allen's suggestions. The awakening potion with added moon dew indeed greatly enhanced its stability, maintaining effectiveness even at high temperatures. As the practice deepened, his understanding of magic potion configuration reached a new height. He found he could not only follow procedures to make magic potions, but also adjust formulas in real time according to subtle differences in environment and materials to ensure the best effect. Every time he finished a day's practice, he would use the Time Guardian pocket watch to reset his physical state and continue learning in peak form the next morning. As the date of the Alchemist certification examination approached, Ron practiced various magic potion formulas taught by Lady Allen repeatedly every day. He felt his skills improving steadily, growing more confident about the examination. However, shutting himself in and focusing solely on magic potion making for so long made him feel somewhat drained and listless. Ron flipped through his plan book and decided to find something else to do during his repetitive review, just to clear his mind. He had already made up his mind. With the next quarter approaching, it was just the right time to enroll in those fee-based courses at the school. Enrolling in fee-based courses was not only for enhancing his own strength, but also for expanding the breadth of his extraordinary knowledge as quickly as possible. In the morning, he organized his notes and reviewed the usage method of the silver wing separator before stepping out of the dormitory. The weather in the black mist jungle was as gloomy as ever, with a rare ray of sunshine piercing through the thick clouds, forming a golden beam over the forest. Ron saw this as a good omen, heading to the public teaching area of the school in a light-hearted mood. The gray tower where the teaching area was located formed a stark contrast with the surrounding low buildings. Notice hung at the entrance of the teaching area, with the names, times, and prices of various courses written in ancient wizard language. Ron did not rush in, instead carefully studying each item on the notice. Recalling Trish's suggestion, he finally decided to enroll in the Magic Circuit Optimization and Spiritual Stability Techniques basic courses. Though these were just introductory foundation courses, they were the cornerstone for all advanced magic research. Countless powerful wizards started with such courses. These 2 courses require a total of 50 magic stone fragments. He touched the pouch at his waist, which held the magic stone fragments he had painstakingly saved up. The price is a bit steep, but I hope the gains are worth the cost. Entering the teaching area lobby, a middle-aged man in a deep gray robe was sitting at the registration desk, expressionlessly organizing the documents on the table. Seeing Ron approach, he looked up, scanning him quickly like a scanner. "What do you need, apprentice?" His voice was flat and monotone, as if he had grown weary of all questions over the years. "I'd like to enroll in the Magic Circuit Optimization and Spiritual Stability Techniques courses," Ron replied politely. The intermediate apprentice took out a hefty register and began to flip through it. Name. His finger paused on a page, his brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed again. Ron Ralph, Origin, Farak Kingdom Elementary Apprentice. He mumbled to himself, then suddenly looked up, a rare hint of interest in his eyes. "You've been listed on the annual observation list and marked as having intermediate potential." The officer's expression showed slight surprise. This is rare among elementary apprentices. Ron's heart moved. Suspecting it might be related to Lady Allen's recommendation, I'm not quite sure what that means. It means you can enjoy a discount on basic courses. The officer lowered his head again. Opening another booklet, the two courses originally required 50 magic stone fragments. For you, it's only 40. Ron smiled slightly. Getting a discount was undoubtedly a good thing. He took out his pouch from his waist and counted out 40 magic stone fragments. Placing them on the table, the translucent fragments glimmered faintly under the light. "Fortunately, new sessions for both courses are starting this afternoon." The male apprentice put away the fragments and handed a note to Ron. "Magic Circuit Optimization is in the 7th classroom on the east side of the 3rd floor, at 1 in the afternoon. Spiritual Stability Techniques is in the 3rd classroom on the north side of the 5th floor, at 3 in the afternoon. Don't be late." "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you," the attendant added. "As a new elementary apprentice, you have the privilege to choose any basic course for free. However, this opportunity is available only once, so I suggest you choose wisely." Ron's eyes lit up. This was an unexpected gain. He immediately decided to save this free spot for a more expensive course in the future. He took the note, thanked the person, and was about to leave. "Wait a moment, Apprentice Ron." The attendant hesitated slightly and reminded. "Since you are on the observation list, the school will pay more attention to you, hoping you will perform well." Ron nodded, contemplating it deeply. This attention was both an opportunity and a source of more pressure and scrutiny. Leaving the teaching area, he decided to go to the canteen first to eat something and prepare for the afternoon lessons. Just as he sat down with his tray, Ron noticed a few young people, in elementary apprentice gray robes, having a quiet conversation not far away. Judging from their tired expressions and the stains on their robes, they seemed to have just returned from some sort of fieldwork task. One of the tall, skinny ones noticed Ron. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly waved. "Hey, Ralph, long time no see." Ron recognized him as Carl, a candidate apprentice from a merchant family who luckily passed the final elimination period alongside him at the time of enrollment. "Carl, long time no see. Did you just come back from a mission?" "Yeah, collecting magic crystal flowers in the Edge Forest for 3 whole days." Carl rubbed his eyes wearily, but there was a touch of pride in his voice. The reward was fine, 15 magic stone fragments. The short, stout apprentice next to him interjected. That was all because Carl knew the gentle wind technique, which drove away those poisonous insects. Without him, we might not have made it back alive. Carl waved his hand and turned his gaze to Ron. "Let's not talk about that. I heard you're apprenticing under Lady Allen. You really hit the jackpot working there." "Pretty fortunate indeed," Ron said modestly. "Lady Allen has deep insight into magic potion making, and I've learned a lot from her." "Truly envious of you," Carl said with a wry smile. "We have no special talents, just slogging through in the towers. You know, for us average gifted elementary apprentices, it takes at least 8 to 10 years to advance to middle apprentice." Another short, stout apprentice joined in. "By the way, I heard Lady Allen doesn't take apprentices easily," he said with a slight hint of jealousy. "She's very picky about assistants, having changed over a dozen, none satisfactory to her." Carl gave his companion a hard elbow and turned to Ron. "Ignore him, he's just envious. Honestly, Ron, now that you have such a stable job, You don't need to take those dangerous commissions. We elementary apprentices without a strong foundation can barely make a living. Ron noticed the envy in Carl's eyes. In the Black Mist jungle, where the gap between classes is extremely vast, life as an elementary apprentice is indeed arduous. Though they pass the candidate period elimination, they are still at the bottom of the school, with hardly any hope of advancement. What do you plan to do next? Ron asked. Carl's face darkened, taking the next collection task, going to the Screaming Swamp to collect a plant called Crying Vine. The pay is decent, 30 magic stone fragments, but that place is too dangerous. The short, stout apprentice continued, his voice full of fear. Last month, 5 elementary apprentices went there on a similar task. Only one returned, missing an arm. But we have no choice, Carl sighed. You know, Ron, we elementary apprentices aren't considered part of the internal members of the school. Only upon advancing to middle apprentice are we formally recognized by the school. Then we can qualify for duties and have stable magic stone income. That's true, Ron nodded, recalling the situation Andre once mentioned. It's said that in the mortal realm, they can even be received with honor by the king and appointed as real nobility. Middle apprentices not only have increased spiritual power and magic power, but also see their magic's power multiply several times. Exactly. Carl's eyes flickered with desire, his voice low and urgent, his body involuntarily leaning forward. My father once witnessed a middle apprentice casting a spell, turning a dozen soldiers into ash in moments. He gestured explosions, his face reflecting imagined flames. Even a so-called 1,000 men foe official knight on the battlefield can barely match a middle apprentice. The short, stout apprentice sighed deeply, shoulders slumped, eyes blankly staring at the table patterns. The school hardly values us elementary apprentices. To them, we're almost worthless. He clenched his fist, then released it. So we can only live in those cramped intermediate towers, the days worse than during the candidate period. Carl smiled bitterly and shook his head. Actually, we're already quite fortunate. He waved his fists in an exaggerated gesture. Outside, countless wandering apprentices and extraordinary alien races are desperately trying to get in. Black Mist School is the top extraordinary gathering place in this region. His gaze shifted to a middle apprentice with a sapphire badge on his chest in the distance. The person was chatting and laughing with several companions, with a temperament completely different from the numbness and fatigue of these elementary apprentices. I don't plan to linger here too long. Carl suddenly lowered his voice. If there's no hope of advancement in 2 more years, I plan to leave Black Mist Jungle and try my luck elsewhere. Ron looked at him in surprise. Leave to where? I heard that the Jade Tower in the far east of Black Mist Jungle has recently started expanding, recruiting apprentices. Carl's eyes showed a trace of resolution. Although its reputation in the wizard world is far beneath Black Mist School, with only 2 or 3 official wizards, it's said that the advancement system there isn't as harsh. But leaving Black Mist Jungle is dangerous, Ron reminded. Staying is equally dangerous. Carl smiled wryly. At least leaving offers a glimmer of hope rather than slowly rotting here. Listening to their conversation, Ron felt a wave of sighs in his heart. If not for the existence of his golden finger, he might also be like these apprentices now. Struggling bitterly at the bottom of the school with no hope. Even passing the candidate period would have been difficult, making his situation even worse. I have to go, I have class in the afternoon. He bid the 2 apprentices farewell. I wish you success in your commission. Thanks, keep in touch. Honestly, Ron, we're all envious of your stable work under Lady Allen. It's an opportunity most elementary apprentices can't even dream of achieving in a lifetime. In the afternoon, Ron appeared punctually at the door of the 7th classroom on the 3rd floor on the east side. When he pushed the door open, he found that over a dozen apprentices were already seated inside. Most were wearing the gray robes of elementary apprentices, while a few donned the dark blue uniforms of intermediate apprentices. He chose a seat towards the back, glanced around, and noticed that the expressions of the apprentices varied. Some looked nervous, some expectant, and others appeared indifferent. A few people in the front row were whispering, discussing the difficulty of this course and the passing rate from previous terms. I heard this course's assessment is quite strict, with only 30% of students passing each term, said a long-haired apprentice in a lowered voice. That's already considered high. The person next to him responded, I didn't pass the spiritual stability techniques last term, so I had to re-enroll, which cost me another 25 pieces of magic stone fragments. At that moment, the front door of the classroom swung open, and all conversations abruptly ceased. To Ron's surprise, it wasn't the official wizard who entered but a young man who looked just over 20, dressed in a deep gray robe, edged with purple typically worn by advanced apprentices. The young man walked to the front of the lectern and surveyed the room. I am Eric, Master Victor's assistant, and I will be teaching this term's magic circuit optimization course. Ron frowned slightly, not expecting a paid course to be taught by an advanced apprentice. Yet he quickly noticed that the surrounding apprentices showed no signs of surprise, as if this was a completely normal occurrence. Eric seemed to sense his confusion, and a barely perceptible smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps some new students aren't familiar with our course system, but as an advanced apprentice, my skills are more than sufficient to teach most of you who aren't even intermediate apprentices. His tone carried a condescending hint, which made Ron somewhat uncomfortable. But seeing the other apprentices accepted apathetically, this kind of arrogance seemed to be all too common. Our course is divided into 3 terms, each lasting a month, Eric continued to explain. At the end of each term, there will be an assessment. Only those who pass can proceed to the next term. Only students who complete all 3 terms have the eligibility to participate in the advanced class taught personally by Master Victor. Of course, you can also pay separately in magic stone fragments to request individual guidance from the master. Ron quietly noted down this information. Previously, he thought that his tuition fees would directly earn him guidance from an official wizard, but it turned out that it merely provided the opportunity to approach a formal wizard. It's worth mentioning that we conduct weekly tests, and those who perform exceptionally can jump directly to the next term, saving a lot of time. Eric's tone suddenly grew a bit more enthusiastic. Furthermore, each day's course will start with 30 minutes of basic content, followed by 30 minutes of advanced content. Outstanding students may even gain the privilege of post-class questioning. These words stirred something within Ron. It seemed that the school's course design placed a strong emphasis on talent. Outstanding students could accelerate their learning and receive more guidance, while those who were mediocre could only repeatedly pay tuition fees and stagnate in basic courses. Enough talk, let's start today's lesson now. Eric slightly raised his hands, and the glow of the magic crystal lamps on the walls dimmed, leaving only the light above the lectern to cast his silhouette on the wall behind him, forming an enlarged shadow. Magic circuits are the foundation of a wizard's casting, similar to how blood vessels are to the human body. He began explaining. Everyone is born with a set of magic circuits, but most are in a closed or semi-closed state. The basic meditation technique can open these circuits, but optimizing their flow efficiency is what we will learn today. As he explained, Eric drew a 3-dimensional silhouette of a human figure in the air, with blue energy lines flowing inside, forming a complex network. This is a standard diagram of a magic circuit. Notice these nodes. His finger pointed to several junctions of energy lines. These are the key hubs of magic flow and the most likely points for blockages. Ron focused on taking notes, realizing that although the content Eric taught was basic, it was exceptionally clear and much more effective than his own explorations. Halfway through the course, as promised, Eric began teaching advanced content. He first demonstrated a special breathing technique, said to effectively promote the circulation of magic within the body, and invited a few students on stage to try it. Now I need a volunteer. Eric's gaze swept across the classroom, finally landing on Ron. You in the last row with the gray robe, come up and give it a try. Ron was a bit surprised, but still stood and walked towards the lectern. Try using the method I just taught. Eric instructed, raising an eyebrow at the unfamiliar face but still guiding. Focus on sensing the flow of magic in your body. If you can't, step down and I'll choose someone else. Ron closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing as instructed. With his spiritual power already at an intermediate apprentice level and various professional bonuses, he quickly sensed the flow of magic within him streams, coursing through meridians, branching, diverging, and rejoining. He noticed that the magic flow indeed slowed at certain nodes, which should be the so-called blockage points. Following Eric's guidance, he tried to concentrate on a clear blockage, imagining the magic as water breaking through barriers. After several seconds, he felt that the blockage loosened, and the magic flow became smoother. Magic construction beginner, experience points +1. Very good. Eric's voice interrupted his meditation, and Ron opened his eyes to see a hint of surprise flash in Eric's eyes. For a first attempt, your response and proficiency are quite outstanding. Returning to his seat, Ron noticed changes in the gazes from surrounding apprentices: surprise, envy, and some undisguised jealousy. In the remaining course, Eric introduced a few simple techniques for magic circuit optimization, and Ron recorded them all in his notebook. By the end of the class, he found that his magic construction skill had already increased by several experience points, much more efficiently than his solo practice. The paid course is certainly worth the investment, Ron silently concluded. I must seize this opportunity to accelerate my progress. Getting ready to head to the next class, Ron noticed Eric standing by the door, signaling him to wait a moment. Apprentice Ralph, is it? The advanced apprentice's tone was much friendlier than during the lecture. Your performance in class was impressive, particularly your perception of magic flow, which far exceeds that of typical elementary apprentices. Thank you for your guidance, Master Eric, Ron humbly responded. I'm just particularly interested in magic circuit optimization. Eric nodded. If you maintain this level of performance, I will consider including you in next week's special test. If you pass, you can skip the first term and move directly to the second. Ron nodded quickly, exactly what he hoped for. I will work hard, sir. By the way, Eric seemed to recall something. I once taught an apprentice named Trish, also from the Farrukh Kingdom. Her progress was remarkable, mastering all the course content in just half a term and directly gaining the master's recognition. Trish, Ron pondered briefly. Oh, I've heard of her. She's said to be a disciple of the wizard Corina now. Indeed, a hint of reminiscence flashed through Eric's eyes. She's probably one of the most talented students I've ever taught, even more outstanding than Holt. He paused for a moment and added, Holt was also a genius. He completed all of Master Victor's design tests within his first 2 years here. However, his accomplishments still do not surpass Trish's. Upon learning that both Trish and Holt, whom he was somewhat familiar with, were his senior apprentices and displayed extraordinary talent, Ron felt a peculiar pressure arising within him. Saying goodbye to Eric, Ron headed to the third classroom on the north side of the 5th floor. As he left the classroom, he noticed several apprentices looking weary. Did Carl take a commission to the Edge Forest again? One of the female apprentices conversed. If he didn't take any tasks, he'd have to sleep on the street with others, responded another after letting out a sigh. Yet I was going to concentrate on preparing for next week's task, she muttered to herself, her voice a mixture of envy and sighs. Ron walked past them, and they abruptly ended their conversation, casting him a complex glance before turning away to immerse themselves in their struggle for survival. Arriving at the next class, this time, he arrived early and chose a position at the front. Before he could settle into his seat, he heard the whispers of a few apprentices in the back row. Look, it's him, the one who stood out in Master Eric's class just now. Short-haired female apprentice deliberately raised her voice and looked provocatively at Mira. HMPH, another so-called genius. Another voice with habitual disdain said, Mira, it seems you have yet another competitor, one coming to take your place this time. Mira's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her calm. Everyone has their own path. Yes, just like your path has been circling in place all this time, the short-haired female apprentice mocked. Didn't you say the same thing when Trish came? Now look at her, then look at you. Shut up, Mira retorted angrily. Weren't you also left behind several streets by Trish? Look at what you have done with your upper category 5th class star talent. Don't think I don't know the price you paid for getting a semi-finished zero-ring magic model. At this moment, the classroom's front door opened, and a middle-aged female advanced apprentice walked in. She wore a dark gray robe with purple edges, expressionless, giving off an impression of sternness. I am Leia, and today I will be teaching spiritual stability techniques. Her voice was calm and powerful. The content of this course is more crucial than magic circuit optimization, because the stability of spiritual power directly affects the complexity of the magic you can master in the future. The short-haired female apprentice's face darkened, but since the advanced apprentice had already arrived, she dared not make any more noise. Ron found it somewhat amusing that even in a place like this, apprentices still had their typical adolescent small circle conflicts. What he found even more ironic was that, despite being in such peril, these people continued to engage in internal friction rather than banding together for warmth. In class, Ron listened intently to the lecture. The course content was indeed more important, as Leia had mentioned compared to the previous ones. She explained in detail the principles of spiritual power fluctuation, common factors of instability, and how to stabilize spiritual fields through specific techniques. Like Eric, Leia also arranged for apprentices to practice on stage. When she was about to call someone up at random, Ron stepped forward to volunteer without hesitation. Following the instructions, he tried to construct a simple spiritual barrier to resist external interference. This exercise was not easy for ordinary elementary apprentices, but for Ron, who already mastered parts of the Star Eater's ravings, it was effortless. Spiritual interference, beginner, experience points +1. Well done, Apprentice Ralph. Leia's evaluation was more direct than Eric's. You seem to have mastered some advanced meditation technique. Ron's heart tightened. He hadn't expected his performance to be so apparent. He quickly adjusted his emotions. Just some basic exercises, Lady Leia. Leia seemed not to pursue further, merely nodded. Keep it up. You have the potential to directly enter the second phase of the course. After the course ended, Ron gained more than expected. Not only did he gain experience point increases for the spiritual interference skill, but he also learned several practical techniques for stabilizing spiritual power, which would greatly aid his future meditation and magic practices. As he was packing up his notes to leave, the previously thin female apprentice approached. Hello, my name is Mira. Your performance in class just now was genuinely outstanding. Thank you, I just have a bit of a foundation, Ron responded politely. I can see that. Complexity flashed in Mira's eyes. You remind me of Trish. When she was in class, she always managed to fulfill the master's requirements perfectly. Her tone contained both admiration and an almost undetectable bitterness. I entered the Black Mist jungle 3 phases before Trish, but now she's an intermediate apprentice, and I'm still repeatedly learning these basic courses. Ron didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only say, everyone has their own path, perhaps your strengths lie elsewhere. Thank you, but here, spiritual talent and comprehension are the real passports. 5th class star talent, no matter upper or lower tier, can only drift as peripheral staff in a school. Unless. A group of apprentices suddenly surrounded them, with deliberate friendliness on their faces. Mira glanced at the approaching group of apprentices and frowned slightly, then whispered to Ron, be careful of these people, they're no good. She then quickly left. Hey Ralph, a tall apprentice greeted warmly. I'm Aaron, I saw your performance in class just now, it was really outstanding. How did you do it? Aaron was secretly delighted. This new elementary apprentice seemed to be of much higher quality than the previous targets. Especially the kind of talent exhibited in the classroom, definitely able to extract more value from him. The few wandering intermediate apprentices outside had become increasingly picky about supply recently. It was necessary to find better prey. Last month's target was fairly easy to deal with, just an ordinary elementary apprentice, easily lured to the edge of the wilderness. The school's law enforcement team seemed completely unconcerned, further convincing Aaron that his actions were safe. Every month, apprentices mysteriously disappeared, who would care about a few more bodies. Ron responded to Aaron's question out of politeness. It's just some luck, plus I practice a lot usually. Too modest, Aaron enthusiastically patted Ron on the shoulder, with intentionally heavy force, a calculative glint in his eyes. For a genius like you, there must be some special cultivation method, right? Could you share a little? The other apprentices in the classroom noticed Aaron's group was targeting someone again. Many had fear in their eyes, but none warned him. A few even hastily packed up their belongings, fearing being dragged into this. A slender apprentice wearing glasses lowered his head, heading for the door, exchanging a glance with a companion. Another unlucky fool. Deserved to die, who let him lack the insight. The companion responded indifferently, without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Minding your own business is the way to live long. That was the first lesson I learned in the Black Mist jungle. Ron avoided the overly intimate touch with composure, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from this group. He knew something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Nothing special, just basic meditation techniques, the kind every apprentice knows. I heard you work as an assistant in Lady Allen's herb store. A thin apprentice next to Aaron interjected. That old lady is notoriously tricky. To be picked by her means your magic potion-making skills must be quite excellent, right? Just doing odd jobs. Hearing the slight towards Lady Allen in the other's words, Ron's tone began to carry some impatience. Organizing materials, cleaning tools, nothing a real student does. Aaron's smile did not fade, but his gaze grew colder. Why not join our collection task this week? We just need someone knowledgeable in magic potion making. The profit will be shared equally, absolutely fair. Sorry, I'm preparing for the Alchemist certification exam recently, can't spare much time. Ron politely declined. Alchemist certification. A trace of bewilderment flashed in Aaron's eyes, but he quickly regained his enthusiasm. Even better, this collection can give you some practical experience. Don't worry about time, the task can be done in half a day at most. Clearly, this person did not understand the value of an alchemist certification. The surrounding apprentices chimed in. They were all members of Aaron's small group. Each had already stained their hands with blood. Other apprentices in the classroom tried hard to maintain a seat, not here, not attitude. Another apprentice leaned closer. Heard the income at the herb store is decent. You must have saved quite a few magic stone fragments. You can invest more in equipment this time for a higher return. The surrounding apprentices gradually formed a semicircular enclosure around Ron. Seeing that Ron remained unmoved, Aaron reached out to forcibly grab him. Listen, kid, don't be ungrateful. Before finishing the sentence, a glint of cold light flashed in Ron's eyes. The heat of the crown breathing technique surged within. The almost mastery-level swordsmanship brought astonishing control power, shining at this moment. His right index finger trembled slightly, yet with astonishing force, precisely striking the junction of Aaron's chest and abdomen. It was a special force he had recently comprehended through hard swordsmanship training, perhaps a sign of his imminent breakthrough to mastery level. This special force transmitted through the fingertip at this moment, reaching several inches into Aaron's body. Aaron's action halted abruptly, his face instantly pale, frozen in place as if encased in ice. He felt a bizarre force explode from his chest and abdomen, shattering his breathing rhythm, burning his chest with heat, rendering him speechless. I said I don't have time. Ron calmly retracted his finger, sweeping his gaze over the surrounding people. Hope you all understand. At this moment, footsteps echoed from the hallway. The apprentices encircling Ron all turned their heads in unison. Leia was already standing at the door, holding a few sheets of paper, seemingly here to retrieve something. She glanced at the situation here, frowning slightly. Lady Leia, Aaron's accomplices instantly underwent a 180 turn in attitude, their voices filled with respect and fear. We were just chatting with a new classmate. Leia gave no reply, merely casting them a cold glance. Just that one glance made Aaron's accomplices feel as though they were on pins and needles, their previous arrogance gone. I just forgot something, came back to get it. Leia's gaze fell on a notebook on the podium, then she walked forward to pick it up. The skinny apprentice noticed Aaron maintaining a strange posture and quickly went up to support him. Aaron, what's wrong? Don't say anything unnecessary to Lady Leia. He grabbed Aaron's arm with force, only to find that Aaron's entire body was stiff and couldn't even speak. We'll leave first. The skinny apprentice and another companion quickly helped Aaron and left the classroom in a hurry. Ron watched their embarrassed retreat, a bit envious of the absolute status of an advanced apprentice. She didn't even need words or actions. Her mere presence was enough to scare off these cowardly bullies. Just after leaving the crowded area, Aaron suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his entire body as if struck by a heavy hammer, with his insides seemingly displaced. Aaron, the skinny apprentice's face changed drastically, and recalling Ron's casual gesture earlier, couldn't help but shiver. How could it? That guy is not. Aaron struggled to utter a few words, his face pale as paper. Don't touch him. The few exchanged glances, cold sweat streaming down their backs. If they really tricked this guy into the wilderness, it was uncertain who would be the prey then. Leia picked up the notebook, turned to leave, and suddenly seemed to remember something, looking at Ron. Apprentice Ralph, I've heard Holt mention you. Ron was a bit surprised. Lady Leia, do you also know Master Holt? He said you signed up for the Alchemist certification exam. Leia's tone carried a rare trace of concern. As someone who has been through it, I want to remind you, don't aim too high. Her expression turned serious. Magic potion making is one of the subjects most reliant on practical experience. Even with high talent, without sufficient accumulation, it's very difficult to pass the certification. I suggest you accumulate more experience for a few years before trying. Ron thought inwardly. The dissemination speed of information within the school is truly astounding. However, it might be that Holt learned of his registration information in advance through some internal connection. Thank you for the reminder, Lady Leia. Ron politely responded, I will seriously consider it. The school has special provisions for internal apprentices. Leia continued. If you change your mind, you can withdraw at any time before entering the exam room, and the registration fee will be fully refunded. Her tone was not coercive, more like a reminder. Holt seems to have great confidence in you, but personally, I think rushing often leads to failure. All right, I have to go. After saying this, she turned and left, her tall figure quickly disappearing down the hallway. The few apprentices left around showed strange expressions in their eyes. They had obviously overheard Ron registering for the Alchemist certification. In these apprentices' view, a professional alchemist is an unattainable existence, with overall value and status even surpassing many advanced apprentices. An elementary apprentice who just got promoted dared to challenge such a certification. It was simply daydreaming. However, it was unrelated to them. Everyone was busy. Who cared if he really went for some alchemist qualification certification? Leaving the classroom, Ron reflected on the knowledge and skills he learned today. The paid courses, though complex with harsh progression conditions, indeed accelerated the learning process and significantly helped improve strengths. Magic construction, introductory experience points +2. Spiritual interference, introductory experience points +2. Both skills showed obvious improvement, much more efficient than his own solitary practice. The closed self-study method, although safe, was far less efficient than systematic guidance. I must seize this opportunity to accelerate progress, Ron thought inwardly. I can't keep working behind closed doors. Moreover, I've heard that many one-on-one consultation opportunities with masters are only available to apprentices who have taken their advanced courses. For the sake of those paid consultation opportunities, he must complete all these courses. Leaving the teaching area, the night of black mist jungle already enveloped the surroundings. In the distance, a faint beastly howl could be heard, sending a chill down the spine. Ron quickened his pace, heading toward the dormitory area. On the day of the professional alchemist exam, as the first ray of dawn pierced through the canopy of black mist jungle, Ron had already gotten up and prepared. He repeatedly checked his tools, with the silver wing separator being particularly important, as it could extract the purest essence of herbs in the shortest time during refining. Lady Allen often said a phrase to herself, still echoing in her ears. Remember, the value of an alchemist lies not in how many recipes one knows, but in how to make every drop of potion exert its greatest effect. Everything is ready, it's time to set off. Ron tidied up his attire and the items to bring, took a deep breath and walked out of the dormitory. Strolling in the morning light of the black mist jungle, his mood was slightly tense but full of anticipation. The semi-annual alchemist certification examination was a rare opportunity for him. If he missed this time, he would have to wait another 6 months, and his planned schedule simply couldn't afford any delays. Arriving at the central hall, more than 20 people had already gathered in front of the steps, with hardly any familiar faces for Ron. Some of the people wore tattered robes, carrying the air of travel. Some were dressed finely yet looked exhausted, as if having come from a long journey. Some even wrapped themselves so tightly like mummies, vaguely revealing exotic limbs beneath their robes. The alchemist certification exam is indeed quite special. Ron thought to himself, even the wandering apprentices and aliens outside the black mist jungle are drawn here. Next, please hurry. On the duty desk, a middle-aged female apprentice, looking somewhat annoyed, loudly called out. When it was Ron's turn, he stepped forward and submitted the application form and a registration fee of 15 magic stone fragments. It was said that those outside the school had to pay double fees to participate in the alchemist certification. The duty officer, a female apprentice nearing 40, glanced at the form and immediately showed obvious surprise on her face. Ron Ralph just became an elementary apprentice. She raised her head, carefully examining Ron up and down, with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. "Young fellow, are you sure you want to participate in the Alchemist certification examination?" Ron nodded, his expression calm. "Yes, I am ready." The duty officer snorted softly, casually placing his application form aside. "Young man, do you know how low the pass rate for this exam is? Even those old apprentices who have studied alchemy for decades mostly barely pass." She lowered her voice, with a tone almost of pity, intending to hand back the bag of magic stone fragments directly. "I'll give you a suggestion, there's still time to withdraw. If you voluntarily give up, I can use my authority as a duty officer to refund your registration fee in full, a special privilege only available to apprentices within our school." Ron smiled slightly, knowing she meant well, politely repeating his request. "Thank you very much for your kindness, but I wish to continue participating in the exam." "Ah, young people, never listen to advice. You'll settle down after suffering a loss." Seeing his insistence, the duty officer could only shrug, took the form placed aside, and stamped it with a magic seal that took immediate effect. "Don't blame me for not warning you then." After bidding farewell to the duty officer, he received the exam identifier, led into the waiting area by the deliberately arranged light element guide in the air. Already sitting there were over a dozen participants, each with varying degrees of tension and anxiety on their faces. Ron scanned the room and found that most of the examinees seemed much older than him. An elderly man with white hair was absorbed in reading a magic potion notes, his fingers darkened from years of contact with potions. An aged lizardman with 2 short horns on his head sat in a corner, his eyes full of fatigue and hope. And several middle-aged people, appearing in their 30s or 40s, quietly conversing about something, occasionally casting curious glances at Ron. Although a few noticed this young examinee, their eyes flashed with surprise and doubt. However, most soon withdrew their gaze, focusing on their preparations. At this critical moment, wasting energy on envy or doubting others is foolish. Most of them had experienced many failures and had long learned to concentrate all their attention on the exam itself. Only one short and stout middle-aged man couldn't help but quietly say to his companion, "These young ones always think alchemy is something that can be mastered by talent. Why bother caring?" His companion responded with a calmness almost numbing. "I've taken this exam 5 times in the last 30 years, and every time I see some confident young faces, and what happens?" The two exchanged bitter smiles and said no more. This conversation quickly drowned in the tense atmosphere of the exam venue, as Ron focused solely on his final preparations, not hearing this idle chatter. "Attention all examinees." An apprentice in a standard gray robe from the school walked in. "The exam's about to begin. Please follow me to the exam hall." The exam hall was a spacious circular room, with dozens of luminous stones embedded in the walls, providing bright and stable lighting. In the center of the room was a semicircular long table, with 3 examiners seated behind it. The chief examiner sat in the middle. An elder with a long white beard and eyes sharp like an eagle's, it was clear at a glance that he was an experienced master of magical potions. Ron immediately recognized him, Magnus Crow, one of the most senior teachers of the School of Magic Potion Making. "Welcome to this potion certification exam." Magnus's voice was loud and strong, showing no signs of age. "I am the chief examiner, Magnus, and today, I will be evaluating your performance along with 2 assistant examiners." He briefly introduced the examination process. The exam is divided into 3 stages: theory test, material identification, and actual refining. Only those who meet the passing standard in all 3 can receive potion certification. The assistants began distributing the theory test papers, and after Ron received his, he quickly skimmed through it. The questions covered all aspects of basic magic potion theory, including basic knowledge points and some advanced problems requiring deep thinking. Thanks to his diligent study during this period, he found that most of the questions were within his grasp. Calm and composed, Ron started answering, his thoughts clear and his pen seemingly guided by a divine hand. "There are 4 basic principles of pharmacology. Please explain and give examples." "Differences in the reactions of star grass and moon shadow flower at different temperatures. Why does a wakefulness potion need to be brewed in a special sealed container? As he answered one question after another, Ron felt as if the knowledge in his mind was spontaneously weaving itself into a web. Those once scattered knowledge points were now naturally merging into a cohesive whole, and every answer gave him a sense of thrill and satisfaction. During the theory test, he was surprised to find that he could even recall every page of the basic magic potion-making book, including those small notes and diagrams. This near-photographic memory allowed him to answer with ease. 2 hours later, the theory test ended. Ron reviewed his answers once more and handed in his paper after ensuring there were no mistakes. A premonition flashed through his mind as if something was about to change. Next was the material identification stage. Each candidate was led to a workstation on which 20 different materials were laid out. The task was to correctly identify the type and general quality of each material within 30 minutes and point out the counterfeits among them. Standing before the workstation, Ron took a deep breath, focusing his spirit entirely. Thanks to the herb recognition skill and the high-speed identification trait gained after reaching the skilled level, he could almost instantly determine the authenticity and quality of most materials. He started identifying with swift and precise movements. As his fingers touched the materials, various pieces of information surged into his mind through a special perception. This silverlight mushroom had been picked too long ago, its activity slightly decreased. This dragon blood leaf was genuine, but improper storage had weakened its efficacy. The so-called stardust crystal was actually processed quartz powder and a complete counterfeit. During the material identification, Ron realized that not only was herb recognition at play, but he could also compare these materials with the records from various esoteric books he had read in the past. Those once scattered knowledge points now surfaced in his mind, forming a complete cognitive map. "Time's up," announced the proctor. "Please stop identifying." Ron exhaled softly and glanced at his answer sheet, which he had scrutinized repeatedly, ensuring there were no errors. He was confident in his judgments, especially about the counterfeits deliberately mixed in, all of which he had identified one by one. The candidates around him showed mixed expressions. Some looked confident, some appeared solemn, while others seemed dejected, evidently unhappy with their performance. "Apprentice Ron, please come over here," Magnus suddenly called out, gesturing for Ron to approach the examination table. Ron felt a tightness in his chest and quickly walked up to the chief examiner. "Master Magnus, your judgment on the 18th material is quite interesting," Magnus said with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Half of the candidates thought it was the rhizome of a moon shadow orchid, but you judged it to be a counterfeit disguised as winter night grass. Can you explain your reasoning?" After a moment's thought, Ron answered directly. "The true rhizome of a moon shadow orchid has 7 concentric rings on its cross-section and emits a faint, sweet fragrance when crushed. Although visually similar, the 18th material only has 5 rings, and its crushed scent is bitter, which is a typical trait of winter night grass." Magnus nodded expressionlessly. "Very well, continue." Moreover, Ron calmly added, "The silver stripes on a moon shadow orchid rhizome shift positions with the phases of the moon. Today is the first quarter moon. The genuine article should have left bias patterns, whereas the 18th material has fixed right bias patterns, clearly the result of artificial coloring." Magnus's eyes flashed with surprise, then returned to seriousness. "Where did you learn your material recognition skills? This ability to observe details is quite unusual." "I once worked at a magic pharmacy, where the store owner taught me some basic methods." Ron answered truthfully. The rest was experience accumulated through practice. "A magic pharmacy, huh?" Magnus squinted, seemingly forming a guess in his mind. "All right, you can go prepare for the next stage." The actual refining stage is the most crucial part of the evaluation. The staff prepared a relatively isolated refining station for each candidate, equipped with basic refining equipment and common materials. Magnus walked up to Ron and handed him a note. "These are the 3 potions you need to refine." Ron looked down and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Wound healing potion, spiritual stabilizer, and awakening potion. The awakening potion in particular is extremely difficult. Even among practicing alchemists, few can refine it perfectly. This was clearly a bit beyond the syllabus, like a challenging question designed specifically for top students on a math exam. Ron looked up at Magnus, whose face bore a kind and gentle smile as he looked at him. "Is there a problem, young man?" the elder alchemist asked, a hint of probing in his voice. Ron took a deep breath and calmly replied, "No, Master Magnus, I will do my best to complete it." "Very well," Magnus nodded, "you have 4 hours." Ron quickly planned the order of refining and time allocation. The wound healing potion was relatively simple and could be completed first. The spiritual stabilizer required slow brewing and could start immediately after finishing the first potion. As for the awakening potion, it required complete concentration and would be done last. He first took out the silver wing separator to begin processing the materials needed for the wound healing potion. The appearance of such a precise tool immediately drew the attention of other examinees, who whispered in surprise, apparently recognizing this as the extremely rare silver wing separator. However, the more precise the equipment, the higher the difficulty of operation, often resulting in failure for those whose skills are not proficient, and using it well is considered a skill of an alchemist. Therefore, using one's own precise equipment does not violate the basic requirements of the assessment. Ron ignored the discussions and gazes, focusing on his work. His movements were smooth and precise, each step executed perfectly without any superfluous actions. The wound healing potion was quickly completed, the finished product presenting a perfect amber color and emitting a faint herbal aroma. Ron placed it in a small bottle to cool beside him and started preparing the materials for the spiritual stabilizer. He completed 1 potion in just half an hour. The examinee next to him glanced at his actions, whispering in amazement, "And it looks top quality, who exactly is this kid?" The refining process of the spiritual stabilizer was more complex, requiring slow brewing at a specific temperature and stirring evenly. Ron used Master Lady Allen's special technique, adjusting the order of several steps in the traditional formula, making the refining process more stable. Just as he was finishing the spiritual stabilizer, a strange feeling surged in his heart. He saw a familiar, semi-transparent notification before his eyes. Basic magic potion making, proficient, experience points +1. Breakthrough, basic magic potion making, proficient 100/100. Right arrow, basic magic potion making, mastery max. Additional traits have advanced. Speedy memory, right arrow, extensive knowledge. Super memory, right arrow, eidetic memory. Increased ability to integrate knowledge, improved learning efficiency. When the amount of knowledge increases, comprehension will slightly improve. At the moment of breakthrough, Ron felt his mind become exceptionally clear, as if a long-standing fog had suddenly been blown away. Everything he had learned, whether chapters and passages from basic magic potion theory or the experiences orally imparted by Lady Allen, or even those scattered potion formulation records, all reorganized in an unprecedented way. The feeling was like pieces of a puzzle that had been scattered in his mind, suddenly assembling into a complete picture. He could clearly see the inherent connections between various materials, the principles and mechanisms of different reactions, and even predict changes that might occur under different conditions. So this is the difference at the master level, Ron marveled in his heart. An hour later, the spiritual stabilizer was also completed, showing a satisfying deep blue with silvery light spots floating on the surface, proving its energy was extremely active. Magnus periodically patrolled among the examinees, and whenever he passed by Ron's workstation, he would linger a moment longer, observing the young man's operation. In the final 2 hours, Ron began to tackle the most challenging awakening potion. This potion demanded extremely high precision, with any minor error potentially rendering the entire product ineffective. At this point, after breaking through in basic magic potion making, Ron felt his understanding of potion refining had reached an entirely new level. He was no longer mechanically following steps, but could see through appearances to the essence, understanding the principles behind each step. Ron first used the silver wing separator to extract the purest part of star dust pollen. Then, following Lady Allen's suggestion, added 3 drops of moon dew to enhance stability. Then he slowly mixed other materials while controlling the heat to ensure the temperature remained within the optimal range. While other examinees was still somewhat frantic with their second potion, he was already entering the final stage. With a new perspective brought by the breakthrough to master level, Ron suddenly discovered a subtle flaw in the traditional formula. If silver tree root extract is added at the final stage, the potion's efficacy will be more stable and lasting. He pondered inwardly, and it can make the color more even, improving the overall quality of the potion. Although Lady Allen indeed mentioned the traits of silver tree root, applying it to the awakening potion was Ron's own innovation. He took a small bottle of silver tree root extract from the side and added a drop just before the potion was completed, gently stirring it 3 times. The color of the potion immediately became more uniform, changing from a light blue to a clear sky blue, emitting a fresh and pleasant fragrance. At the same time, Ron was pleasantly surprised to discover that the potion, originally expected to last only 4 hours, could now last at least over 5 hours according to his calculations. A translucent prompt appeared before his eyes. Successfully improved an existing magic potion formula square root. With this, only the last requirement for advancement remained to independently prepare 3 kinds of advanced potions, which was the easiest of the advancement requirements, and he could complete it himself when he returned later. All 3 potions are completed. He carefully placed the potions into the prepared crystal bottles and began to meticulously check if there were any details left unaddressed. Time's up. The demon eye vine, responsible for monitoring the exam, automatically descended and began playing the pre-recorded voice. All examinees, please cease any operations and hand your finished products to the staff. Ron neatly arranged the 3 bottles of magical potion on a tray and glanced at the situation around him. Most candidates looked exhausted and tense. Approximately 1/3 hadn't even completed their second potion. This kid actually finished them all. A nearby lizardman exclaimed quietly, and just from a distance you can sense the high quality. Magnus, along with the other 2 examiners, began examining each candidate's final products one by one. Their inspection was exceptionally strict, not only assessing the potion's color and aroma, but also sampling to test its potency and stability. When Magnus approached Ron's workstation, his expression became particularly focused. He first carefully observed the 3 bottles of potion, then took out a set of specially designed testing tools to conduct a deeper analysis. Wound healing potion, extremely high purity, evenly distributed active substances, and good extensibility. He nodded to Ron and softly expressed his evaluation. Candidate Ron, your foundational skills are very solid, requiring at least 3 years of hard work. Magnus maintained a calm exterior while silently admiring to himself. This kid looks no more than 15 or 16 years old, yet already possesses such skill. Old Allen has truly found a gem. Next was the spiritual stabilizer. Magnus placed a drop on a special crystal plate. The crystal plate immediately lit up with a blue light, with complex energy patterns emerging on its surface. The stability exceeds expectations, with a decay cycle extended by nearly 30%. Magnus's pale eyebrows raised slightly, a very insightful handling method. Finally, the awakening potion, which was the most challenging component of the assessment. Magnus carefully extracted a drop and placed it on a black slate. The potion rapidly spread out, forming a perfect circle with remarkably clear edges. Even more astonishing was the emergence of a faint starlight pattern on the surface of the liquid, sparkling like constellations in the night sky. Magnus was silent for a moment and then turned to Ron. This starlight reaction, what did you add to the formula? Ron calmly replied, in the final stage, I added a drop of silver tree root extract, Master Magnus. It stabilizes the potion's energy structure and makes the effect more enduring. Silver tree root extract? Magnus remarked with surprise, that's not a standard ingredient in the formula. Who taught you this improvement? I explored it during experiments, with some guidance from teachers, of course. Ron answered cautiously, avoiding directly mentioning Lady Allen. After multiple trials, I discovered this additive can significantly enhance the potion's stability. The admiration in Magnus's eyes became even more apparent. Though he believed that such a level of improvement was likely under Lady Allen's guidance, mastering such techniques at this age was already enough to be astonishing. By now, the elder alchemist had reached his conclusion. This young man's skill level was likely already close to many experienced alchemists, only lacking enough experience to independently improve new formulas. Given another decade or so, becoming an outstanding magic potion professor was almost a certainty. Magnus exchanged a glance with the two deputy examiners and continued checking the other candidates' products. As the inspection proceeded, the atmosphere in the examination hall grew tenser. Many candidates displayed disappointment on their faces. Evidently, their final products did not meet the standards. Finally, when all inspections were complete, Magnus returned to the examiner's table to discuss in low voices with the two deputy examiners. Moments later, he rose, looking around the hall with a solemn expression. The entire examination hall was so quiet that one could hear the slight hum of the magic crystal lamp. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result. A total of 27 candidates participated in this Alchemist certification exam, after comprehensive evaluation over 3 stages. Magnus paused momentarily, sweeping his gaze over the tense faces of the crowd. Only 2 candidates have passed the certification standards. Low murmurs of sighs and disappointment spread throughout the hall, with several older candidates even showing pale expressions, clearly not their first time facing failure. First is the lizardman Bazak, who has met the standards and obtained professional alchemist certification with a rating of pass. In the corner, an elderly lizardman whose scales had begun to lose their luster slowly stood up. His claws were deformed and bent from years of handling herbs, his eye sockets sunken. The lizardman stood dumbfounded in place, seemingly overwhelmed by sudden joy, unable to react for a moment. After a brief daze, Bazak bowed deeply to the examiner, his whole body slightly trembling with excitement. Next, Magnus's gaze fell on Ron, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Secondly is Ron Ralph, an elementary apprentice from the Black Mist School. In an instant, all eyes focused on Ron, filled with surprise, incredulity, and barely concealed jealousy. He has met the standards and obtained professional alchemist certification with a rating of outstanding. Immediately, the hall erupted in buzzing discussions, like a swarm of disturbed bees. Outstanding rating. Are you kidding me? This kid looks barely 15 or 16 years old. An outstanding rating. I've taken the exam 5 times and never even reached the basic pass rating. One of the white-haired candidates was so shocked that the test tube in his hand almost fell, maintaining a stiff smile while unable to suppress his extreme internal imbalance. Magnus gestured for silence. The certification results are confirmed. Don't be disheartened. There is another chance next year. The examination is now over. The 2 successful candidates may stay to receive their certification while others can leave. Most candidates packed dejectedly preparing to leave, leaving only Ron and Bazak in the hall. Magnus walked over to Ron and personally handed him a proof badge with a magic power anti-counterfeit mark. Young man, the elder stroked his white beard, his tone not overly probing, seemingly just pure admiration. I have been serving as an alchemy examiner at the school for several decades now, and it's rare to see someone with your talent. Especially that awakening potion, its quality far exceeded my expectations. Ron respectfully accepted the proof badge. Thank you for your recognition, Master Magnus. Magnus squinted his eyes, gazing at him with deep meaning. By the way, I have a question. Is Lady Allen your mentor? Ron slightly startled. Yes, how did you guess? The elder showed a kind smile, signaling Ron to follow him to a small resting room beside the examination hall. Once seated, Magnus began speaking. Haha, the technique you used with that silver tree root extract was very special. It is a signature technique of Lady Allen. Moreover, the precise rhythm when you were refining, it's her distinctive style. His expression turned distant, as if lost in reminiscence. More than 100 years ago, I had a brief period working with Lady Allen. At that time, she was one of the most brilliant talents in the entire Crystal Tower. People even believed she had the potential to advance to a great wizard. Ron felt surprised by this history. I'm sorry, I didn't know she had such a past. She seldom mentions those glorious days in front of her students. The elder's voice was deep and powerful. It is evident that Lady Allen has devoted significant effort on you. Ron humbly bowed his head. I simply strive not to let down Lady Allen's teachings. Your humility is commendable, but sometimes excessive modesty is a form of arrogance. Magnus chuckled softly, observing him keenly. Well, I suppose you have other matters needing my assistance, don't you? Ron paused, seeing the elder listening attentively, decided not to waste time on pleasantries and straightforwardly stated, "Yes, Master Magnus. Actually, after passing the Alchemist certification this time, I want to apply for an independent workshop at the school for refining magic potions." While speaking, he took out a letter he had prepared long ago. "Please, this is a recommendation letter from Lady Allen, hoping it will aid the application. Since you've become a professional alchemist, you indeed need an independent workshop now." Magnus nodded, taking the letter and reading for a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. "Moreover, a warm recommendation from an old friend, I understand." He closed the envelope, his gaze returning to Ron. Applying for an independent workshop requires approval from the school's upper management, usually taking about 2 weeks. But considering Lady Allen's influence, coupled with your outstanding performance today, encouragement flashed in Magnus' eyes for the young man. "I will exert some influence to potentially shorten this time to about 2 days. I believe, given the potential you've demonstrated, the school would not refuse such an excellent young individual as yourself." "Thank you very much for your help, Master Magnus," Ron said sincerely, finding this to be smoother than he had anticipated. "You're welcome, it's also for the future of the school." Magnus smiled. "Once you get into the workshop, make sure to let me assess your first batch of magic potions." "Of course, it would be my honor." He understood the elder alchemist's implied meaning to integrate him into the school's circle of alchemists, and naturally, he would not refuse tactlessly. Politely taking leave of Magnus, Ron was just stepping towards the door to leave when the examinees, seeing this young alchemist come out from Magnus, brightened up and returned one by one to surround him. "Ron the apprentice, I'm Conrad, and I own a plot of land in Cedar City." An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward first, with a smiling face but complex glimmer in his eyes. "Your refining skills are truly astonishing. Near Cedar City, which is close to the Black Mist jungle, there's a special mineral vein producing a rare mineral called star crystal stone, which greatly benefits magic potion refining. If you're interested, we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship," he said while taking out a small pouch of shimmering crystals, his enthusiasm barely concealing inner jealousy. This young man, not even 1/3 his age, had attained the alchemist certification he endlessly sought, yet failed to achieve. "Master Ron." Another blue-skinned snake man race individual pushed forward, nudging Conrad aside forcefully. "I am Mist Shadow, the shaman of the Hydra tribe. Our tribe has lived by Dusk Moon Lake in the east for generations, where many rare aquatic plants, particularly the dream spirit flower, grow. It's said to enhance the spirit amplification effect of magic potions." "Don't listen to that blue-skinned monster, they are full of poisonous plants." Female alchemist with graceful curves interjected, with seductive features though her crow's feet exposed her actual age. "I'm Grace, an independent alchemist from the southern edge of the Black Mist jungle. I've worked with many nomadic tribes, acquiring the freshest beast materials, especially the heart of the blood moon wolf, which is an excellent material for refining physique-enhancing potions." Ron politely dealt with these sudden overtures, yet saw through them they simply wanted to establish a connection with a promising alchemist for their benefit. But he did not refuse. In a place like the Black Mist jungle, networking and resource channels are equally valuable. These jealous yet superficially flattering alchemists could become windows through which he could gain external information. "I appreciate everyone's kindness," Ron said gently. "I'm very willing to establish contacts and exchange magic potion insights. But I just certified, and there are many things to handle, so I hope there will be chances for deeper exchanges in the future." At this moment, Bazak, the lizardman who received a qualified rating, walked slowly forward, and people spontaneously cleared a path for him. Like others' obsequiousness, the weathered old lizardman's eyes revealed genuine admiration. "Alchemist Ron," Bazak's voice was low and hoarse. "I hail from the southeastern Snake Scale Swamp, where our lizardmen have resided for generations. I've been researching magic potions for over 40 years, yet I've never seen a gifted young individual like you." He paused, his eyes under scaly eyelids slightly reddening with excitement. "If you don't mind, I can provide some swamp-unique materials in the future, like the Abra Death Vine and Blue Lantern Grass, which grow deep in the swamp, known only to us lizardmen." Ron sensed the old lizardman's sincerity in his words and bowed slightly. "It's my honor to associate with a seasoned alchemist like Mr. Bazak, and I look forward to future cooperation." Bazak nodded with satisfaction, his eyes flickering with some kind of relief. 40 years of persistence finally paid off. To receive Alchemist certification in my lifetime fills me with gratitude. Whereas you, with radiant morning star talent, your future achievements will surely surpass our own. As more examinees joined the conversation, Ron gradually understood the distribution of forces around the Black Mist jungle. The wandering half-beastmen and goblins are the most numerous alien races, considered invasive species in this region. With strong reproductive capabilities and lacking their own extraordinary professions, they are left to roam, captured as needed for experimental material and slavery by the Black Mist School. Cedar City in the north of the Black Mist jungle is one of the human territories, bordering the dwarf city-states, thus acquiring many excellent mineral materials. The eastern Dusk Moon Lake is the realm of the snake men and other aquatic races, with a wide variety of aquatic plants, most bearing some degree of toxicity. The south consists of a loose nomadic alliance of beast race tribes, worshipping the blood moon, regularly engaging in hunting rituals, with a fascination for magical beasts' extraordinary organs. In the southwest, Snake Scale Swamp is the lizardmen's habitat, intolerably hot and humid, yet housing many rare materials growing only in specific conditions. Yet coincidentally, everyone avoided discussing Blackwater Bay on the western side of Black Mist Jungle, as if concealed there were some unmentionable taboos. In a short exchange, Ron not only gained abundant geographical and material information, but also established preliminary networking. As the gathering dispersed, he now had several contact slips and a few small bags containing sample materials given as meeting gifts. Magnus watched all this not far away, stroking his beard. In certain situations, reputation can sometimes exert more impact than actual skill, though it equally invites danger. But this child should not need much warning from me. As Ron left the examination hall, the sky was already approaching dusk. A brand new professional alchemist badge was pinned on his chest, and he felt indescribably content. He strolled along the stone path towards his dormitory, organizing the information he had gathered today and plotting his next steps. Professional alchemist, the next step is to officially complete all conditions for the job on the panel. He murmured to himself, fingers gently rubbing the intricate patterns on the badge. Returning to his dormitory, he immediately immersed himself in preparation for the job transition. According to the information he had previously organized, transitioning to a professional alchemist required refining 3 types of advanced potions. What he was preparing now was an advanced potion, cognitive sublimation liquid. This potion is capable of enhancing the user's spirituality in a short time, and is generally used during the improvement and conception of magic, making it extremely valuable. Among all advanced potions, this one is considered to have a high difficulty to refine, but with his current mastery level in basic magic potion making, and skilled level in magic potion refining skills, it shouldn't be a major problem. Ron took out several rare materials purchased from the market, beginning the preparation according to the formula. Fruitless pollen needed to be soaked under the gathering magic crystal lamp, and velvet roots had to be finely sliced with a silver knife. And those even rarer materials, each required a special treatment method. When the midnight moonlight filtered through the window into the room, Ron started the formal refining process. As the potion gradually formed, a peculiar energy began to gather in the small cauldron. The liquid turned from initially cloudy to clear, finally presenting an immensely profound and deep blue, as if one could see endless abyss through it. Magic Potion Refining Experience Points +1. Gazing at this finished product, Ron exhaled lightly. This was his first completely independent refining of such a complex potion. Although there were several near failures during the process, the final result was satisfying. Moreover, adding to other advanced potion refinements accumulated earlier, he had completed the final requirement for the job transition. Independently refined 3 types of advanced potions square root. The job transition requirements have all been met. Ron told himself silently in his heart, then closed his eyes and quietly selected in his mind, confirm transition to Alchemist. In the next moment, an unprecedented energy fluctuation erupted within him. Unlike when transitioning to a magic potion apprentice before, this time the sensation was more intense and profound. He could feel his understanding of magic potion making undergoing a qualitative leap. Everything he had learned in the past formed a massive network in his mind, with each node interlinked with others. A peculiar feeling surged within him. He began to perceive the interactions between the materials, as if seeing an invisible line connecting different materials. Transition successful. Acquired profession, Alchemist 2 stars. Basic attributes enhancement. Spirit 3.2, right arrow 3.5, plus 0.3. Magic power 1.0, right arrow 1.2, plus 0.2. Adding to the 0.2 spiritual power gained from meditation recently, he was undoubtedly closer to the advanced apprentice standard of 4.0 spiritual power. Ron blinked, feeling the earth-shaking changes within him. Compared to the mild enhancements brought by Magic Potion Apprentice, 1 star, the change brought by the 2 stars profession is indeed more dramatic. He sat back at the table, opened his profession panel, and carefully studied the various bonus effects brought by the alchemist profession. Besides the intuitive attribute enhancements, he cared even more about those special additions. 1. Moderate increase in skill experience point acquisition rate for potion-related skills. 2. Slight increase in potion material utilization efficiency. 3. Slight increase in potion formula improvement inspiration. These additions, compared to those during the Magic Potion Apprentice period, not only increased in effect strength, but also added new dimensions. Especially the third one, increased inspiration for potion formula improvement. Ron mused, touching his chin. This is undoubtedly preparing for future development of more advanced potions. Basic Magic Potion Making, Mastery Max, right arrow Advanced Magic Potion Making, Skilled 1/300. He noticed that Basic Magic Potion Making had automatically upgraded to Advanced Magic Potion Making, while the proficiency reset to Skilled 1/300. However, the previously acquired Extensive Knowledge trait did not disappear and remained preserved. Furthermore, the profession advancement route on the panel, laid out like a tree diagram, did not dim out to an unselectable state either. Just as I thought, Ron's eyes lit up. Profession advancement doesn't acquire new core skills but upgrades the existing core skills while retaining traits. This discovery confirmed his previous hypothesis. Choosing one route for advancement indeed did not affect the advancement possibilities of other routes. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This also means that I can simultaneously hold different branches of a profession with branching paths, obtaining a variety of attribute enhancements and special abilities. This possibility made Ron ecstatic. In this world dominated by extraordinary power, grasping multiple routes simultaneously would undoubtedly bring him unimaginable advantages. Of course, he was also very aware that with his current energy and capability, it was certainly impossible to fully develop all the profession routes simultaneously. He needed to make choices and concentrate on enhancing the most crucial core skills first. However, this indeed provides me with more possibilities and choices. Ron looked at the attributes panel before him, filled with anticipation. After all, life is long. He now has the time reset to completely cleanse spiritual contamination, and once becoming an official wizard, the lifespan extends to at least several hundred years. Not to mention the great wizard, witch king, and even the demon god who transcends the multiverse system above that. Once he elevates to such beings, in a life of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, or even immortality, he will have enough to explore every possibility. The evening breeze from the black mist jungle blew in through the window, bringing a fresh burst of air. Looking at the shabby room, Ron felt a tinge of reluctance. Perhaps he'll soon leave this dilapidated place where he had stayed for nearly a year. In the morning, Ron took up the ironwood sword and routinely began his morning practice, discovering that his control over sword momentum had become more precise. New profession synergy. Alchemist 2 stars, plus Knight Squire plus Wizard Apprentice. Gain additional synergy bonuses. Slight increase in potion absorption efficiency. Slight increase in spiritual control power. With every sword swing, he could perfectly match his breathing, and the coordination between spirit and body reached a new height. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Current progress, basic swordsmanship, skilled 97/100. It seems the synergy of alchemist as a life profession with the knight profession isn't limited to potion support. Ron showed a contemplative expression. The improvement in spiritual control power positively impacts the enhancement of all skills. During the magic construction process, Ron also found himself able to more precisely control the flow of spiritual power, which made the sound wave vibration effect more stable, and energy consumption reduced accordingly. He took a gentle sip from the half bottle of spiritual stabilizer left on the table. The potion's effect seemed to have subtly extended and enhanced. In the past, this amount of potion could only bring about an hour of effect, but now, he clearly felt that the efficacy had strengthened by at least 30%. This is quite an unexpected gain. A bold concept emerged in his mind. If in the future, he successfully transitions to Bloodline Knight and further grasps the magic construction techniques of wizards, would it be possible to integrate the three into one? Magic potions rapidly strengthen the body and spiritual power, knights provide a resilient constitution to bear greater power limits, and the wizard performs overall control. Ron's eyes lit up. Knight, wizard, alchemist, three paths proceed without conflict later on. There might even be more than three synergies. Ron could clearly feel that as the professional systems gradually improved, the synergy effects that might emerge in the future would become increasingly powerful. Magic could adhere to weapons, giving physical attacks elemental damage. Potions could fortify oneself, allowing the body to endure more powerful magic power circulation. Spiritual power and the body could grow in sync, forming a perfect extraordinary cycle. All these possibilities were founded upon his unlimited profession slot's golden finger. Perhaps I can lead a path never before taken. Ron's eyes shone with determined light, no longer restrained by the shackles of traditional wizards and knights, but to carve out his own extraordinary profession system. After all, in this world where strength dominates everything, only being strong enough can protect all you desire. The rewards from unlimited profession synergy are far richer than I imagined. Grabbing the training wooden sword, Ron decided to practice swordsmanship as much as possible while the potion's effect lasted. The breakthrough was only a step away, and thereafter he could start preparing for the Bloodline Knight transition. Sunlight filtered through the dappled shadows of trees by the window, casting a patch of light on the crude dormitory floor. Ron sat at the desk, immersed in studying the magic potion formula notes in his hand. Beside him, the liquid in the refining vessel was gently bubbling, continuously emitting a faint fragrance. There were still 2 days before the application for the workshop would be approved, but of course, he couldn't idle around. Since switching professions to an alchemist, he felt that his understanding of medicinal ingredients and grasp of formulas had reached a new level. Those subtle balance points that required repeated deliberation in the past seemed to have become instinctive now. Focusing intently on adjusting the flame's intensity, Ron carefully added the final ingredient, silver leaf essence. The liquid instantly transformed from a pale blue to a clear cerulean, with silvery light patterns swirling on the surface, almost as if they were alive. Magic potion refining experience points +1. Perfect. Ron smiled contentedly, carefully sealing the bottle of spiritual stabilizer and placing it in the already completed potion lineup. Just as he was about to start refining the next potion, a gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He opened the door to find a pair of golden beast-like eyes staring straight at him. It was Trisha's leopard woman, Lai Yu. She stood tall, her eyes maintaining that innate vigilance. Lai Yu, Ron was somewhat surprised, then stepped aside to let her in. Is there something Trish needs from me? The leopard woman moved with elegance and lightness, the unique structure of her padded feet making almost no sound as she slipped into the room. She bowed her head slightly and spoke respectfully. My master has sent a message for you. She hopes you will accept a new batch of magic potion orders, larger than the last, with increased compensation accordingly. The leopard woman's voice was not pleasant, resembling a wild beast growling from within her throat. Ron raised an eyebrow, taking the parchment list that the leopard woman retrieved from a pocket at her waist. As soon as he unfolded it, he took a slight breath. The list of potions was nearly twice as long as the last time. It included several advanced potions, such as the Spiritual Shield and the Awakening Potion. This is quite a large order, Lai Yu. Ron carefully browsed the list, his brow slightly furrowed. Why does Trish suddenly need so many potions, especially these defensive ones? Yu's beast-like eyes flashed with hesitation. She looked around, her sensitive ears twitching lightly as if confirming no one else was listening. Then she leaned in close to Ron, speaking in a lowered voice. "My master might be having some trouble lately." The leopard woman's tail swayed nervously, and her voice was almost a whisper. "She needs these potions to handle possible, dangerous situations." Ron's brow furrowed even deeper. Although he and Trish were on relatively close terms now, everyone in the Black Mist jungle had their own agendas. The struggles within the candidate wizard ranks were even more secretly turbulent, with slight carelessness leading to irreparable consequences. Logic told him it would be best not to get involved, yet on the other hand, this also counted as a rare opportunity. As a newly independent alchemist, a stable source of orders was crucial for him. After weighing the pros and cons, Ron nodded. "Tell Trish I accept this order. However, I'm still living in the candidate apprentice dormitory, where refining conditions are limited. In 2 days, I should have my own independent workshop, and the efficiency will be higher then." Joy flashed in Yu's eyes as she took out a heavy bag from another pocket at her waist. "This is the advance payment, 50 magic stone fragments, and my master will pay the same amount upon completion." Ron took the bag, feeling its weight, which was more generous than he'd anticipated. Additionally, Yu added a sly glint in her eyes. This was perhaps Ron's first time seeing such a human-like expression on the usually guarded leopard woman's face. "My master says if you need any rare materials, she can help you obtain them through the special channels of the sequence members, as part of the payment." It was indeed an enticing condition. The members of the candidate wizard sequence generally had access to many rare resources that ordinary apprentices could hardly acquire. He hadn't forgotten that he still needed several rare materials to complete the exchange with Lady Allen for the full Star Eater's ravings. Moreover, he needed some Yang attribute rare materials related to the crown breathing technique to complete the Bloodline Knight's advancement. "Thank Trish for her kindness on my behalf. I'll start preparing these potions soon." Ron nodded and accepted this large order. After seeing off the leopard woman, he immediately threw himself into work. He first checked his material inventory and calculated the additional herbs he needed to purchase, and the potions he could start making immediately. Start with the basics. Ron began preparing to refine the stimulant potion and wound healing potion. The benefits of switching to Alchemist quickly became apparent. Not only did the refining process become smoother, but the efficiency of material usage also showed a significant improvement. In the past, it took a whole plant of evening primrose to make 3 bottles of stimulant potion, but now the same material could make 4 bottles, and the quality was higher. 2 days passed quickly, and Ron was almost sleeplessly immersed in magic potion refining, using the pocket watch to reset his physical exhaustion. Even so, the mental burden made him feel on the verge of collapse, no less than pulling an all-nighter gaming session with roommates back on Earth. When he carefully sealed the last bottle of spiritual stabilizer, more than 20 bottles of high-quality potions were neatly arranged on the table. For the most challenging spiritual shield and awakening potion, it's better to wait until I have a standalone workshop before trying again. He softly murmured to himself, wiping the sweat from his forehead, feeling his eyelids getting heavy. Besides the potions ordered by Trish, he also refined a few advanced potions and many ordinary potions, which he had stocked in advance. Once the workshop is established, these can be used as exhibit pieces to showcase my magic potion refining skills to customers. After completing these preparations, Ron began inventorying his financial situation. He took out a piece of parchment, carefully recording his income and expenditures. Trish's upfront payment this time is 50 magic stone fragments. The royal monthly grant is 20 pieces, Trish's previous commission, plus the salary accumulated from Lady Allen's store, minus expenses. Altogether, it's approximately over 200 magic stone fragments. This is more than enough for personal daily expenses, but considering the various upcoming investments, it might soon become tight. Even the cheapest standalone workshop rent requires at least 100 magic stone fragments annually, and the paid courses magic circuit optimization and spiritual stability techniques together need 50 pieces. Ron calculated with a frown, plus the need to continually purchase high-quality magic potion materials, at least 50 pieces must be reserved as turnover funds. Not to mention his biggest investment plan, currently in mind, purchasing a multi-armed snake demon as a combat slave and training opponent. Even the most thin-blooded mixed breed costs around 300 magic stone fragments. And the most critical personnel issue. He stood up, pacing back and forth in the small room. It's hard for one person to simultaneously handle refining, sales, and procurement. He recalled the tree spirit he saw at Blake Exchange, whose natural affinity with plants would undoubtedly be incredibly valuable for the potion workshop. He had Andre inquire about the price afterward, and it was about 80 magic stone fragments, a significant investment. But if it could improve potion quality and material usage efficiency, it would definitely be worthwhile in the long term. The funding gap is at least several hundred stones. Ron sighed lightly, his gaze falling on the ironwood sword. His basic swordsmanship was only a step away from mastery, and breathing body refining was close to a breakthrough. The only obstacle was the physical attribute, currently only 1.7, still short of the 2.0 required for a bloodline knight. However, with the aid of various potions for knight cultivation, overcoming this hurdle shouldn't be too far off. The first goal is to complete the swordsmanship breakthrough and the bloodline knight transition, Ron contemplated. As his thoughts gradually clarified, a comprehensive development plan began forming in his mind. First, consolidate the foundation of a professional alchemist, securing a stable income through Trish and potential other clients. Simultaneously, utilize the alchemist's income to support dual development as a knight and wizard. Upon accumulating sufficient funds, purchase the tree spirit and multi-armed snake demon, one as a workshop assistant, the other as a combat training partner. In this process, continuously explore other career paths, such as alchemy, enchantment, and the bloodline modulation, which currently intrigues him the most. However, the most pressing issue is the workshop's operation, Ron pondered, stroking his chin. Relying on just one client, Trish, is far from enough. I need to expand my client base while taking a niche high-quality route, as I can't afford to delay wizard cultivation for the sake of earning magic stones, or it would be putting the cart before the horse. I must still enhance my core strength. His gaze returned to the ironwood sword. After all, in a place like the Black Mist Jungle, strength is always paramount. Once skills reach proficiency, the accumulation of experience points becomes exceptionally slow. The breakthrough to mastery in basic magic potion making was largely thanks to his long-term practice and guidance from Lady Allen. Under the personal instruction of a professional master, he was able to grasp many advanced techniques in a short time. Now is not yet the time to rest. Speaking of which, at this age on Earth, it would also be a time for sleepless study sessions for exams. At your age, how can you sleep soundly? Ron thought with a bitter smile at this famous piece of advice. Since the swordsmanship is nearing a breakthrough, it's best to practice more now. Ron picked up the ironwood sword and continued his daily cultivation. The sword light flickered indoors, each movement striving for precision and fluidity, perfectly combining the crown breathing technique with swordsmanship. As he completed a set of Corona swordsmanship, he felt a familiar premonition of an imminent breakthrough in his skills. Just a little more persistence, and I can step into the realm of mastery in swordsmanship. Advancing the powerful trait like sharpness once more is truly something to look forward to. Successfully reset negative status, fatigue energy 1. The boy's eyes were bloodshot as he forced himself to keep his eyes wide open, capturing that spark of insight through relentless practice. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Current progress, basic swordsmanship, proficient 98 over 100. Gwyneth stood in the bright hall of the registration office, tapping her fingers impatiently on the marble countertop. As an intermediate apprentice, she shouldn't be confined to such menial positions. But considering the benefits of this job, every wandering apprentice and alien race coming to register for various profession certifications would slip her quite a few advantages. She didn't mind it so much. She tidied her chestnut long hair, her gaze sweeping past the hurried pedestrians outside the window. As the day's work neared its end, she was pondering whether to attend the small apprentice gathering in the evening, when she suddenly felt a majestic magic power fluctuation coming from the end of the corridor. The deep voice made her immediately straighten her back and quickly turn to face the newcomer. It was Magnus Crow, one of the most senior magic potion professors in the school, and also a distant relative of her great-grandmother. Yet it was precisely because of this almost invisible relationship that she secured this well-paying position. Master Magnus, Gwyneth greeted respectfully, secretly nervous, fearing she had made another mistake. The elder alchemist walked steadily closer, placing a document stamped with the school seal on the counter. His white beard was meticulously groomed, and his eyes were sharp like an eagle's, the radiation field around him causing the female apprentice a slight prick before quickly retracting. "This is the workshop contract for East District number 14, Magnus said, lightly tapping the document with his finger. "I hope you can personally deliver it to apprentice Ron Ralph." Upon hearing this somewhat familiar name, Gwyneth's expression subtly changed. Ron Ralph, the greenhorn who came to register for the Alchemist certification a few days ago. She still remembered how she had disdainfully regarded his request back then, even kindly advising him to give up and save the registration fee. "Master Magnus, isn't this usually delivered by the school's tamed monster messenger?" she asked tentatively, her fingers subconsciously clenching tightly. The elder alchemist's deep eyes stared directly at her, making Gwyneth uncomfortable. "I believe it's more appropriate for you to deliver it personally," his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "After all, you were the registrar for his alchemist assessment, correct?" Gwyneth's heart sank. The words clearly carried an admonishing tone. Magnus obviously knew about her attitude towards Ron back then. "Yes, master," she admitted in a low voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Very well," Magnus nodded, his beard twitching slightly with his words. "I suppose you know that Ron Ralph not only passed the assessment, but achieved an excellent rating. This is an exceedingly rare accomplishment in the history of the Black Mist School, especially for such a young apprentice." Gwyneth's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Magnus. "Excellent rating," she involuntarily repeated. "He looks just 15 or 16, how is that possible?" Her information channels only told her that he passed the assessment, but an excellent rating, and from this old conservative standing in front of her. "That's precisely my question," Magnus gently interrupted her, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "But the fact remains, his magic potion refining skills have reached levels that many professional alchemists struggle to attain." The elder alchemist slightly leaned forward, lowering his voice. "The school needs geniuses like him, Gwyneth. I hope you can use this opportunity to make amends for your previous, small mistake." Gwyneth immediately understood Magnus's intention. It was a deliberate opportunity for her to apologize. She bit her lower lip and nodded. "I understand, master. I will personally deliver the contract to him and express my apologies." "Very good." Magnus nodded in satisfaction, turning to leave, but then stopped. "By the way, although he's currently only certified as a professional alchemist, my judgment is that his actual level is very close to the standards of a senior alchemist, if not higher. Keep that in mind." As Magnus's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Gwyneth exhaled a long breath, relaxing her tense shoulders. She picked up the contract, carefully scrutinizing the information on it. "East District number 14, that's quite a good location. The East District is usually reserved for those with special backgrounds." Gwyneth frowned in thought as she packed her things, preparing to head to the apprentice dormitory area. Walking along the winding cobblestone path, the female apprentice's heart was in turmoil with various emotions. Curiosity, confusion, jealousy, and a trace of indescribable awe. She muttered to herself, her footsteps echoing in the twilight. Magic potion making is perhaps the most experience-reliant among all extraordinary disciplines. Mastery of timing in heating control, material interactions, and energy fluctuation adjustments all require countless attempts and failures to truly understand. She recalled the Alchemist certification exam she participated in about 5 years ago. At that time, she had studied magic potion making for more than 10 years and considered herself well prepared, yet she still failed in the actual refining phase. The feeling of frustration was still fresh in her memory. How could a child of 15 or 16 possibly master these? Gwyneth shook her head, her brow furrowed. Unless he has some special talent or past life memories. Some ancient books recorded legendary figures who, it was said, could retain memories of previous lives through special means, or had fragments of ancient existences hidden within their souls. These people often exhibited talents and comprehension far beyond ordinary individuals. Could he be such an existence? Gwyneth pondered, then laughed self-deprecatingly. What am I thinking? There are plenty of oddities in the extraordinary world, maybe he's just a simple genius. She no longer dwelled on the question, and instead turned her thoughts to how she should apologize. A gift is essential, but what would be suitable to give a newly certified alchemist? Magic potion materials, too ordinary. Equipment and tools. Based on previous investigations, the other, as Lady Allen's student, may already have plenty of quality tools. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Furniture. A new workshop needs a suitable set of furniture. Gwyneth quickened her pace, her plan slowly taking shape. Working at the registration office in the East District, she was familiar with various merchants and could easily arrange for a quality set of furniture to be delivered to Ron's new workshop. Although it wouldn't have extraordinary effects, it would be practical and demonstrate her sincerity. This could be a good peace offering, Gwyneth thought, a slight smile forming on her lips. And it could help establish a good relationship with this new alchemist, who knows when it might come in handy. With this in mind, she quickened her steps toward the apprentice dormitory area, her mood becoming lighter. Ron stood by the window, watching the morning light penetrate the leaves of the black mist jungle, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening the door, Ron saw Trish and her leopard-like attendant, Lai Yu, standing outside. The brown-haired girl was wearing a light-colored fitted long dress today, outlining her burgeoning figure, with a sapphire badge on her chest gleaming in the sunlight. Compared to her, Lai Yu appeared more vigilant, her golden beast-like eyes continuously scanning the surroundings, obviously always mindful of her guard duties. "Good morning, Ron." Trish smiled slightly, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. "I'm here to collect the potions and also to congratulate you on passing the professional alchemist certification." Ron stepped aside to let the guests in, closing the door behind them. "I was just planning to notify you sometime soon, but I didn't expect you to find out so quickly," he said with a smile, his gaze lingering on Trish's face for a moment. The girl's lips were a tender red, and she looked much better than usual, obviously having put a lot of effort into her appearance before coming over. "News travels fast, especially about someone like you, an exception." Trish's lips curled with a hint of teasing. "I heard you received an excellent rating. Master Magnus is famous for being strict. He doesn't give such evaluations easily." Ron smiled modestly, indicating for her to find a place to sit while he began organizing the magic potions on the table. Trish's gaze swept across the room, pausing on the neatly arranged potions with a look of deep thought in her eyes. "Lai Yu told me you agreed to make quite a few types of potions," she said. "It seems you're progressing smoothly." "Most of them are already completed." Ron nodded, pushing several rows of bottles forward. "These are basic potions, and their quality should be better than what you used before. As for the more difficult ones, I plan to finish them after entering the workshop later." Trish picked up a bottle of spiritual stabilizer, bringing it closer to observe. The liquid presented a perfect deep blue, with silver flecks evenly distributed inside the bottle, indicating extremely high quality. "The effect has indeed improved a lot compared to before." She nodded slightly, her eyes revealing genuine admiration. "It seems that not seeing you for a while, your magic potion refining skills have made more progress, worthy of an alchemical prodigy capable of receiving an excellent rating." Ron shrugged, not letting the girl's praises make him smug, just habitually humbling himself. "It's merely the result of persistent, diligent practice. Unlike someone with naturally high aptitude like yourself, I have to work hard in this field." He carefully arranged the potions, packaging them in a manner convenient for carrying. Trish, meanwhile, gestured for Lai Yu to bring out a heavy bag, pushing it toward Ron. "Here's the balance, 50 magic stone fragments. You can check it," she said, then added, "Additionally, if you need any rare materials, I can help you acquire them through the channels of the sequence members." Ron took the bag and nodded satisfactorily. "Thank you. This will greatly help me establish my own alchemy workshop in the future." After the transaction was complete, Trish did not immediately leave, but motioned for the leopard girl behind her to bring out another package. "I also brought a special gift, as a congratulatory present for your promotion to Alchemist." When the package was opened, it revealed a finely crafted violin, accompanied by a portable harmonica and several music scores and music theory introduction tutorials. Ron raised an eyebrow in surprise, carefully picking up the violin, his fingers lightly brushing over the smooth wooden lacquer surface. A musical instrument? He asked with some confusion. For this place indeed counts as a very special gift. Trish's eyes flashed with a hint of slyness. Last time during our chat, didn't you say that your Soundwave magic hit a bottleneck? Felt like you were at a dead end. Ron recalled that conversation. He indeed complained to Trish about his slow progress in the study of sound wave vibrations, constantly feeling like he was missing a breakthrough. Davod once mentioned that he comes from a family of musicians. Trish continued, her eyes sparkling with lively light. I think maybe understanding sound waves from the perspective of music will bring you new inspiration. After all, music is essentially a well-designed frequency of vibration. Ron felt enlightened. He gently strummed the violin strings, listening to the bright tone echoing in the air. If this violin was sold in the mortal realm, it would probably be worth a fortune. A brand new idea flashed in his mind. This was truly a case of being too close to see clearly. Recently, he had been solely focused on enhancing the power of sound wave oscillation. Yet he had not thought about the essence of sound wave magic, which was not only about single-frequency vibration, but also about complex sound wave combinations and rhythm. By recalling, Ron was surprised to discover that the music theory and instrument making in this world had developed to a fairly advanced stage, almost comparable to the modern level on Earth. Various equivalent Western instruments could be found here, and the theoretical system was relatively complete. Even because of the integration of extraordinary elements and otherworld culture, in certain areas it developed even deeper than in modern times. This is amazing, he said excitedly, his eyes shining with inspiration. I have been focusing on the effect of single-frequency vibration, but neglecting the combination and layering of sound waves. Through musical performance, I can create more complex and exquisite sound wave attack patterns. His thoughts raced, and he began to conceive a new magic model in his mind. Maybe in the future, I won't even need to rely on any instruments, just using my own magic power to simulate various musical effects, creating that kind of invisible permeating death melody. After all, in battle, the enemy won't give you a chance to play the violin. Trish watched the spark of inspiration in Ron's eyes and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. What she had prepared as a gift on a whim unexpectedly brought him such important inspiration. Looks like I picked the right gift. She smiled slightly. I'm glad it can help you with your research. Ron put down the violin and said sincerely, this might be one of the most valuable gifts I've ever received. Thank you, Trish. Their eyes briefly met in the air before quickly moving apart. Speaking of which, Ron shifted the topic. I hope to expand the sales channel for the magic potions. Although I've already earned the title of Alchemist, to run a workshop well, customer sources are key. Trish nodded, understanding what he meant. You need me to introduce you to some clients. Yes, but I have a special request. Ron became serious. Besides magic potion refining, I also have to balance meditation and magic cultivation, so my energy is limited. I hope to take a boutique route, not many clients, but high quality. The girl thought for a moment, then smiled. This isn't a difficult task. I know quite a few advanced apprentices in the sequence who have the purchasing power and are willing to pay a premium for high-quality magic potions. I can help you connect with them. That would be wonderful. Ron nodded gratefully. I'll ensure the quality of the magic potions and will continue to offer you friendship discounts. Having finished the serious conversation, the two chatted casually about recent affairs, the atmosphere becoming more relaxed. As they chatted, Trish suddenly looked around, commenting somewhat distastefully. Honestly, you're already a professional alchemist. Why are you still living in such a shabby dormitory? It's inconvenient to visit you every time. Ron scratched his head awkwardly, indeed having a hereditary frugality problem, just like on Earth. Actually, I've already applied to the school for an independent workshop. A messenger should be delivering the contract soon. As she walked to the candidate apprentice dormitory area, Gwyneth's feelings were still complex. She had already thought of what to say to apologize. But as she stood before Ron's door, just about to knock, the door suddenly opened on its own. A girl in a light-colored long dress opened the door from inside, closely followed by a graceful and elegant leopardess. Gwyneth immediately recognized her Trish, the recent sensation among apprentices in the school and Corina's star pupil. "Apprentice Trish," Gwyneth blurted out in surprise. The brown-haired girl turned her head, assessing her with bright eyes. Who are you?" "I'm Gwyneth from the East District Registry. You might not have heard of my name." She explained somewhat awkwardly, "I'm here to deliver Ron Apprentice's workshop contract." "Oh, the workshop contract." Trish smiled slightly and stepped aside to make way. "He's inside, might as well pack up and get ready to move." Gwyneth nodded and walked inside. The scene inside was not quite what she had imagined. Though small, the room was tidy and orderly. On the table, dozens of bottles of magic potions were neatly arranged, each emitting a stable energy fluctuation, clearly newly completed high-quality products. Ron was organizing some magic potion materials when he looked up at the sound of someone entering. "Gwyneth, do you need anything?" Gwyneth was surprised to find that this young man had somehow learned her name, despite their previous, unpleasant encounter. "Apprentice Ron, no, Alchemist Ron." Gwyneth quickly corrected herself, her tone noticeably tense. "I've come to deliver this workshop contract." She carefully handed over the document, her gaze shifting between Ron and Trish, internally shocked by this surprising discovery. The latest rising star of the school was surprisingly in such a close relationship with Apprentice Ron. Also, Gwyneth took a deep breath, a hint of apology appearing on her face. "I want to apologize for my attitude a few days ago. I didn't know your capabilities at the time and was somewhat offensive in my words." Ron took the contract, looked through it briefly, and then gave Gwyneth a slight smile. "It's okay, I understand. After all, it's indeed rare for someone my age to be an alchemist." "That's no excuse," Gwyneth said sincerely, her gaze firming. "As compensation, I've furnished your new workshop with a set of furniture. Although they're made from ordinary materials without any extraordinary effects, they are practical and substantial items that I hope will be of help." She retrieved a stack of meticulously drawn furniture designs and renovation plans from her bag and handed them to Ron. Each drawing was marked with detailed dimensions and materials, clearly showing the effort she had put into it. Ron was somewhat surprised as he looked at the drawings. "This is too kind, Gwyneth. Isn't this too much trouble for you?" "Please, you must accept them," Gwyneth insisted, genuine apology in her eyes. "I've already arranged with the merchants to have them delivered to your new workshop tomorrow morning. This is a token of my appreciation, and also the school's welcome to a new alchemist." Realizing that Gwyneth's words were not empty flattery, Ron could only nod gratefully. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you very much, Gwyneth." Trish, watching everything unfold, had a knowing smile on her lips. Having completed her task, Gwyneth tactfully took her leave. Before leaving, she could not help but feel some sentiment. It seems geniuses really do mingle in their own small circles. Watching Gwyneth depart, Ron half closed the door and turned to Trish. "It seems I can move into my new workshop tomorrow." "East District, that's a prime location." The brown-haired girl raised an eyebrow. "Looks like Master Magnus values you quite highly." Ron shrugged. "It might be Lady Allen's doing. She seems to know Master Magnus from way back." "Moving tomorrow." Trish stood up, smoothing her long dress. "Need any help? I could have let you lend a hand, she's quite strong." "No need," Ron shook his head. "I don't have much stuff. Andre has already agreed to help, so 2 people are enough." "All right then." Trish nodded and prepared to leave. "I have other things to attend to. I'll visit your new workshop another day." After seeing Trish off, Ron stood at the door, looking at the workshop contract in his hand, a surge of complex emotions welling up inside him. Just a few months ago, he was an overlooked candidate apprentice facing the constant threat of death, struggling with every step. Now he had attained the status of a professional alchemist, was about to move into his own independent workshop, and had an expanding network of connections. The rules of this world are so simple yet cruel. As long as you display enough value, people will come to curry favor with you, even if you do nothing. He looked at his alchemist badge on his chest, then glanced at the instruments and workshop contract on the table. Old wisdom holds true everywhere. In deep mountains, rich connections always exist. The morning light was faint. Thick fog wove through the branches of the black mist jungle, enveloping the candidate apprentice dormitory area in a haze. Andre walked on the mossy stone path towards Ron's dormitory. Today was the day to help his friend move. and his emotions were more complex than he had anticipated initially. By his father's side, he was merely the 13th prince of the Faruk kingdom, without inheritance rights, having to endure the pressure from his siblings after arriving in the Black Mist jungle. His situation had once been worse than when in the royal palace, but then, 3 months ago, everything quietly changed. It's laughable. In the end, I have to rely on someone I used to look down on, he muttered to himself. His fingers subconsciously rubbing the gray badge on his chest, that was his servant's proof, which Ron had applied for some time ago, linking it to his name. Only with this could Andre be considered an internal member of the school and allowed to stay. Servant, even though Ron treated him as an equal friend, whenever he touched that special badge, he always felt a lump in his throat, immersed in his thoughts. Sudden rush of footsteps alerted Andre. He looked up to see 3 disheveled figures stumbling toward him from the intersection ahead. Their faces marked with fear and despair. Prince Andre. Your Highness, the voice was sharp and trembling. Causing Andre to frown, it was Byron Lemon, once the eldest son of a border count in his father's court, who had come to the Black Mist jungle with him. Beside him were Helena and Tony, both of whom were once children of notable nobles in the kingdom. A few months ago, on their way here, the trio were still in high spirits, boastfully discussing how they would showcase their talents in the Black Mist jungle. Now, however, they were in tattered clothes, faces haggard, eyes sunken, with the marks of sleepless struggle etched on their faces. Your Highness, please have mercy. Helena rushed in front of Andre, suddenly kneeling on the ground, her cries mixed with sobbing. We know you are close to the newly acclaimed Alchemist. Please introduce us. Andre said nothing, slightly furrowing his eyebrows, instinctively stepping back half a step, not wanting his sleeve to be grabbed by them. Your Highness, please, please. Byron also knelt at Andre's feet, crying so hard he could barely breathe. Today is the last day of the assessment period. The law enforcement team has already begun clearing the dormitories. We must either be chosen by the advanced apprentices or be expelled from the Black Mist jungle. You know what it's like outside. What is it like outside? The golden-haired youth felt a bitterness rise in his heart, for he knew all too well. Although he and Ron had ventured out to visit the black market days ago, they only dared to act within the safe zone around the school. Even in the relatively safe Sunset Tavern, they tread carefully. Outside, the wilderness was teeming with various alien races extremely hostile to humans, and terrifying magical beasts capable of easily slaughtering groups of knights. An ordinary person without any extraordinary power could not survive more than 3 days in that environment, let alone trek back to human territory for months without any means of transportation. Your Highness, please. Tony also joined the plea, his voice trembling with desperation. We don't want any reward. We're willing to do anything, even if it's just as lowly servants. Helena was almost clinging to Andre's leg, her eyes soaked in tears. We know Lord Ron likes to live alone, but if you're willing to introduce us. Listen, although my relationship with Ron is fairly good. Hearing this, Andre hurriedly corrected himself, trying to clarify the boundary, but I have no authority to decide anything for him. The law enforcement team is here, Tony suddenly screamed, pointing afar. Andre followed his finger and saw a team of apprentices in gray uniforms checking the dormitories one by one. Look at this batch of defects, weak as always. One law enforcement officer sneered, his tone filled with contempt. They drove the panic-stricken candidate apprentices out, gathering them in the central courtyard. Some struggled trying to resist, only to be ruthlessly knocked down. Most just hung their heads low, like walking corpses, resigned to being moved around, their faces full of resignation. Please, Your Highness. Helena's voice was almost hoarse from crying. Introduce us to the Alchemist. Even if we're reduced to the lowest laborers, it's better than being expelled outside. Andre looked at the humble pleading of the 3, a complex emotion rising in his heart. Aside from a slight pure pity for the plight of their kind, it was mostly a feeling of helplessness against such a ruthless system. As he fell into internal conflict, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind. Prince Andre, what's happening? Andre turned abruptly to see Norris standing there. The squad leader of the law enforcement team, his face slightly sardonic, yet his gaze was unusually vigilant. Something important, Apprentice Norris. Andre adjusted his breathing, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. just ran into a few old acquaintances. Norris glanced at the three people kneeling on the ground, a sly smile appearing on his face. I suppose they hope to become Ron the Alchemist's servants through you, right? Andre did not answer, but the subtle expression on his face already revealed the answer. As far as I know, Ron the Alchemist has just acquired a workshop and is preparing to expand his business. Norris's tone seemed casual, yet carried obvious probing. At such a time, helpers are indeed needed. Andre's thoughts raced. Norris mentioned facts. Ron indeed intends to recruit assistants. But they have already discussed it. The first choice is those alien races with special talent, such as dryads or shellfolk, who often can offer extra advantages in processing magic potion materials due to their racial talents. Ron the Alchemist, the blond boy chose his words carefully while pondering how to respond. Please consider for my father's sake. Helena's pleading voice rang out again, only to be interrupted by Andre's raised hand. He struggled inwardly for a moment, and finally made a decision, a bitter and cold one. I'm sorry. Andre heard his own voice, indifferent to the point of unfamiliarity. Ron the Alchemist currently has no plans to take in ordinary servants. Byron's body shook uncontrollably. Helena's eyes turned from despair to a bitter hatred, while Tony was completely slumped on the ground, his eyes empty like a dead thing. Especially, under Norris's gaze, he steeled his heart and continued. Those ordinary people without any special skills who only consume resources. Words like knives sever the last thread of hope for the three. I understand. Norris's face revealed a shade of satisfaction, casually waving an invisible wave. Concentrated spiritual interference, while not affecting unrelated parties, is a skill only learned in advanced courses, and is one of the entry thresholds for the law enforcement team. The three candidate apprentices almost collapsed to the ground in sync. With the moment, the spiritual wave hit them, falling into a coma. They were utterly powerless against the spiritual interference of an intermediate apprentice level, akin to ordinary people facing overwhelming natural disasters, yet Andre, standing beside, remained completely unaffected. Please trouble you to drag away these defective items. Norris instructed the two officers behind him without turning his head, then casually spoke to Andre. Your Highness, don't worry about this kind of thing. Their fate is already sealed. Andre nodded silently, watching his former acquaintances being dragged away like trash, his sleeves concealing a clenched palm. He knew the decision he just made might lead to the death of these three, but in the survival of the fittest Black Mist jungle, any choice was beyond one's subjective intent. Your Highness is too kind. This is already the best arrangement for them. At least being thrown out gives them a sliver of hope for survival, if chosen by those few. Norris's voice carried a subtle mockery, directly pointing out. Moreover, you should also know who gave you your current position. Doing less unnecessary things is the first rule for your long-term survival. Andre did not respond, but his gaze was drawn by a sudden disturbance rising on the other side of the courtyard. He saw a female apprentice in a purple dress passing through the crowded group. It was Cynthia. Others consciously made way for her. As a member of the candidate wizard sequence, she had the right of first selection. Her gaze wandered among the male candidate apprentices, like a professional hunter searching for the most favored prey in the hunting ground. This one looks quite nice. The woman gently touched a blond boy's face, her voice carrying a sticky chill. Skin is tender too, should last a few more times. Saying that, she took out a delicate silver chain from the silk bag at her waist, and personally tied it around the boy's neck, like putting a collar on a pet. Don't worry, sister won't let you suffer too much. Cynthia whispered in the boy's ear like a viper licking an apple, at least not at first. Watching this scene, Andre felt a nauseating churn in his stomach. Although Cynthia's hobby was no secret within the school, witnessing her selection of playthings still sent chills down the spine. The law enforcement officers turned a blind eye to all this. Their task was only to clean up those unclaimed defects. Those candidate apprentices not selected by advanced apprentices would be directly expelled into the wilderness outside Black Mist jungle. Awaiting them was more than hunger and cold, but also the hunt and enslavement by various alien races. This time of year is the most active season for various alien slave hunting teams. They also know the Black Mist jungle periodically releases a batch of fresh goods, and these candidate apprentices with no combat ability are the ideal source of slaves. Your Highness, we must continue our work. Norris's voice pulled Andre back to reality. Do you have anything else? Andre shook his head, understanding Norris was tactfully asking him to leave. This cleanup operation neither required nor welcomed spectators. Then I won't disturb your work. Andre nodded, feeling a bit dizzy. Before leaving, he cast a final glance at the candidate apprentices who had been divided into groups. Those chosen were both fortunate and unfortunate, while those not selected seemed even more despairing. Your Highness, you seem to be heading in the wrong direction. Norris suddenly called out to him. As far as I know, the dormitory area where Ron the Alchemist is temporarily staying should be east along the main road. You must be going to find him, right? Thanks for the reminder. He forced a smile, quickly leaving this suffocating place. Desperate cries echoed in the courtyard behind him, but Andre chose not to look back. Cynthia's tower stood in a clearing at the northern corner of the Black Mist jungle, surrounded by thorny vines that formed a natural barrier. The walls here were adorned with various peculiar instruments, their shapes and purposes sparking one's imagination. The floor was not covered with ordinary carpets, but with a type of living tissue that emitted a slight moan with each step. Today there were a few unfamiliar faces in the tower, all freshly selected toys from the candidate apprentices. They were shackled in cages, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The quality of this batch is not bad. Cynthia stretched her body, satisfied as she eyed her spoils. At least they'll last for a while. She casually picked a blonde boy from the group, her fingers gently caressing his trembling cheek. What's your name, sweetheart? To Thomas, mistress. The boy's voice trembled, yet he tried his best to maintain a posture of submission. Thomas, what a sweet name. A dangerous smile curved Cynthia's lips. Let's have you start today, shall we? Without waiting for a response, she signaled two maids to drag the boy away, commencing her cruel and bizarre game. As the boy's agonized moans began to resonate, Cynthia's eyes started to glow with an eerie purple light. She pressed against the boy's chest, each movement causing his body to shiver violently, simultaneously generating a barely visible energy fluctuation that she easily absorbed. It's a pity this feeling fades too quickly. Cynthia softly sighed, collecting the pure magic power transformed from those emotional fluctuations, while grumbling discontentedly. The first time is always the most delicious. Afterwards it takes stronger stimuli to achieve the same effect. That's why you have to switch batches every few months, Oliver commented without lifting his head. Shouldn't you consider a more sustainable approach? This consumption rate is too fast. Easy for you to say. Cynthia continued her actions, her voice laden with evident discontent. My talent is like this, requiring constant collection of fresh emotions. Without sufficient magic power supply, how do you think I maintain my position in the candidate wizard sequence? Oliver was sitting in an armchair by the window, holding a list he had just taken down from the school notice board, candidate wizard sequence points ranking. Ron, who had just become a professional alchemist, though not yet in the sequence, was marked as a prospective candidate. Recent ranking developments are a bit troubling. Oliver's words were tinted with worry. He neatly placed the list on the table. Holt is still far ahead in first place, with Levin, Gardner, and Simmons catching up, especially Levin, whose spiritual power talent is 4th-class star, just 20 points behind me. You're always like this, Oliver, Cynthia said lazily, her fingers toying with the hair of the nearby boy. Overthinking can impede action. Since we've already embarked on this path, why hesitate further? Observation, analysis, execution. These are my guiding principles. The voice of the black-haired youth was like cold metal. Our method of enhancement requires precise calculations at every step. I don't want to be wholly warped and lose myself too quickly. Thomas had begun to struggle weakly, as if unable to endure that life-draining ability. Cynthia impatiently frowned, stopping her actions, draping half of her garment over her. Listen, we all know our situation. Her voice became calm yet sharp. We possess special talents, but the power gained from unconventional methods is unstable, and the legitimate spiritual cultivation path is closed to us. Now the only way out is. Oliver interjected softly, eyes flashing with concern, the path of the Black Wizard. He took out a piece of sinisterly glowing black crystal from inside his robe, placing it carefully on the table. In the candlelight, the black crystal emitted an ominous glow, its surface seemingly crawling with countless tiny insects, sending chills down one's spine. Cynthia's voice turned gentle, almost reverent. You acquired it from those people again. Oliver nodded. The cost was significant, but it was worth it. After all, it's the key material for completing the ritual. His slender fingers caressed the surface of the black crystal, which seemed to respond to his touch with faint pulsations. Interestingly, I noticed that the newly rising potion master Ron, his spiritual talent seems similar to ours. Oliver's eyes glimmered with a hint of light. 6th class star, perhaps even lower, yet his progress is extraordinarily rapid. Cynthia's interest was piqued. What are you suggesting? Like us low-talent folks, achieving such accomplishments in a short time without special methods is impossible. Oliver's voice carried precise reasoning. He must have found some method similar to ours to compensate for innate deficiencies. We might consider bringing him in. He elegantly returned to the window, gazing at the distant outline of the black mist jungle. Shared knowledge doubles strength. You were once my competitor, yet now you're my staunchest ally, aren't you? Cynthia smiled slightly, recalling the intoxicating power when first tasting the Sin Domain black crystal. The flavor of the black crystal is indeed irresistible. The feeling of transforming spiritual contamination into pure power is simply bewitching. Precisely, Oliver nodded, his perfect expression fixed on his face like a mask. He surely won't refuse such a mad enhancement. In just a few months or even weeks, he can gain an equivalent to decades of accumulated power. He opened an ancient tome, pointing to a section of explanatory text. According to records, those with strong constitutions hold a significant advantage in pollution transformation. A robust body can withstand more mutations, not only with higher efficiency, but also maintaining rationality for a longer period. His eyes showed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, we have no talent for night cultivation. It's said that the first knights and demon hunters were invented by black wizards proficient in bloodline research to create better vessels. Ron might have, Cynthia suddenly said, a sharp glint in her eyes. Remember how he disposed of Davad, who turned into an aberration? His swordsmanship was quite remarkable. Oliver pondered briefly, then shook his head. Even if he has knight talent, it can only be a subsidiary. With his demonstrated expertise in magic potion making, he can't fully commit to another cultivation path simultaneously. Everyone's time and energy are limited. So what do you plan to do? Cynthia inquired, her fingers lightly tracing the trembling throat of the blond boy. Approach, probe, evaluate. Oliver smiled perfectly. If he's suitable for our path, we'll gain a powerful ally. If not. He didn't finish, but his cold eyes conveyed enough information. Then let's proceed as planned. I'll be in charge of research and production, and you'll handle material collection and testing. Oliver looked out the window, as if he could see Ron in the distance through the black mist jungle. As for that young potion master, I'll find an opportunity to evaluate him. The black mist jungle in the early morning was still, shrouded in a light mist, but Ron had already spiritedly arrived at the school library. He came to the library once again, utterly different from the last time he was here. Back then, he had just become an elementary apprentice and even needed repeated approval from the guard to enter the most basic reading area. As a newly minted professional alchemist, he couldn't wait to use his new status and permissions to delve into more extraordinary knowledge. The library was housed in an ancient stone tower, plain and unadorned from the outside, but every apprentice knew that here was the place, aside from paid courses, that most enhanced their development. The person guarding the entrance was not the same as last time, now replaced by an elderly gray-robed guard. Alchemist badge, the elder said softly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Young man, you look at most 16 or 17 years old. Ron nodded with a smile. Ron Ralph, just passed the Alchemist certification exam, presided over by Master Magnus himself. The old guard examined the badge closely and after a moment nodded slightly. The mark cannot be forged. It seems you are indeed a genius. He stepped aside. Professional alchemists have dual-level clearance, allowing access to most ordinary texts and some advanced materials. Thank you, Ron replied politely, and then stepped into this hall of knowledge. The interior of the library was astonishingly spacious, far exceeding its external appearance. Clearly, some kind of space expansion magic was employed here. Bookcases stacked layer upon layer reached up to the ceiling, forming a maze-like ocean of knowledge. In the center of the great hall stood a half-height deep brown crystal pillar, engraved with intricate runes. That was the library's guiding stone, which could direct users to the relevant area based on their inquiry. Ron walked up to the crystal pillar, gently placing his palm on it, and silently reciting the keywords he wished to search for. Intermediate Apprentice, Magic Mastery, Advanced Requirements. The runes on the surface of the crystal pillar lit up with a gentle blue glow, and then a path of light dots unfurled in the air, guiding him to a specific bookcase area. Following the light dots to the designated location, Ron found a section dedicated to apprentice advancement materials. His gaze was quickly drawn to a heavy brown leather book, with the title, The Apprentice Ladder, embossed in gold on the cover. He took down the book and found a quiet oak table nearby to sit at, carefully opening its yellowed pages. Intermediate Apprentice, the second stepping stone on the path of the apprentice. A bold title came into view. Ron focused intensely on reading, occasionally noting key points in the notebook he carried. Unlike the elementary apprentice stage, the core task of an intermediate apprentice is no longer simply to increase the value of spiritual power, but to deepen the control over spiritual power, particularly as expressed in magic construction. A qualified intermediate apprentice must master at least 3 zero-level spells and be able to cast them with ease. This requirement is not arbitrarily set, but is based on the scientific principles of brain domain development. Ron furrowed his brow, paying particular attention to this key point. The book explained in detail. The magic model construction process is actually creating specific thought circuits within the mental sea. For every spell mastered, a corresponding neural connection pathway is formed in the brain domain. When spells mastered reach 3 or more, these pathways gradually weave into a web, forming a unique thought network, significantly enhancing the flexibility and extensibility of spiritual power. More importantly, once this thought network is formed, it becomes the foundation for casters to access higher-level spells. Without this foundation, even if one possesses strong spiritual power, they cannot support the complex model construction required by high-circle spells. Ron suddenly understood. No wonder Eric and Leia emphasized the mastery of magic. Turns out this is the basic rule of brain domain development. As he continued to read, he began to understand the requirements for the advanced apprentice stage. An advanced apprentice is marked by spiritual power reaching a specific threshold, while developing at least one spell to a personal specialization level. This specialization is not merely about increasing power, but importantly involves integrating the caster's personal understanding to make it unique. Specialized magic is the necessary path to becoming an official wizard. Every official wizard possesses at least one entirely unique magic system, a test of personal interpretive ability, and a requirement for creativity. Those apprentices lacking creativity, no matter how high their spiritual power, will ultimately fail to break through the boundary of an advanced apprentice. To become a true wizard, not only was sufficient spiritual power needed, but also unique insights and creativity, aligning closely with his vision of what a wizard should be. Just as Ron was about to continue exploring the details of advancing to an official wizard, he turned to a page that had clearly been tampered with. That page had only a few lines of text, the rest covered in black ink, leaving only the title details of official wizard advancement and a prominent note. Only members of the candidate wizard sequence may view. Ron tried probing with spiritual power, but felt a powerful resistance bouncing him away. Clearly, the masked contents had special protections against unauthorized peeking. It seems higher clearance is needed, he murmured to himself, feeling slightly disappointed but undeterred. Returning the book to its place, Ron approached the crystal pillar once more, this time seeking information on the origins of the knight profession. The crystal pillar lit up again, guiding him to another area. This new section's bookcases housed texts appearing even older, with many book covers faded and their corners heavily worn. In that section, Ron found a thick ancient tome titled Investigation of the Origin of Knights. The book's pages had yellowed and become fragile, requiring great care in handling. The book's records on bloodline knights and demon hunters were exceptionally detailed, opening Ron's eyes. The origins of demon hunters can be traced back to the early Second Era. During the Great Cataclysm aftermath, many wizards attempted to transplant parts of magical beasts into humans to obtain corresponding bloodline abilities. Ron frowned. This line was crossed out. He continued reading the subsequent content. Early demon hunter experiments often ended in failure, with most transplants suffering severe rejection reactions, resulting in death or uncontrollable mutations. It was not until Adrian Morrill of the Black Crow School created a special stabilizer that success rates somewhat increased. Ron paid particular attention to this piece of history, so demon hunters were indeed products of experiments. Continuing to read, he saw the content about the origins of bloodline knights. With the continual improvement of demon hunter experiments, wizards gradually realized that directly transplanting magical beast organs, despite rapidly granting great power, did not eliminate rejection reactions or mutation risks. Therefore, Elvin Oswo of Eofa Academy proposed the bloodline activation theory. Elvin believed that humans naturally carried dormant fragments of ancient biological bloodlines, which could be awakened through specific rituals to gain corresponding powers, while greatly reducing rejection reactions because these bloodlines already existed within the body. This theory was quickly validated and popularized, forming the basis of the modern bloodline knight system. Compared to demon hunters, although bloodline knights' power surge was less pronounced, stability and safety were greatly improved, reducing mutation rates by nearly 70%. Ron suddenly realized, no wonder Andre said that most of the Farouk royal family awakened the fire lizard bloodline. These must be the bloodline traits left by their ancestors. Turning to the section on advancement potential, Ron encountered some discouraging content. The knight profession, as a product of wizard research, essentially has a limited development advancement path. Whether demon hunter or bloodline knight, after completing the ritual, there is a noticeable enhancement in physical attributes, but the risk of instability and mutation always lingers. To continue progressing, deeper excavation of bloodline potential or the further transplantation of more powerful organs is required, but this simultaneously increases the risk of runaway mutations exponentially. Ron suddenly realized, it turns out that although the knight profession can bring powerful physical enhancements through bloodline activation, it ultimately has a ceiling. Fully tapping into genetic potential makes mere physical training lose its effectiveness. It doesn't make sense. Didn't Andre say there are also magic swordsmen and so-called crown knights? Especially the crown knights, whose combat abilities are said to rival those of an official wizard, suggesting that the path of the knight is far more extensive than just that. Ron continued to flip through the pages, hoping to find detailed information on magic swordsmen and crown knights, but the book's records on these rare professions was surprisingly brief. The magic swordsman is considered an unconventional breakthrough on the knight's path, first created by the bloodline knight Abraham Silva, when faced with the limits of his bloodline. He created a new way to utilize power by channeling spiritual power into a specially crafted magic sword. Records of the monarch knight are even rarer. Believed to be the perfect combination of special bloodlines and a magically enhanced body, it is said that only the few knights who awaken the corresponding attribute of an ancient bloodline and master the most elite breathing technique can possibly embark on this path. Monarch knight. A new term appeared, perhaps corresponding to what Andre referred to as the crown knight. It seems that different kinds of elite breathing techniques can achieve corresponding advancements, which wizards then collectively refer to as the so-called monarch knight. Interestingly, among the strongest beings in the beast race, the most powerful are also called monarchs. One wonders if there's any connection there. What puzzled Ron was that whenever the book mentioned the specific symptoms and consequences of night aberrations, the related passages would abruptly stop, clearly showing signs of editing. Why is there such a taboo about the consequences of aberrations? He was filled with doubts. Could it be that the consequences triggered by aberrations are even more terrifying than imagined? The entire book emphasized how to prevent and control aberrations from beginning to end. It rarely mentioned what would happen once an aberration occurred, as if it were an unmentionable taboo topic, like an incurable disease. Irreversible, just waiting for death, combining with the spiritual contamination brought by the meditation technique. The path of the extraordinary in this world may be far more dangerous than he imagined. Thinking of this, he closed the book, feeling a bit downhearted, as he returned the book to its place. Ron had even more questions than before coming to the library about the knight system, wizard advancement, and most importantly the essence of aberrations, seemed intentionally hidden, only known to those with sufficient authority and qualification, in the afternoon. He promptly arrived at the teaching area to attend Eric's Magic Circuit Optimization course. The classroom already had a dozen apprentices, mostly elementary apprentices, along with a few intermediate apprentices revisiting the basics. Ron chose a front row seat, took out his notebook, and prepared to jot down key points. Eric appeared punctually as always. Dressed in a deep gray robe with purple trim, his expression focused today. We'll continue discussing the cross-optimization of magic circuits. He started straightforwardly, his fingers sketching a complex energy network in the air. Ron listened intently, occasionally jotting down critical information in his notebook. Compared to the first class, he now had a deeper understanding of magic circuits, making Eric's explanations clearer and more comprehensible. Eric suddenly called his name, his attitude noticeably friendlier than with other apprentices. "Please come up and demonstrate the circular flow technique we talked about last time." Ron got up and walked to the front at Eric's indicated spot. This time, he no longer felt confused like the first time. Instead, he calmly closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing and guiding the magic within his body to flow along a specific path. With his guidance, weak but stable magic formed a circular flow within him, each cycle purifying the magic further. "Very good." Eric nodded in satisfaction. "Please share your experience with everyone. What changes occurred in the magic after each cycle?" Ron sensed briefly and then said, "With each cycle, some impurities in the magic are filtered out, and simultaneously the pure magic resonates with the circuit, making the circuit firmer and more flexible. It's like," he pondered for an appropriate metaphor, "like a river stream flushing the riverbed, clearing the silt while also making the riverbed more smooth." An excellent metaphor. Eric clapped his hands, a look of admiration in his eyes. This is precisely the core principle of circular flow. It's not just about purifying the magic, but also about strengthening the circuit itself. By practicing this consistently, your reserves and quality of magic will significantly increase. Magic construction experience points +1. Ron returned to his seat, feeling the envious and curious gazes from his peers around him. Clearly, his level of mastery in this course had exceeded most classmates' expectations in such a short time. At the end of the class, Eric called out to Ron, "Your progress is surprising. Faster than I anticipated." He slightly lowered his head, speaking in a lowered voice. "If you're willing, you can participate in the special test next week, skipping the first stage of the course directly with your performance." "It should be no problem." Ron expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much for your recognition, Master Eric. I will prepare well for the test." Eric nodded. "The test will include both basic theory and practical operations. Especially in the practical part, you are required to maintain a stable magic flow under pressure. Keep practicing." After leaving Eric's course, Ron hurriedly made his way to the third classroom on the north side of the 5th floor for Leia's Spiritual Stability Techniques class. Unlike the previous class, Leia's course placed more emphasis on hands-on practice. Upon entering the classroom, apprentices were immediately tasked with practicing a steady output of spiritual power in front of a specially designed crystal ball. Ron sat in his seat, lightly placing his hands on either side of the crystal ball, and began to attempt the exercise with his eyes closed. Soon, a pale blue light illuminated within the crystal ball, and as he input his spiritual power, the light grew stronger but always maintained within a certain brightness range. "Well done, Apprentice Ron." Leia stopped beside him, observing the state of the crystal ball with satisfaction. "You have already grasped the essentials of constant output. Spiritual Stability Techniques experience points +1. At the end of the course, Leia also extended a special test invitation to Ron. "Since Eric has already recommended you for the test, I have no objections. Your talent in spiritual control is equally impressive." She took out a small, transparent crystal stone from inside her robe. "Here's a little gadget for you. It's a meditation assistance stone, a minor result of my supplementary study in alchemy. It's not worth much in magic stones, but it can help you better perceive spiritual wave fluctuations. Practice more before the test. I believe you'll perform excellently. Thank you very much for your trust and help." Lady Leia, after expressing his gratitude, Ron took the crystal stone and then took his leave. Upon leaving the teaching area, His heart was filled with curiosity about the meditation assistance Stone Leia had given him. He always held an almost obsessive desire to explore new things. A habit formed during his student days in a previous life, this tiny, transparent crystal stone in the afternoon sun emitted a faint halo, silently pulsating as if alive. One can never be too cautious. With his herb recognition ability nearing mastery level, he now possessed some basic discerning insight into non-herbal extraordinary items. The crystal stone given to him had no traps or hidden mechanisms. Clearly a gesture of goodwill, casually given as a small gift, since I'm already in the teaching area. Why not go directly to the meditation room and test the effect of this crystal stone? Ron contemplated, and then turned toward the registration office nearby. The meditation room in the teaching area charges by the hour. Equipped with a special array that completely prevents magic power leakage, costing 1 magic stone fragment per hour, for the barely scraping by period during his candidate apprenticeship. This was a considerable expense, but for Ron, now a professional alchemist, this amount was trivial. He took out a magic stone fragment from his waist pouch and gently placed it on the tray in front of the registrar, who skillfully recorded the time before calling a guide to lead him to the meditation room. The guide was an expressionless middle-aged man. The sapphire badge on his gray apprentice robe indicated he was an intermediate apprentice, yet seemed to have been doing this simple job for a long time. Ron couldn't help but ponder how many such intermediate apprentices were in the Black Mist jungle, enduring the elimination of the candidate and elementary apprenticeship periods, yet still seeing no hope of advancing further, spending their lives on such trivial tasks. Perhaps this is the siphon effect of the Black Mist School, the top extraordinary gathering place in the surrounding region, like the powerful siphoning effect of first-tier cities on nearby counties and cities upon entering the meditation room. The lighting was soft, with low brightness luminescent stones embedded in the walls, and a layer of thick soundproofing materials on the floor. The air was imbued with a subtle, calming fragrance, seemingly mixed with the scent of calming herbs and winter dream flower, causing people to relax unconsciously. Ron sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, gently placing the crystal stone in his palm, and closed his eyes after taking 3 deep breaths. He began to adjust his mental state according to Star Eater's ravings. Unlike the peaceful tranquility of the basic meditation technique, the mental state guided by Star Eater's ravings was more like standing at the edge of the universe, overlooking a starry abyss hidden with infinite dangers, filled with awe yet harboring an unfathomable sense of peril, as his consciousness gradually sank into that sea of living stars. The crystal stone in his hand quietly began to take effect. Ron was surprised to find that the crystal stone seemed to capture and amplify his spiritual waves, making the previously vague and indistinct lines of spiritual power become clearer. It was like suddenly having a faint lighthouse while sailing at night, unable to illuminate the entire sea but providing crucial directional guidance. The star track rune required by Star Eater's ravings was far more complex than the basic meditation technique, where even a small mistake could lead to the collapse of the entire rune. But now, with the crystal stone's assistance, he could grasp the path of each rune line more precisely than before in the sea of spirit. Those star-like spiritual powers coalesced into threads, depicting a complex double helix structure under the guidance of consciousness. The process remained challenging, requiring extreme focus at each step, but it was smoother than before. Star Eater's ravings. Proficient experience points +1. The effect of the crystal stone wasn't particularly significant, but indeed brought tangible help. Ron could feel that the runes he constructed were more stable and purer than usual, with spiritual power flowing more smoothly under the rune's guidance. Is this the charm of alchemy? He opened his eyes, gazing at the crystal stone in his hand, and felt a new interest rising in his heart. This simple assistant stone had shown him the infinite possibilities of alchemy, using the right materials and techniques to create extraordinary items with specific functions. This path of creation shared a subtle similarity with magic potion making, yet had its unique charm. Ron closed his eyes, recalling the occasional snippets he heard in Lady Allen's shop and the alchemical information he learned from Andre. Unlike spells that directly manipulate magic power, alchemy emphasizes solidifying magic power within a specific medium, creating long-lasting and stable extraordinary effects. It originated from the exploration of the essence of matter. Gradually branching into multiple disciplines during its long development, the most basic is alchemical transmutation, changing the fundamental properties of materials through a special alchemical process, such as turning ordinary metals into extraordinary metals with special properties. There is also alchemical construction, combining various materials to create composite items with new functions. The most mysterious life, alchemy, said to be a forbidden technique, capable of manipulating the essence of life. Among these branches, the most practical and formidable is alchemical explosives, extraordinary items that can unleash terrifying destructive power in an instant. Alchemy explosives. Ron recalled snippets he'd seen in the library. According to the records, alchemy explosives were accidentally invented by a wizard named Herman. He was experimenting with combining magic power crystals with certain minerals when an unexpected explosion nearly destroyed the entire laboratory. The power of an ordinary alchemy explosive can rival the attack magic of an official wizard, and in some cases, it's even more terrifying because it doesn't rely on the caster's magic power. Once activated, it bursts with constant might. Ron remembered an outdoor experiment Andre once described. He saw an advanced apprentice throw a seemingly insignificant silver orb towards the target, followed by a blinding white light and a deafening boom. When the smoke cleared, the small hill more than 10 meters high was reduced to dust, leaving only a deep crater in the ground. It's just that the cost is truly too high, Ron sighed. The incredibly powerful alchemy explosive was said to have consumed several months of the advanced apprentice's savings, and selling one individually was worth at least several complete magic stones. However, as long as it could be triggered with a magic guide wire, even an elementary apprentice could deliver a blow comparable to an official wizard, which was a terrifying thought. Andre initially tried the path of alchemy. Ron remembered the setbacks the 13th Prince had once mentioned. Now I have become a professional alchemist with master-level proficiency in basic magic potion making. Ron planned in his mind, unconsciously rubbing the pattern on the surface of the crystal stone. Next, I no longer need to fully invest in accumulating experience points for magic potion making. I can completely spare some energy to explore the new path of alchemy. Though magic potion making and alchemy are two separate disciplines, they share commonalities in many aspects such as material processing and energy control. Especially after systematic training as an alchemist, there's a relatively deep understanding of the properties and reactions of various extraordinary materials, which will significantly shorten the time to get into alchemy. Moreover, the golden finger with unlimited profession slots is precisely prepared for such multidisciplinary development. I might as well ask Andre later if he can transfer his alchemy books to me. Ron calculated in his mind, as if he had already seen himself setting up an alchemy workstation in the corner of the workshop. Multi-directional development can not only increase strength, but also create synergy among various professions, gaining more attribute bonuses. He had fully experienced the benefits brought by the synergy of alchemist, knight squire, and wizard apprentice. What kind of spark would be ignited if alchemists were added? When he left the teaching area, the sunset of the black mist jungle had painted the entire sky a reddish-orange, with dappled shadows of trees, like an impressionist painting. Ron walked slowly along the stone path, contemplating the knowledge learned today and the upcoming test. Passing by the candidate apprentice dormitory area, he noticed the whole area was unusually quiet. The usual sounds of laughter, quarrels, or various practice noises were all gone. Why is it so quiet? Ron was puzzled and then suddenly remembered today's date. It was the annual cleaning day. Those candidate apprentices who had not been promoted within the time limit had already been expelled or selected. At this thought, he unconsciously quickened his steps. An indescribable complex feeling surged in his heart. If not for the golden finger, I might also be among those expelled. A year ago today, he was merely a bewildered youth brought to the black mist jungle by a white-robed mage, with low spiritual talent and a bleak future. Back at his place, Ron began to pack his simple belongings, preparing to officially move out of the dormitory. Although he already had an independent workshop, he had been swamped with various affairs in recent days and hadn't completed the move. Let's completely move out today. He glanced around the simple room that had accompanied him for nearly a year, his fingers lightly caressing the worn marks on the windowsill, feeling a touch of reluctance. This cramped space witnessed his struggles and continuous growth. Here, he spent countless late nights reading by lamplight. He repeatedly studied the basic meditation technique, and later, he braved the risk of spiritual contamination to practice the Star Eater's ravings. Here, he flipped through the basic magic potion theory until the pages were dog-eared and worn, filled with countless detailed notes. He was immersed in memories when a knock on the door brought him back to reality. Ron opened the door to see Andre standing outside, holding a cloth bag. The blond boy's face appeared slightly tired, with noticeable dark circles under his eyes. Just in time, he smiled and stepped aside. I was just about to move my things to the workshop. Andre seemed somewhat nervous, silently helping Ron pack his things after entering the room, clearly different from his usual carefree demeanor. His back was straight, and his movements were particularly cautious, as if facing a superior, his eyes frequently dodging, avoiding direct eye contact with Ron. "Hey, what's up?" Ron noticed his friend's unusual behavior and joked casually. "Did a ghost possess you, or did you have a nightmare last night?" Usually at such times, Andre would surely respond with a witty retort or return an even more exaggerated joke. But today, the blond boy just forced a smile, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. "It's nothing, just, I saw some things that made me think." Ron paused his actions, looking seriously at Andre. "Is it about the cleaning activity today?" Andre nodded, a trace of bitterness appearing on his face. "Yes, I saw with my own eyes how they dealt with those candidate apprentices who failed to advance within the time limit. I met a few of my former townsfolk." Andre continued, his voice slightly trembling. "They knelt down and begged me to introduce them to you, hoping to become your servants. But I refused." He raised his head, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. "Ron, did I do the wrong thing? Maybe I should have." "You did absolutely right," Ron interrupted him. "I do need assistance, but not those ordinary people with no special talents. Besides, resources are limited, and having one more useless person would only distract our attention." Andre's face changed slightly, clearly not expecting Ron to express his view so directly and coldly. In his impression, although the other party was rational, he had never shown such a strong side. Ron's tone softened a bit, looking at the other person with implied meaning in his words. "If we encounter someone truly talented, regardless of their background, I am willing to give them a chance. This world is like this, only those with value can exchange for the right to survive." Andre nodded, seemingly relieved. "Don't think too much about it." Ron casually patted his shoulder. "Help me move that box of books to the door, and we'll go to the new workshop together. By the way, I have a new idea to discuss with you about the bloodline activation ritual." Andre was immediately drawn in, and that familiar vigor returned to his eyes. "What idea?" Ron explained briefly, carefully placing a few books into a cloth bag. "I've been studying ancient texts on bloodline activation these days and discovered some interesting clues." He took a worn-out notebook off the shelf and opened it to a page. "Did you know, the bloodline activation potion was initially designed for alien race slaves to enhance their naturally extraordinary traits. But in the mid-Second Era, someone started trying to use it on humans to activate the ancient bloodline hidden within them." Andre was immediately captivated by this topic, his anxiety temporarily replaced by curiosity. "Really, I've never heard of these." "Because most attempts ended in failure." Ron turned to another page in the notebook, which was densely recorded with various experimental data. The earliest bloodline activation potion formula was too aggressive, lacking detailed adjustments for human physiological traits, resulting in severe deformities in most experimenters. The success rate was desperately low, probably only around 1%. He pointed to a passage in the notebook. But as the formula was continuously improved, the success rate gradually increased. By the early Third Era, there was already a relatively stable human-specific bloodline activation potion, which forms the basis of your royal inheritance. "So your new idea is?" Andre looked at Ron with some anticipation. "I believe that the traditional bloodline activation ritual mainly relies on external stimuli to awaken the dormant bloodline. But this method often has difficulty controlling the direction and intensity of the awakening." Ron explained, his eyes gleaming with thought. If through a specific combination of magic potions, we might be able to guide the bloodline awakening process more precisely, and even trace back to a more ancient and pure source. He closed the notebook in his hand, and his expression became serious. The bloodline of the Pharaoh royal family conceals the traits of the sun flame dragon, while the traditional activation method can at most awaken the fire lizard or two-legged flying dragon bloodline. But if we can concoct a special directional activation potion, it may directly point to that most ancient and pure sun flame dragon bloodline. Andre's breathing visibly quickened. Can this really be done? Theoretically feasible, but the risk is also considerable. Ron did not hide anything. Any attempt that deviates from the traditional path can bring unpredictable consequences, including bloodline deformities. Especially when trying to directly activate a more ancient and pure bloodline, the rejection reaction will be more intense. Andre fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of this proposal. But soon a determined glow reignited in his eyes. I am willing to try ahead of you. After all, the bloodline of the Pharaoh royal family is relatively stable, and most people awaken the fire lizard or two-legged flying dragon bloodline with a low probability of abnormalities. He paused for a moment, his tone turning resolute, and every inch of muscle on his face tightened, showing a determination bordering on madness. Moreover, I hope I can become stronger, at least have enough value to stay here. Ron looked into his friend's eyes full of determination, and finally nodded. All right, I'll start preparing from tomorrow. Today, help me finish moving these things, then go collect the materials on the list, and we'll discuss the specific formula in detail tomorrow. Each of them picked up a cloth bag and left this makeshift dorm that was about to become a past. The corridor remained eerily silent, with the entire candidate apprentice dormitory area shrouded in an eerie stillness. The occasional distant shouting only added to the suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. As they left the candidate apprentice dormitory area, Ron turned back one last time to look at this place that carried all his memories from when he first arrived at the Black Mist jungle. His gaze swept over those familiar buildings, where every brick and every window seemed to mark traces of his growth. Although his rapid development was due to having extra assistance. At least all those countless bitter days and nights, the sweat was real, the pain was real too. Goodbye, no, never see you again, he said in his heart, then turned and left. Ron stood in front of Workshop No. 14 in the East District, holding a brand new key. Although this two-story building was not as impressive as the independent towers of the advanced apprentices, it was a remarkably luxurious accommodation for someone who had just been promoted to a professional alchemist. The brick-red exterior walls, iron-framed windows, and the small flower bed at the front all reflected the school's importance attached to alchemists. The two of them together moved Ron's few personal belongings into the workshop. Most of the furniture had already been sent according to Gwyneth's arrangements. The interior space of East District No. 14 was even more spacious than Ron imagined. The first floor served as a reception hall and a magic potion refining room, while the second floor had a bedroom and a small experimental area. Ron looked around with satisfaction, especially at the spacious and well-lit magic potion refining room, equipped with all kinds of exquisite tools and equipment. Much better than I imagined. After placing the last box of herbs, Andre wiped the sweat from his forehead and proactively offered to take his leave. As a member of the royal family, he claimed there was no extra privilege, but in truth there were still some perks. At least he didn't have to worry about his accommodation. Moreover, since the other party didn't actively invite him to stay, it was best to leave promptly. Ron nodded, bid farewell to Andre, and then eagerly headed to the magic potion refining room. Just as he was about to stock up on some potions for sale after officially opening, a completely unfamiliar, yet wonderfully familiar feeling surged from within his heart. It was an indescribable existence, neither tangible nor void, like a trickle of clear spring quietly flowing into his spiritual sea. Ron couldn't even determine whether it came from outside or stemmed from within, as if it existed in a completely different dimension that happened to intersect with the real world. This energy seemed to possess an unparalleled purity, without any impurities or negative effects, like the most primitive and pure form of energy in the universe. Even a brief contact with it brought him an unprecedented feeling of mental purification. as if something silently cleansed a trace of shadow deep within his consciousness. Is this? Ron widened his eyes in surprise, almost dropping the test tube in his hand, Grace. Lady Allen had once mentioned that when a young person experiences a breakthrough under a master's guidance, the pure energy generated from this growth is given back to the master as grace. But at this moment, he clearly felt a trace of subtle grace flowing into his spiritual world, minuscule yet incredibly distinct. That feeling was like suddenly finding a drop of dew in the desert, insignificant yet precious due to its purity. Ron soon traced the source of the grace. His mind automatically conjured the image from the previous magic circuit optimization class, where Eric asked him to share his meditation experience on stage. At the time, he used the metaphor water flow brushing the riverbed to clearly explain the principle of circular flow, eliciting resonance among his classmates. Especially the thin apprentice with glasses, Ron remembered seeing a flash of realization in his eyes, even nodding slightly in agreement. It was a heartfelt gratitude, born from finally understanding a problem that had plagued him for a long time. I see, he finally realized, placing the test tube on the rack beside him, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Not only formal teaching, but as long as you can genuinely help others understand and grow, allowing them to express heartfelt gratitude, you can receive feedback of grace. This discovery greatly excited Ron. He originally thought grace was an exclusive benefit for masters, needing long-term systematic guidance to earn. Unexpectedly, he could also earn this precious pure energy simply by sharing experiences that genuinely benefit others. Although the grace obtained today was minuscule, almost as insignificant as a drop in the ocean, its presence proved the viability of this path. This also explained why in the school, those seasoned advanced apprentices often substitute for masters and periodically hold small sharing sessions to impart experience to junior apprentices. Ron's eyes gleamed as he felt that trace of elusive grace settling in his body. This energy seemed stored in a special dimension, neither mixing with spiritual power nor affecting the magic flow, as if sealed in an independent space, ready to be called upon to purify spiritual contamination. Looks like I must seize any opportunity to showcase myself in the future. Ron internally decided, realizing this was a win-win choice. By sharing knowledge, not only can I enhance my understanding of skills, accumulate experience points, but also gain this precious pure energy called grace. Once the workshop stabilizes, maybe I can consider taking on a few truly gifted students. The next batch of candidate apprentices should arrive in a while. We can see if there are any good seedlings then. Ron began to form a vague plan in his mind, imagining a corner of the workshop with several workbenches and a few focused young faces conducting experiments under his guidance. Those beginners just introduced to magic potion making often need systematic guidance. Speaking of grace, he couldn't help but think of his teaching master, Lady Allen. Since he completed the Alchemist certification, he hadn't visited the herb store much. A few days ago, Ron had just come out of the Alchemist certification examination venue, ready to share the good news with his mentor. In the late evening, the herb store was sparsely populated, and the wind chimes hanging in front swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a pleasant and crisp sound. As he pushed open the door, the familiar mixed scent of herbs wafted over him, giving Ron an inexplicable sense of belonging. Lady Allen was standing behind the counter organizing the ledger, her bony fingers tapping on the yellowed pages. Hearing the bell ring, she asked without looking up, "What do you need?" Her hoarse voice was as cold as ever. "Madam, it's me, Ron." He walked up to the counter, his tone filled with joy. "I've passed the Alchemist certification exam." Only then did Lady Allen lift her head, her deep green eyes inspecting him as usual. Ron had expected to see surprise or approval, but he only saw a kind of almost indifferent calm, as if he were reporting the weather of the day. She commented briefly, then bowed her head and continued with the accounts, the pen tip scratching a rustling sound on the paper. "What rating did that old Magnus give you?" Ron's enthusiasm was doused like cold water, a slight disappointment welling up in his heart. He cleared his throat and adjusted his tone. "Excellent rating, madam, personally signed by Master Magnus." The old lady's tone remained calm, but her withered fingers paused slightly, leaving a small ink blot on the paper. "That old fossil is always stingy with high marks. It seems you did quite well." Ron keenly noticed this detail, and the sense of disappointment subsided a bit. She closed the ledger, and those eyes, buried in wrinkles, finally looked straight at Ron. You showed rare talent and comprehension from the moment you arrived, so naturally passing the certification is expected. If you couldn't achieve that, I would doubt my own judgment. Although not a direct compliment, these words were better than any praise. Ron smiled slightly, habitually moving to the side to help Lady Allen organize the clutter on the counter, just as he often did when he was an assistant. Various potion bottles, dried herbs, and small measuring tools were scattered on the counter, and his fingers instinctively began categorizing them. "Stop," Lady Allen's voice suddenly raised, carrying an undeniable command. "You are now a professional alchemist, no longer my assistant. These chores shouldn't be done by you." Ron's movements froze mid-air as he looked at Lady Allen in surprise. Seeing him standing there stunned, Lady Allen's face revealed a rare hint of mockery. "Old Allen can't afford the salary of a professional alchemist. A talent like you is worth at least a dozen magic stone fragments per hour. My little shop's entire daily revenue couldn't pay for half a day of your work." Ron was amused by her rare sense of humor. "Madam, you know I don't mean that. I just wanted to help you tidy up the shop like before." "I know." Lady Allen's expression turned serious once more, her deep green eyes fixed on him as if to see through his soul. "But I'm serious, Ron. From today on, you need to focus on your research and improvement, not waste time with chores here." She slowly walked out from behind the counter, her stooped figure casting a long shadow under the dim lights. The lighting in the herb store was always dim, supposedly to protect the rare materials sensitive to light. In this light, Lady Allen's face appeared even older, but her eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. "Every day you delay your progress is reducing my gift." Her voice turned low, a glimmer of desire flashing deep in her eyes that Ron had never seen before. "This old lady is still counting on you to help prolong her life." Despite the joking tone in her words, Ron could feel the seriousness behind them and nodded gently. "I understand, madam. I will work harder to meet your expectations." "Go on then. I heard East District 14 was assigned to you. That's a nice location." Lady Allen waved her hand, signaling for him to leave if there was nothing else. "Make good use of your new workshop. Don't waste that brilliant mind of yours. If that old Magnus could give you an excellent rating, it shows your potential far exceeds an ordinary alchemist's." Ron solemnly bowed to her. "Thank you for your guidance all these years, madam. If you ever need any help, just send a message, and I'll be at your service." "Off you go, young man." Lady Allen's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible gentleness. "Your future doesn't lie in this cramped herb store." As Ron's figure disappeared outside, the wind chime gave one last crisp sound before Lady Allen's expression began to slowly change. Her wrinkle-lined face showed a complex expression with both relief and a kind of eager anticipation. She quickly headed to the back room, moving more agilely than usual, and locked the herb store's door to ensure no one would suddenly intrude. Retrieving a small silver mirror from beneath the counter, Lady Allen carefully checked every corner around her before slowly lowering the psychological defenses she had always maintained. In an instant, the image of the old witch underwent a dramatic transformation. The wrinkle-covered skin became smooth and delicate, flawless as fine porcelain. The hunched back straightened, and the frail figure became plump and graceful. Most strikingly, the scrap of silver hair was restored to a lustrous pink-purple, cascading like a waterfall. A stunningly beautiful woman replaced the elderly figure, with only the deep green eyes remaining unchanged, now appearing even brighter and more profound. The transformation lasted only a few seconds before she returned to the appearance of the old woman. But unlike usual, this time the transformation was under her deliberate control, not forced back by a lack of power. Lady Allen's hand gently caressed the hideous scar on her waist and abdomen, an indelible mark that had accompanied her for 100 years, a permanent memorial of past failure. It was a scar running diagonally from the left flank to the right waist, supposed to be fatal, yet thanks to some mysterious intervention, she survived at the cost of never fully recovering. "It's surprising. This is my first time rejuvenating outside of the magic power surge period," she murmured to herself, her voice filled with undisguised excitement and tremor. "The gift from that child is so pure and ample." She walked to the full-length mirror, observing herself closely. Even after reverting to her old self, her eyes appeared brighter than usual, and the wrinkles on her skin seemed reduced. No wonder the old prophecy said my turning point lies with the Black Mist School. Lady Allen caressed the image in the mirror, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. I wonder what the old folks at the Crystal Tower would think if they knew I found such a talented student. She turned towards the shelves, retrieving an old magic potion from the top, designed specifically for detecting the degree of spiritual contamination. Carefully dripping a drop into her palm, she watched as the liquid gradually shifted from dark blue to light blue. The spiritual contamination has reduced by at least 30%. She widened her eyes in astonishment, testing again incredulously with the same result. This is just too exaggerated. The once oppressively heavy spiritual contamination, long needing suppression, felt partially alleviated, akin to a weight lifted from her chest, allowing freer breath. If this trend continues, perhaps I'll have a chance to advance further. Who would have thought a 6th-class star ordinary boy would become my saving grace? Lady Allen sighed softly, sitting back at her workbench, and began handling some special materials, including ashen gray tongue moss, the crystalline spotted lichen. Still missing a few ingredients. I wonder when that boy will manage to gather them all, although there's no rush since they're intended for him eventually. It's a shame I'm unable to leave the shop otherwise. The first ray of dawn penetrated the window. Ron was already seated in the center of the small experimental area on the 2nd floor of the workshop. The air was filled with a faint incense fragrance, a special formula used to stabilize the spirit, made from calming herb, calming leaf, and cinnabar powder mixed together. This was an auxiliary meditation potion he recently devised by himself, capable of resisting the spiritual contamination brought about by Star Eater's ravings to a certain extent. In the time since the workshop was established, Ron has been unfailingly conducting meditation cultivation every day. Getting up at 4 in the morning, starting the first meditation at 5, lasting at least an hour, before beginning other work for the day. This level of self-discipline, if not for the Time Guardian pocket watch, would have likely caused him to collapse from exhaustion long ago. Deep breath, empty your mind, he murmured lightly, closing his eyes, his spiritual power slowly circulating. In the consciousness space, the complex structure woven from dozens of runes had become increasingly clear and stable. Compared to its initial fragile construction, like a toddler learning to walk, the star track rune could now maintain long-term stability, akin to a meticulously running clock. Countless stars twinkled in the darkness, no longer mere points of light, but existences containing a certain life energy. Under the guidance of the runes, Ron's spiritual power was like a fish swimming through the sea of stars, each circulation bringing deeper understanding and purer power. Current progress, Star Eater's ravings, skilled 147 over 300. The progress is almost halfway, Ron calculated silently in his heart, frowning slightly. Time was passing faster than imagined, and these days of diligent cultivation had allowed him to progress rapidly, yet there was still a long way to fully master the first stage. If I maintain this speed, in about 6 months, I can reach the first stage's critical point and seek a breakthrough to an advanced apprentice. He estimated in his heart. Lady Allen had mentioned that an ordinary apprentice would take at least several years to master the first stage, so it seems I am indeed faster than ordinary apprentices. However, the definition of this so-called ordinary intrigued him, probably not referring to those with a 6th-class star aptitude. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, a low pulse emerged from a dark area deep in his consciousness, as if something was wriggling and growing there. That was accumulated spiritual contamination, settling like silt in the ocean of his spirit. As the depth of the meditation increased, the spiritual contamination became increasingly hard to ignore, even beginning to affect daily thoughts. Ron felt the accumulated contamination in his spiritual sea, like a layer of black silt gradually settling in the originally clear lake water. Initially almost invisible, but over time the sludge thickened, even beginning to affect the water quality itself. Warning, mild spiritual contamination detected. He tried to focus his attention back on the meditation itself, but the sense of pressure grew stronger and stronger. Even with the aid of incense and stabilizing potions, even resetting weekly with the pocket watch, the rate of contamination accumulation was continually accelerating. What worried him the most was that the purification effect of the Time Guardian pocket watch seemed to be diminishing. Initially, a single point of energy from the watch could completely clear the contamination, like cutting butter with a sharp knife. Now it took 3 points of energy to eliminate mild contamination, and there would always be a lingering residue, like stubborn ink stains on fabric that couldn't be completely removed no matter how washed. I must find a way to advance the pocket watch. Ron frowned deeply, maintaining his meditative state but feeling a growing anxiety in his heart. Otherwise, I will sooner or later be crushed by the contamination, and all my efforts would be wasted. To control the accumulation of contamination, he had already adjusted the time of his daily routine meditation, stopping just before the spiritual contamination reached the warning threshold. Meanwhile, he increased the use of more auxiliary potions, which undoubtedly greatly increased the cost of cultivation. Ron had calculated before that now, the monthly expenditure on auxiliary potions alone for meditation had reached over 20 magic stone fragments, not including the energy consumption of the Time Guardian pocket watch. For someone who had become a professional alchemist, it wasn't unbearable, but it was not an insignificant expenditure either. Star Eater's ravings, skilled experience points +1. Another successful cycle completed, Ron could feel his spiritual power becoming slightly purer, like a filter purifying turbid water into a crystal-clear spring. But at the same time, the eerie sensation of being watched by countless eyes in the depths of his consciousness also intensified, sending chills down his spine. That special inspiration can indeed bring a tenfold experience boost, but the spiritual contamination is also tenfold. I can't use it recklessly anymore. As the last trace of spiritual power retracted, Ron slowly opened his eyes, ending the meditation. He took a deep breath, feeling the heaviness accumulated in his chest, a physiological reaction brought about by spiritual contamination. After each meditation session, he always felt inexplicable fatigue and palpitations, feelings that grew stronger as the contamination accumulated. Fingers gently caressed the silver pocket watch at his waist, feeling the remaining scales inside it didn't need to be reset today, so he could devote the energy scales to recovery and other cultivation, waiting to purify when the contamination accumulated to a certain extent in a few days. That favor shared in class yesterday. Ron recalled that peculiar feeling. Warmth surged in his heart as if a clear stream had poured into it, murmuring softly. Though insignificant, it indeed eliminated some of the accumulated contamination, roughly equivalent to the amount produced by 10 days of daily meditation. This further strengthened his resolve to actively share his experiences in the future. Not only can it help others, but it also brings tangible benefits to himself. Why not? After a short break, Ron transitioned into the magic practice phase. During this period, he focused on magic construction and spiritual interference. These two skills had progressed significantly under the system guidance of the paid course. Concentrate. Ron gently held up a crystal ball with both hands and began channeling spiritual power to construct the Soundwave vibration magic model. The crystal ball is the best tool for regular magic practice, as it can visually display the stability of a magic model and the state of energy flow. Good magic model will show a smooth and stable energy flow inside the crystal ball, while an immature model will exhibit chaotic energy and unstable fluctuations. With Eric's guidance, he gained a new understanding of optimizing magic circuits. It's no longer just about infusing spiritual power into the magic model, but guiding it through specific paths to maximize energy efficiency. It's like channeling a previously chaotic river into orderly canals, reducing energy loss and improving the stability of magic. Inside the crystal ball, an energy vortex began to form, and as Ron infused more spiritual power, it became increasingly stable, transforming from intense fluctuations to almost complete stillness, with only the core pulsating faintly with light. Each successful magic construction brings a sense of achievement, as if creating order out of chaos. Magic construction experience points +1. Immediately after, he attempted to construct a magic model for spiritual interference. The skill had been systematically trained in Leia's course, and now he was able to precisely influence the perception of small nearby creatures, temporarily plunging them into confusion or fear. Spiritual interference is more intricate than sound wave vibration, requiring the spiritual power to be shaped into a special ripple that can disrupt the target's thought processes. It's akin to playing a complex piece of music, where every note needs to be accurate to produce the desired effect. Ron found a moth resting on the windowsill and gently sent out a ripple of spiritual interference towards it. The moth immediately ceased its wing-flapping motion, as if frozen in place, then suddenly began to fly wildly, as if it had seen something terrifying. Spiritual interference experience points +1. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the skilled level in one skill within a month. Ron analyzed his progress while considering the choice for a third magic. As an intermediate apprentice, it's essential to master at least 3 zero-ring magics, which forms the foundational requirement for a complete thought network in a magic circuit. He already had Soundwave, vibration, and slime splash, and needed to add one more. Spells from the light and heat system seemed to be a good choice. Ron recalled his grasp of the crown breathing technique and the unique sun's protection within him, contemplating. I could consider a defensive thermal field or a repelling fire ring, both of which could synergize with the crown breathing technique, integrating both offense and defense. Deciding on the next step in his learning direction, Ron stood up and picked up the ironwood sword placed in the corner, beginning the second cultivation session of the day. The ironwood sword carved a graceful arc through the air, each movement perfectly synchronized with his breathing. Inhale for 7 counts, hold for 3 counts, exhale for 5 counts. With the rhythm of the crown breathing technique, the sword momentum flowed seamlessly like clouds and water. Those movements that once required thoughtful consideration had now become part of his muscle memory, allowing his body to naturally make the most appropriate reaction. Each swing of the sword brought a sense of muscles and bones working in perfect harmony, like a finely tuned machine with every component operating just right. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Ron furrowed his brows, slowed his movements, and carefully sensed the changes in sword momentum. Despite the considerable boost from the professional alchemist and knight squire profession synergy, the final bit of experience points for basic swordsmanship proved exceptionally difficult to accumulate. Just a little more to break through, he murmured to himself as he glanced at the data on the panel, a touch of frustration welling up within him. Current progress, basic swordsmanship, skilled 99/100. The feeling of stalling at the critical point and being so close to reaching mastery was particularly agonizing. It's like a hungry person seeing food but unable to reach out to grab it, or like a thirsty traveler seeing an oasis but never being able to approach it. In the workshop, dozens of sheets of paper were scattered across the table, dense with notes full of crossings and changes. Rows of test tubes were neatly arranged on the workbench, containing liquids that presented various strange colors, some even continuously changing hues as if alive. The night was deep, yet Ron persisted in conducting experiments. His black hair looked messy due to the long hours spent bowing his head in research, and the fine beads of sweat on his forehead shimmered faintly under the dim magic crystal lamp. Wrong, still wrong. Ron irritably tossed the notebook in his hand onto the desk, with a few droplets of ink splattering onto his sleeve, though he seemed completely oblivious to it. He rubbed his brow forcefully, attempting to alleviate the stinging pain there. This was already his 3rd sleepless night. He tried over a dozen new formulas, adjusted countless times the proportions of ingredients, and even risked using some rare and dangerous materials, but found fatal flaws during the theoretical deduction phase. Every seemingly hopeful combination ultimately collapsed at one point, just like a meticulously constructed house of cards, always toppling before the final step. Why can't I find the right balance point? Ron stood up and paced back and forth in the cramped laboratory, furrowing his brow. The improved bloodline activation potion needed to meet 3 conditions simultaneously: sufficient activity, maintaining the direction of bloodline mutation, and stability to suppress distortion. These 3 conditions constrained each other, like an impossible choose 2 out of 3 puzzle. Improving any one condition often leads to a deterioration of the other 2. Increase activity and directionality becomes uncontrolled. Enhance stability and activity is insufficient. Sighing softly, he walked to the corner of the laboratory and took down the violin leaning against the wall, a gift from Trish to celebrate his certification as a professional alchemist last time. Music couldn't be recorded into the skill bar like other extraordinary skills. He found that playing the violin effectively eased his anxiety. The increase in comprehension brought by the dual soul talent also allowed him to learn music theory and practice pieces at a speed far surpassing ordinary people. He gently positioned the violin on his shoulder, closed his eyes, and began to play a soft tune. The sound produced by the friction between the bow and the strings was particularly clear in the night, and though the melody was simple, it was full of emotion. The melodious tune seemed to have a magical power, able to soothe the turmoil within him. All right, the piece itself is indeed good, but my basic technique still needs improvement. Ron laughed self-deprecatingly and put down the violin. The music indeed worked, significantly calming his emotions and clarifying his thoughts. He looked at the failed samples on the workbench, each bottle representing an attempt, a setback. Some were too mild to provide enough activity, like trying to light wet wood with a candle. Others were too aggressive, with a high distortion risk using them would be akin to suicide. And some, despite decent stability, failed to provide enough directionality, incapable of pointing to more ancient and pure bloodlines, only enlarging existing weak traits, far below his expectations. Taking a deep breath, Ron forced himself to calm down. Maybe I need to think from another perspective. He closed his eyes, feeling his heartbeat gradually stabilize, muscles relax bit by bit. After several rounds of deep breathing, he decided to temporarily set this issue aside and focus on other matters in the workshop. Staying here will only increase anxiety pointlessly. Better to shift focus and gain new inspiration instead. He said to himself, trying to conquer emotions with reason. Recently, the shop's business was quite good, yet Trish hadn't personally visited. It seemed her promise of visiting, when free, was merely a polite remark. She had been constantly sending Lai Yu to pick up orders and continually introduced new clients to him. Several intermediate and advanced apprentices came because of her introduction. Though they knew Ron was a recently renowned magic potion genius, they doubted his potion refining experience given his age. But under Trish's credit guarantee, they were still willing to tentatively purchase some potions to try. If the effects of these potions were acknowledged, the reputation of the workshop would undoubtedly rise even higher. But with that comes a noticeable increase in order volume, which was already difficult for him to manage alone. Previously, he mainly relied on Andre for help, but the latter had no aptitude for magic potion making, only able to handle miscellaneous tasks. Now he urgently needed a professional assistant, and this was an urgent matter. Ron picked up an order from the floor, frowning as he looked at the deadline. It was just 3 days away. If he had a professional assistant, he could save a lot of redundant material handling steps, at least not exhausting himself to the point of a heart attack every time. The tree spirit. That tree spirit with a unique perception of plants should be very suitable for a magic potion workshop. Ron recalled the creature he saw at the Blake Exotic Race Exchange, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. With my current funds, buying it shouldn't be a big problem. He tidied up the lab bench, carefully labeling and storing the failed samples. Perhaps one day they might provide some inspiration. He changed into a suitable robe and fastened a pouch containing magic stone fragments at his waist. The silver pocket watch lay gently in the inner pocket near his chest, ticking softly, as if reminding him of the preciousness of time. Upon leaving the workshop, Ron casually checked the order book. There were currently 3 urgent orders that needed to be completed within 3 days, especially the batch of potions for Trish, some materials of which needed pre-processing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deliver on time. It's indeed time for some help. He locked the workshop door and quickly headed to the market area, a decision formed in his mind. The weather in Black Mist Jungle was as gloomy as always, faint mist swirling on the ground like countless transparent snakes slithering around. Passing by the school cafeteria, Ron saw several elementary apprentices lining up for food, looking numb and exhausted. They were hunched over, their eyes hollow, like soulless shells driven only by instinct to continue moving. Though they barely survived the waiting period, they faced the next round of eliminations, eyes filled with uncertainty and fear of the future. Ron silently lamented. A few months ago, he too stood in the same place, equally anxious, unsure of where to go. Life's encounters are indeed unpredictable. He quickened his pace, unwilling to be weighed down by these thoughts. Time is precious, and not seizing hard-earned opportunities is the greatest disrespect to fate. The Blake Exotic Race Exchange was located in the shadows on the eastern side of the market, its shaky wooden sign still hanging crooked at the entrance, the letters becoming more blurred, as if they could vanish into the wind at any moment. The two half-beastmen guards at the door were more vigilant than last time, their eyes coldly gleaming, muscles taut, ready to subdue any troublemakers. But when they saw Ron, they immediately retracted their hostility, respectfully bowing their heads to make way. Honorable Lord Ron, I have heard of your recent glorious achievement in passing the professional alchemist certification. The short and stout slave merchant immediately stood up from behind the counter upon seeing Ron, raising his voice and wearing an ingratiating smile as he approached. Ever since your last visit, I've been anticipating your return. The merchant's beady eyes turned into slits, his smile overly greasy, reminding Ron of some second-hand dealers he had seen in his previous life. Ron nodded slightly, uninterested in the other's flattery, going straight to the point. Is the tree spirit I saw last time still here? Here, of course it's here. The merchant rubbed his hands, a sly glint in his eyes. I've been keeping it just for you. Every day someone offers to buy it, but I always tell them it's already reserved. Ron sneered internally, not believing a word of it. The last time he came, this merchant probably already noticed his interest in the tree spirit and deliberately retained this rare item, waiting for him to return and purchase it at a high price. The merchant led Ron through rows of cages, the sounds of various extraordinary creatures growling, sobbing, and whispering intertwined, creating a tragic chorus. Finally, they arrived at a separate enclosure in the backyard. Compared to last time, this enclosure seemed cleaner, with a few pots of greenery even placed in the corners. It looked like an attempt to create an environment more suitable for the tree spirit's survival, or more accurately, to showcase the item's value. The tree spirit curled up in the corner, its calm eyes lifting to gaze quietly at Ron. Its skin still a pale green, covered with small scales, vine-like hair slightly swaying, showing a peculiar vitality. Unlike last time, the tree spirit seemed to have a subtle reaction to Ron's arrival. Although its posture remained quiet, its eyes flashed with an emotion Ron couldn't quite define, as if it recognized him. Look, it's in such great condition. The merchant proudly patted his chest, his voice full of pride. I specifically ordered people to water it with nutrient solution every day, ensuring its vitality doesn't decrease. Ron did not immediately respond, but carefully observed the state of the tree spirit. Thanks to the professional insight of an alchemist, he could see that this creature was indeed well maintained, with the skin moisture and vine vitality kept at optimal levels. Its eyes were clear rather than muddled, indicating that its mental state remained stable and had not become numb or crazy from long captivity. I do indeed need it to assist with magic potion refining. Ron nodded, a gleam of shrewd calculation flickering in his eyes, and he began to negotiate. But last time you said 80 magic stone fragments. Looking at the current market, 60 pieces should be a reasonable price. This won't do, sir. The merchant gestured exaggeratedly, his voice turning sharp, as if hearing a colossal joke. 80 pieces are already the discounted price for you. On the market, this quality of tree spirit would easily cost over 100 pieces. Look at its vitality, look at the color of these vines, how many special functions it possesses. All of these are worth money. The two went back and forth, ultimately settling on 70 magic stone fragments for the deal, with an additional free control mark engraving service provided. Deal? Ron took a leather pouch from his waist, counted out 70 magic stone fragments, and placed them on the tray before the merchant. The sound of gathering gold was the merchant's favorite music. His eyes squinted with laughter, almost disappearing amidst the creases on his face, like a lottery winner who just hit the jackpot. A wise choice, sir. The merchant laughed, his eyes nearly closed into slits. Please wait while I prepare the materials for the control mark. As the merchant turned to leave, the tree spirit suddenly lifted its head, its eyes meeting Ron's, flashing an emotion Ron couldn't decipher. It wasn't gratitude, fear, hope, or despair, just an extreme calmness. When he was scrutinizing the tree spirit closely, the slave merchant had already returned holding a small silver box. Sir, the control mark can be engraved very soon. However, before that, I would like to recommend some other merchandise that might interest you, given your status. The merchant's tone carried an undeniable anticipation, as if ready to showcase his collection. Before Ron could respond, he continued enthusiastically, clearly unwilling to miss any opportunity to pitch his wares. For example, this. He mysteriously pulled out an exquisite crystal container from the inner pocket of his robes. Inside, it hovered a thumb-sized, peculiarly shaped, translucent object that looked like an underdeveloped embryo, yet its interior revealed faint energy pulsations. A special embryo crafted by a bloodline modifier, blending the bloodline essence of 3 extraordinary creatures. Bloodline modifier, elaborate on that. Ron's attention was immediately captured. His eyes widened slightly, and he felt inspiration for improving the bloodline activation potion spring forth in his mind. This is industry secret. The merchant lowered his voice, speaking with a sense of mystery, but since the apprentice asked, I am willing to share a bit. He lowered his voice, as if divulging a startling secret. Modulation is a wizardry specializing in bloodline enhancement and modification. It's a branch of magic potion making, but requires mastery of alien race structures and various extraordinary bloodlines. It is said the most powerful bloodline modifiers can even construct new life forms from scratch, creating races that have never existed in the world. With the in-depth explanation from the slave merchant, new information appeared on Ron's profession panel. Acquired profession modulator, 2 stars, partial profession information. Magic potion apprentice new progression path unlocked, gamma modulator 2 stars. Path change conditions. 1. Basic magic potion making mastered square root. 2. Extraordinary biology skilled. 3. Bloodline modulation skilled. 4. Successfully performed at least 3 different types of bloodline modulation. Traits: bloodline identification, tissue activation, genetic fusion. New branch path, although in terms of advancement conditions, requires him to practice 2 new skills to skilled level from scratch. Ron frowned, feeling somewhat troubled, as he already had enough daily tasks to manage. However, this bloodline modulation has some similarities with the bloodline activation theory he previously researched, but it evidently goes further. Bloodline activation awakens dormant bloodlines within. Bloodline modulation seems to process and modify the bloodline itself, even creating entirely new bloodlines. There might be opportunities for mutual verification and drawing parallels, rather than starting from scratch. What bloodlines are fused in this embryo? He asked, eyes fixed on the translucent small object, his heart unconsciously racing. Dragon lizard, wind sprite, and crystal scorpion. The merchant lowered his voice, with eyes gleaming in excitement, as if revealing a tremendous secret. This combination can endow the host with exceptional adaptability and regenerative ability, making it an ideal combat companion. The dragon lizard provides strength and defense, the wind sprite brings speed and agility, and the crystal scorpion grants venom and regeneration. He proudly caressed the crystal container. This is something I acquired at a great expense. How much for this embryo? Ron asked, trying to appear uninterested. 150 magic stone fragments. The merchant quoted a shockingly high price, but quickly added, however, considering your large transaction earlier, I can offer you a special price, 120. Ron quickly calculated his financial status in his mind. The tree spirit already cost 70 pieces, and adding this embryo would almost exhaust his entire savings. Furthermore, he was completely unfamiliar with bloodline modulation. Purchasing an embryo of unknown origin carries too much risk. No, I'd better understand everything first, he decided internally, then shook his head. Not for now, but I'm very interested in bloodline modulation. Can you tell me where I can find them? The merchant seemed somewhat disappointed, but quickly adjusted his expression, apparently well acquainted with the bargaining process. True bloodline modifiers are extremely rare, said to be less than 5 in this region. However, he glanced around, ensuring no one else was listening. If you are willing to pay an adequate price, I might be able to arrange a secret meeting for you. Ron nodded thoughtfully, keeping this information in mind, but chose to ignore the merchant's latter half of the sentence. Engaging such hidden entities through an unknown intermediary is too risky, not worth the danger. I'll consider it, he replied vaguely, then changed the subject. Now, if you would complete the control mark carving. The engraving process was surprisingly simple. The merchant took a unique rune stone from a silver box, gently pressed it onto the tree spirit's forehead. The lines on the rune stone lit up instantly, then flowed into the tree spirit's skin like a living creature, finally forming a complex mark that was faintly visible in the center of the forehead. "It's done, sir." The merchant put away the silver box, nodded with satisfaction. "From now on, it is yours. Just utter the control password and it will obey your commands unconditionally." The control password was imprinted with a special spiritual power, emerald green dried wood. Leaving the trading post with the newly purchased tree spirit, Ron began planning his current arrangements. Perhaps it's time to visit the library again. He glanced at the tree spirit walking beside him, silently decided. I not only need to find information on bloodline modulation, but also about tree spirits, to better interact with it. The tree spirit quietly followed behind him, its eyes still as calm as water, seemingly experienced too much to be disturbed by anything. But Ron noticed that whenever they passed some green plants, the tree spirit's vines would slightly sway, as if communicating silently with them. Returning to the workshop with the tree spirit, he initially worried it might not adapt to the new environment, but unexpectedly, the tree spirit seemed familiar with the workshop layout from the start. After simple settling and basic guidance, the tree spirit quickly began assisting with organizing herbs. Its talent for processing plant materials far exceeded expectations, almost instinctively knowing how to store each herb to maintain its optimal activity. "You know, I was worried you might be difficult to care for," Ron said to the tree spirit, while watching it slowly extend its roots into the soil. "I didn't expect you only need, like ordinary plants, regular watering and occasional magic power supplements." The tree spirit's vines gently swayed, and a hint of joy seemed to flash in its calm eyes. Although it never utters a word, Ron gradually learned to interpret its body language. Surprisingly, once the tree spirit extended its roots into the ground, Ron found it seemed capable of providing some level of monitoring and alertness, able to perceive subtle changes in the surrounding environment. "I will return later," Ron said to the tree spirit while organizing his instruments. "While I'm away, continue sorting these materials, especially the exotic herbs that require special preservation. I've marked the basic requirements on each shelf. You can adjust according to your understanding." The tree spirit just nodded gently. It was unclear whether it did not want to speak or could not speak. After leaving the workshop, Ron headed straight to the school library. The mention of the bloodline modifier by the slave merchant yesterday had piqued his great interest, and with an assistant in the workshop, he finally had time for more in-depth research. Perhaps this was the key to solving the dilemma of the bloodline activation potion. On the way, he happened to encounter Leia. This mentor of spiritual stability techniques seemed to have just walked out of the teaching area, with a trace of fatigue on her face, and was slightly surprised to see Ron. "What a coincidence, Ron, apprentice." She greeted him. "Just as I ran into you, I wanted to inform you that Eric and I have arranged a special examination for you this week. I hope you prepare well." "Thank you for the arrangement, Lady Leia," Ron replied politely and glanced at his skill bar. Current progress, Magic Construction, Beginner 48/50. Current progress, Spiritual Interference, Beginner 45/50. He should be able to reach the skilled level before the weekly test, so he wouldn't have to worry about passing. "I've been practicing hard, hoping not to disappoint you. Your performance has always been excellent." Leia nodded slightly. "Additionally, I've noticed that during recent classes, your shared insights haven't resonated much with other apprentices. I need to remind you that true teaching is not just about displaying knowledge, but igniting the spark of inspiration in others." Ron's heart tightened as he earnestly contemplated these words. He had indeed been trying to share his cultivation insights in class, hoping to gain more favors, but with little success. It seemed that gaining favors was far more challenging than he had imagined, requiring inspiration and guidance for others to truly gain something, rather than simple knowledge transmission. "I will keep your guidance in mind," Ron sincerely said. "I will try to understand other apprentices' needs better, not just showcase what I have learned." After bidding farewell to Leia, he suddenly recalled a casual chat with Mira during the last class. That slender female apprentice mentioned, while exchanging information with him, that Carl and the short, stout apprentice he encountered during course registration had taken on a commission from the Edge Forest and had been out of touch for several days. It now seemed likely they were doomed. Struggling to survive or dying quietly, the weak seemingly have only these two choices here. A sense of urgency surged in Ron's heart. If I can't keep getting stronger, one day I will end up the same way. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace. The library remained plain and unadorned on the outside, but within it housed countless books. The same old gray-robed guard manned the entrance, who was said to be on a monthly duty cycle. Upon seeing Ron, he nodded slightly, stepping aside to clear the way. "What information are you looking for today?" the old guard asked, his tone friendlier than last time, though still retaining a certain vigilant demeanor. "Knowledge about bloodline modulation and the habits of the tree spirit race." Ron replied candidly, not hiding anything. In this place, the pursuit of knowledge was not considered suspicious behavior, as long as it didn't involve forbidden realms. The guard raised an eyebrow, his mustache twitching slightly, with a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he said nothing more, merely pointing towards the guiding stone. "Start from the third slot of the guiding stone. It will lead you to the relevant materials. Remember, some knowledge about bloodline modulation might be restricted." Ron nodded in thanks and walked towards the dark brown crystal pillar at the center of the library. He gently placed his palm on it, silently thinking the keyword, bloodline modulation. The runes on the surface of the crystal pillar lit up with a blue glow, after which a path of light points unfolded in the air, guiding him to a specific area. Following the points of light, Ron arrived at an area shrouded in a pale blue light screen. "Please verify your identity." This line floated on the light screen. Ron pressed his alchemist badge against the light screen, and after a moment, it flickered a few times before partially dissipating, revealing a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. It seemed this was an area requiring special permissions for full access. Passing through the light screen, Ron found that the bookshelves here were older than other areas, housing various exquisitely bound but ancient books. Many books were even fastened with chains made of special materials, prohibiting readers from taking them off to read. Before one bookshelf, Ron found several introductory materials about bloodline modulation. Unfortunately, more in-depth knowledge was categorized as higher-level restrictions, inaccessible with his current permissions. Bloodline modulation basics, extraordinary creatures bloodline overview, cross-species bloodline transplantation research. Ron took down a few books that appeared most valuable and sat at a nearby table to begin reading earnestly. The content in Bloodline Modulation Basics was a revelation. Bloodline modulation, an ancient and mysterious craft, has its core in understanding and manipulating the essence of life. Unlike simple genetic modification, bloodline modulation involves altering the deepest energy imprints of life, which determine the basic traits and abilities of a creature. The earliest bloodline modulation can trace back to the end of the First Epoch's divine era, allegedly founded by a sea witch named Issa Tear of Pearl. She attempted to refine the bloodline within her, derived from an ancient river god, successfully separating pure life energy and preserving it in specially designed containers. Ron was deeply captivated by this content, almost forgetting the passage of time. Bloodline modulation was more complex than he imagined, but also more systematized. Especially the methods of extracting and preserving bloodline factors gave him great inspiration. "I see, it's not just simple mixing, but first decomposing different bloodlines into fundamental bloodline factors and then recomposing them in specific proportions. Extraordinary biology, beginner 1/50. Ron quickly noted down the key information in his notebook, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just as he was engrossed in study, a powerful wave of magic suddenly enveloped him, leaving him breathless. Ron abruptly lifted his head and saw a white-robed figure standing by the bookshelf not far away, watching him with interest. A delicate white mask covered the figure's face, revealing only a pair of deep blue eyes. Snow-like silver hair fell from both sides of her mask, and the snowy white robe subtly outlined a graceful figure, yet it didn't evoke any amorous thoughts. The whole person seemed like a ghost walking from the depths of the snowfield, carrying a cold, detached aura beyond the worldly. It was Corina, Trish's mentor, the white-robed mage who had once taken him from the kingdom to the Black Mist jungle. Seeing this former guide, Ron felt a chill spreading from his spine throughout his body. He put the book back, instinctively stepped back half a step, then realized that such behavior might displease her. Forced down the innate fear, Ron respectfully bowed, hoping not to draw her attention, then quietly left her sight. However, Corina's voice suddenly rang out the next moment. "Apprentice, raise your head." The voice was raspy, like metal scraping, as if her vocal cords had suffered permanent damage. Ron slowly lifted his face, facing the cold white mask, trying to maintain a calm expression. "Oh, I remember you, you're Ron Ralph, right?" Corina's voice seemed to come from multiple directions at once. "I have some impression of you. You seem to have been brought back to the school with Trish." "Yes, master," Ron could only answer respectfully. Corina silently approached, her white robe billowing behind as if it had a life of its own. Interesting, the defective 6th-class star has now swiftly become a professional alchemist and an intermediate apprentice. Her voice carried a hint of obvious surprise. "I remember during the Faruk Kingdom test, your spiritual power fluctuation was so weak it was almost non-existent. I originally thought you would be the first to be eliminated from the batch of seeds." Busted, the recent wave of magic had clearly detected that he had broken through to an intermediate apprentice. Ron stood rigidly, unsure of how to respond. The radiation field on the figure's body stung his skin. Every second felt like a century-long ordeal. "Don't be so nervous, child." Corina seemed to sense his fear, and her tone eased slightly. "Back then, saying that the assessment period would lead to your brain being dissected as an experiment was just to scare you. Your brain structure at that time was overly ordinary, offering no value to my research." Ron felt a sense of relief, but the mask emitted a soft laugh. "However, now seeing your rapid breakthrough, I am starting to take a bit of interest in your brain structure." He felt a chill running from his head to his feet, his mind quickly contemplating strategies. Should he continue pretending to be ordinary, admit he was indeed somewhat special, or just escape? "Relax, this is just a joke. Trish always says I have an ill-timed sense of humor." Noticing Ron's increased tension, the silver-haired witch chuckled softly. "Lady Allen once helped me. How could I possibly do anything to you?" Ron remained silent, uncertain of what to say to avoid further trouble. "You seem to have little understanding of your own special talents, do you?" Corina suddenly asked, her eyes behind the mask gazing directly at Ron, as if trying to see through his soul. Ron repeated, somewhat puzzled. He certainly had special talent, just unsure if it matched Corina's reference. "Interesting, your growth trajectory is too abnormal. Initially I thought someone was guiding you from the shadows. But now it seems you truly are unaware of what you possess." Corina nodded slightly, seeming to confirm something. She turned around, pointing to an area deep within the library. "You should go there and have a look. There is a book called Special Talent Collection. It might help you understand your uniqueness." With her words, a ray of light shot from her fingertip, landing on a light curtain not far away. The curtain flickered slightly and seemed to become more transparent. "I've unlocked the access for you. Understanding oneself is the most crucial lesson on an apprentice's growth path." Corina's voice carried a mysterious meaning. "Looking forward to your growth, young alchemist." After speaking, she vanished among the bookshelves like a ghost in the snow, leaving Ron standing alone, filled with confusion and unease. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to follow Corina's guidance to view the special talent collection, since he had already drawn her attention. There was no point in hiding, better to proactively learn more information, passing through the light curtain. At a central location lay a particularly prominent large tome, its cover made of some kind of shimmering peculiar metal, etched with complex runes, Special Talent Brief Record. Ron whispered the book title. His heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably, he carefully opened the heavy tome. An ancient and mysterious aura pounced. As if it traversed 1,000 years, the first page was a brief foreword. "Special talent is the most precious gift on the path of the extraordinary. It doesn't rely on bloodline, isn't limited by race, and isn't constrained by Akasha's records, purely a chance turn in the wheel of fate, a miracle manifesting among endless possibilities. Special talent is innate. No one can seize it, it binds to the deepest part of the soul. Even if out of the body or soul snatched, the talent still belongs solely to the original holder." Ron felt somewhat relieved upon seeing this. No wonder he had never heard of wizards dissecting gifted individuals for research. It seems that special talents cannot be taken away, at least not at the official wizard stage. In history, those with powerful special talents often travel further and higher on the extraordinary path. Just like Eye of Fiery Flame Elder grew from an ordinary hunter into an elemental great wizard, or Eternal Grasp Lena, who rose from a rural orphan girl to a space lord. The records document dozens of wizards who achieved greatness due to their special talents, with the most remarkable being the deeds of several great wizards. When Void Herbius reached the pinnacle of a great wizard, he conquered another plane known as the Ash Domain alone, transforming it into his private research domain. It is said that his power was so immense that he could effortlessly shatter stars, alter the orbits of vast galaxies, and even carve out a small plane in the void for himself. Clock King Erica is even more of a legend among wizards. She could briefly manipulate causality and twist the flow of time. In her confrontation with Roman 20, she single-handedly banished over 10 apostles, ultimately XXXX. To this day, the sighing of the grand clock at the end of destiny still echoes. Some parts remained deliberately sealed, and he had a premonition that rashly prying into those sealed contents without sufficient strength might lead to truly terrifying consequences. Ron continued browsing, seeking the records that intrigued him. Evidently, special talents also have levels of classification, divided into 3 tiers from low to high. Those that can enable their bearers to become great wizards or even witch kings are clearly in the first tier. The first tier Hydra allows unconditional resurrection 9 times, and after each resurrection, all aspects like power, aptitude, and lifespan are doubled, immune to the attack that killed it, and all negative states like spiritual contamination are refreshed. That's too overpowered. There were also numerous terrifying talents involving time, space, destiny, and causality. After browsing through them, he felt that even his golden finger of the profession panel seemed insignificant. The only advantage seemed to lie in its infinite growth potential, allowing him to slowly build up the strongest through unlimited stacking of professions. After flipping a few more pages, he reached the second tier and found his own dual soul and the complete crown protection, both categorized directly into the second tier. Though not comparable to those of the first tier, which are powerful enough to have significant impacts in the history of wizards, this tier of talents can still help the bearers stand out among those without talents. After flipping through over a dozen pages, he found an interesting section in the corner. Medicinal Body Resonance Orland possessed a rare perception ability, capable of sensing the potency of potions and even intuitively improving formulas. It was recorded that any magic potion he consumed had effects several times stronger than for ordinary people. This talent allowed him to become an official wizard from an ordinary person in just a few years and later, a master in magic potion making. Medicinal Body Resonance, doesn't this exactly correspond to the bonus effects I get after changing my profession to Alchemist? Ron's eyes lit up. This was a second-tier special talent perfectly aligning with his Alchemist profession. This was exactly what he needed. With this special talent as a cover, he could more naturally explain his rapid progress. By then, he could tell others he had this type of special talent, justifying why he advanced from an elementary apprentice to an intermediate apprentice in just 2 months, all thanks to potions. After all, in the world of wizards, special talents explain many incredible phenomena far more easily than pure diligence. With this unexpected delight, Ron continued his in-depth research, documenting more knowledge about special talents and contemplating how he could conduct himself without exposing his secrets. Additionally, he discovered a crucial distinction between first, second, and third-tier talents. Besides their effects being far inferior to those of the first and second tiers, third-tier talents often have various limitations and side effects when triggered. In the following time, he didn't forget his original purpose for coming to the library and researched a lot about the habits of the tree spirit race, as well as various educational illustrations on extraordinary species. Extraordinary Biology, Introductory Experience Points +1. Upon exiting the library, the night of the Black Mist Jungle had completely shrouded the surroundings. Ron's mind was filled with knowledge about bloodline modulation and special talents, like a water-filled bladder, heavy and brimming. As his thoughts churned, the newly acquired information collided with what he already knew, sparking bursts of inspiration. Without the memory advantage and integration ability of extensive knowledge, all this complex information might have overwhelmed him. By the time he returned to the workshop, it was already late, but he had no plans to rest. For him now, time is the most precious resource, and not a moment should be wasted. In the small training area on the second floor, he assumed a posture, took a deep breath, and began his routine cultivation with the crown breathing technique. The flickering oil lamp cast shifting shadows on his calm face. Though there was no sweat yet, he knew that the upcoming training would be arduous. Inhale for 7 counts, hold breath for 3 counts. Exhale for 5 counts. He murmured softly, controlling his breath rhythmically and precisely. These words were already imprinted in his mind, becoming part of his muscle memory. With the deep and powerful breathing rhythm, Ron felt a warm current circulating through his body's meridians, like spring water carrying the pulse of life. Current progress, breathing body refining, beginner 97 over 100. Just 3 more experience points to break through to the skilled level. A slight smile of anticipation appeared on his lips. Adjusting his breathing rhythm, he began the second stage of breathing. This was a deeper phase, requiring more precise control and stronger willpower. Inhale for 9 counts, hold breath for 5 counts, exhale for 7 counts. Sweat began sliding down his forehead, trickling along the contours of his cheeks and dropping onto the wooden floor, forming small dark spots. But Ron's expression remained intensely focused, his brow slightly furrowed, gaze steadfast, as if all things in the world had vanished, leaving only himself and the energy flowing inside him. As his breathing deepened, the warm current inside him became more scorching, rushing through the meridians like magma. The burning sensation was almost unbearable, but Ron knew this was the transformation process. Pain was the necessary path to power. With each deep breath, he felt more energy being absorbed into his body. With each breath hold, that energy circulated through the meridians, nourishing muscles and bones. With each exhalation, impurities and stagnation were expelled from his body, making him purer. His muscles began to tremble, not from exhaustion, but from the overwhelming energy being endured. The reforged meridians emitted a faint golden glow, visible under the skin, like starlight twinkling in the night sky. Breathing body refining experience points +1. The system prompt was like a shot of adrenaline, strengthening Ron's confidence. He didn't pause to rest, but immediately entered the third stage of breathing, the final phase of the basic stage of the crown breathing technique. Inhale for 12 counts, hold breath for 7 counts, exhale for 9 counts. This time he focused his consciousness entirely on the image of the sun. In his spiritual world, the golden sun grew brighter, emitting pure and scorching energy, illuminating the darkest corners of his soul. Ron felt his body was like a furnace, every inch of muscle, every bone, and every meridian being reforged in that blazing fire. Every exhalation seemed to forge something within his body, making it purer and stronger. The sensation was both painful and wondrous, like the process of a snake shedding skin, or a butterfly breaking free of its cocoon, a miracle of life's transformation. Breathing body refining experience points +1. Ron could sense his body becoming visibly stronger. Muscle lines became smoother, bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and skin tightened and glowed with sheen. However, the cultivation of the body refining technique should not be overdone. The final breakthrough was crucial, and for today, he'd reached his extreme limit, leaving the rest for tomorrow. Current progress, breathing body refining, beginner 99 over 100. He grabbed the ironwood sword nearby and swung it casually a few times. The sword edge carved through the air, emitting a deep and mighty whistling sound. Current progress, basic swordsmanship, skilled 99 over 100. Seeing the prompt on the screen, Ron shook his head with a wry smile. Basic swordsmanship remained stalled at the final point, like an insurmountable chasm, separating him from the master level. What's really missing? He asked himself, sheathing the sword, his brow furrowed. Ron slumped heavily onto the floor, feeling a hint of fatigue creeping into his heart. The night's exercise was a massive drain even for an apprentice like him, whose physical condition far exceeded ordinary people's. Perhaps, as Andre said, the final breakthrough in swordsmanship required not just repetitive practice, but some special insight or the life and death tempering of real combat. It's too late, Ron decided to rest for the night and face this challenge tomorrow. Placing his hand on the silver pocket watch, he had deliberately saved a bit of today's energy scale just for this moment. As the reset effect was activated, the black gem in the watch lit up, emitting a gentle glow. A cooling sensation began at the point of contact, swiftly flowing throughout his body, like a gentle spring rain washing away all fatigue and discomfort. Successfully reset negative states, fatigue energy 1. Ron immediately felt refreshed, as if he'd just experienced a deep sleep. The muscle soreness vanished, and his thoughts became clear. This nearly miraculous recovery ability was the key to maintaining high-intensity training. Lying in bed, he recalled the various information gathered in the library today, especially the medicinal body resonance recorded in the special talent brief record. Such a heaven-sent coincidence. He closed his eyes, sinking into dreamland. The next morning, sunlight poured through the windows into the workshop, draping the entire room in a layer of golden light. Ron got up early, washed, and headed straight to the lab. The knowledge about bloodline modulation learned in the library yesterday left him in eager anticipation, impatient to try applying it in the improvement of the bloodline activation potion. The fatigue of last night had completely vanished, replaced by a burst of vitality and a thirst for exploration of the unknown. This was the benefit of the pocket watch, no need to worry about bodily limits, allowing him to focus all his energy on truly important things. The key lies not in simply mixing different activators, but in extracting the purest bloodline factors and then recombining them in specific ratios. He muttered to himself, flipping through his formula notes, which filled several pages with dense records, some places even repeatedly revised, showing the extent of his investment in this project. On a new blank page, he neatly wrote the title, Improved Bloodline Activation Potion Scheme. The tree spirit stood quietly beside him, its tranquil eyes watching every move Ron made. Its roots had already delved deep into the underground of the workshop, with vines quietly extending to every corner, forming an invisible perception network. Ron pulled out several test tubes, each containing different formulas he had tried before. Through the glass, the liquids displayed various colors and concentrations, some clear as water, others murky as mud, and some in between emitting faint glows. Traditional activation potion formulas are too general to accurately target more ancient bloodlines. He murmured as he drew a complex diagram on paper, marking detailed parameters of various materials and reaction conditions. If I could isolate the part of the fire lizard bloodline closest to the sun flame dragon, and then use a special catalyst for enhancement. As his thoughts deepened, Ron's ideas became increasingly clear, and his hands sped up accordingly. Based on the theory learned yesterday, countless bloodline factors were hidden within the bloodline. These tiny energy fragments determined the basic characteristics of living organisms. If he could precisely separate and manipulate these factors, theoretically, it would enable more precise bloodline activation, akin to using a fine needle instead of a heavy hammer, accurately striking those dormant genetic switches. Ron took out the silver wing separator, the precious tool gifted by Lady Allen, glowing softly with silver light as it came alive in his hands. He began to try extracting the purest parts from the fire lizard scale solution. A drop of crimson liquid was carefully placed into the separator, and Ron held it with both hands, starting to rotate and shake it in a specific manner. This process was exceedingly meticulous, requiring intense focus and patience. A slight mishap might lead to the waste of precious materials or unpredicted side effects. Time passed, mentally exhausted, yet his hands remained steady as a rock. The separator spun nimbly in his hands, separating the liquid into different layers, each exhibiting various colors and energy fluctuations. Interesting, this pale golden part should be the factor closest to the sun flame dragon bloodline. He carefully extracted that part and placed it into a specially made small bottle. The liquid shimmered faintly in the bottle, like a star trapped in confinement. Then he began processing the other materials, wholly absorbed in the complex and delicate process. Just as Ron was fully focused on the experiment, a slight rustling sound interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see the tree spirit using vines to form a few words in the air. A guest has arrived. Ron was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the tree spirit to communicate in this manner. For the past few days, it remained nearly as silent as a sculpture, leading him to assume it was just a simple, thoughtless being. Thank you for the warning. He nodded at the tree spirit, carefully sealing his experiment for the time being. Keep an eye on these for me, I'll be right back. The tree spirit nodded in understanding, its vines gently retracting, continuing its nearly statue-like stillness. But Ron noticed a glint of understanding and obedience in its eyes, entirely different from its previous blank, dazed look. After straightening his clothes to ensure there were no potion stains, Ron headed to the workshop's reception room. A short, stout merchant dressed in finery stood there, holding a small basket, anxiously pacing back and forth. "Master Ron." The merchant greeted him warmly upon sight, waddling forward with his round belly, his face adorned with a wide smile. "I've long heard of your famed workshop and made a special trip to visit." He wondered who had come, and it turned out to be the slave merchant from the exotic race exchange. "Ah, it's the merchant, sir." Ron nodded slightly, gesturing for him to sit. "What brings you here?" His tone was calm and detached, devoid of waves, but inwardly he became vigilant. The merchant certainly has intentions. A sudden visit must have a reason. "Oh, the way you put it." The merchant chuckled, placing the basket on the table, his eyes constantly scanning the room, seemingly evaluating the workshop's worth. "I mainly came to see how the tree spirit is adapting here. It's a rare commodity, and our Blake Commerce Association naturally provides comprehensive after-sales service." He opened the basket and took out 2 bottles of faintly glowing soil. "This is specially made nutritious soil from our association, which helps the tree spirit better adapt to its new environment. You only need to sprinkle a handful around its roots weekly to keep it in optimal condition." Ron accepted the nutritious soil, inspected it carefully, and only accepted it after confirming there were no hazardous components. "Thank you for your concern. The tree spirit's condition is excellent. It has already integrated with the workshop's environment." That's good, that's good." The merchant rubbed his hands, his eyes spinning, contemplating how to get to the point. "By the way, Master Ron, I have some good news for you." "Oh, what good news?" Ron raised an eyebrow, asking, his gaze sharp, locked onto the other. "Early next month, our association will receive a shipment of new goods." The merchant lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "They are rare races collected from various places, including some individuals with special bloodlines." Ron was immediately intrigued but quickly suppressed his expression, asking impassively, "Oh, is that so?" For bloodline research, samples from various alien races are undoubtedly valuable resources. Especially as he's just beginning to venture into bloodline modulation, all kinds of experimental materials are crucial for him. "You may not know, but our Blake Commerce Association isn't just a small shop in Black Mist Jungle." The merchant puffed his chest with pride, his voice carrying a clear boast. "We are a vast organization spread across multiple regions, possessing extremely extensive channels and resources." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "If you have any special requests, feel free to tell me in advance, and I will prioritize them for you." Ron picked up his teacup, slowly sipping, calculating in his mind. The tea's temperature was just right, slightly bitter, but sweetly enhancing his clarity of thought. If this commerce association is as vast as the other claims, it might help him find some rare materials or special race bloodline samples. Especially with his current research on bloodline activation and modulation, different bloodline references are what he needs. "I do have some requests." Ron put down his teacup, staring straight into the merchant's eyes, speaking calmly and firmly. "I'm looking for some opponents suitable for swordsmanship training, like the multi-armed snake demon, Sea Siren, and if there are any dragonman race, even better." The merchant's smile noticeably stiffened, his brows furrowing slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. But he quickly regained his enthusiastic manner, though his smile was somewhat forced. "Oh, your request is indeed high." He laughed awkwardly, nervously rubbing the teacup with his fingers. "These races are extremely rare on the market, especially multi-armed snake demons and dragonman race. Their strength is very close to the level of official wizards." He stroked his chin, looking troubled. "With my channels, it's difficult to find such high-level goods, but since it's a request from Master Ron, I will certainly do my best to keep an eye out." Ron could see the merchant's hesitancy. The merchant evidently doesn't believe he can find the slaves that meet the criteria, but doesn't want to lose a potential big client. The forced smile and the evasive speech indicated just how hollow his promise was. "It's okay, I know these requirements are quite high," Ron said slowly, his tone a bit more relaxed. "But I have another demand that might be easier to meet." "Go on." The merchant's eyes lit up, as he was eager to facilitate every deal. I'm very interested in bloodline modulation lately, and I'm looking for some young embryos for research. If your guild can bring some experimental embryos next month, I will consider making a bulk purchase." "Embryos?" The merchant's eyes instantly brightened, and the smile on his face became much more sincere. "That's much simpler. Our guild regularly collects various alien race embryos from different regions for trading. Naturally, the price will be more favorable for bulk purchases." He rubbed his hands excitedly, leaning forward with obvious enthusiasm in his tone. "For bulk purchases, the price of each non-rare race embryo can drop to about 15 magic stone fragments, at least 30% cheaper than buying them individually. Then you can send someone to notify me once your stock arrives next month." Ron nodded, already having a plan in mind. After sending off the merchant, Ron returned to the laboratory and found that the tree spirit was quietly standing in a corner, just as it was when he left, with vines gently swaying as if silently welcoming his return. He recalled the information he read yesterday in the library about the tree spirit's habits and decided to improve its living environment, as suggested. He first loosened the soil in the small garden of the workshop to allow the tree spirit's roots to extend more comfortably. Then he watered it, and finally, he poured some special nutrient solution into the water. These were all prepared according to the book's description, containing various trace elements and magic power factors needed by the tree spirit. "This should make you feel more comfortable," Ron said to the tree spirit, watching its vines stretch slightly in the sunlight, like someone stretching lazily, seemingly expressing some kind of contentment. The tree spirit gently touched Ron's arm with its vines, like a silent gesture of gratitude. Then it used its vines to form several words in the air. "Thank you, Master." "Can you speak?" Ron asked in some curiosity, as he had never heard the tree spirit make any sound. The tree spirit shook its head, and the vines spelled out again in the air. "Cannot speak, only communicate like this." "Understood." Ron nodded and thought for a moment before asking, "Do you have a name, or how would you like me to address you?" The tree spirit seemed a bit hesitant, its vines trembling slightly as if pondering before finally forming a word. "Alan." "Alan sounds very gentle, suits you well." Ron nodded, speaking gently. "From today forward I'll call you Alan." The tree spirit, now to be called Alan, nodded lightly, its vines trembling slightly, seemingly expressing some kind of joy. Just as Ron was about to turn and leave, Alan formed another line of words. "Can I help with Master's experiment?" Ron paused, looking back at Alan. He knew that the tree spirit had a special perception ability for plants, able to directly feel the life energy and traits of the plants, which was an invaluable ability in magic potion refining. "Of course you can," he replied with a smile, eyes filled with expectation and appreciation. "We'll continue that experiment later. With your help, I believe it will be twice as effective." Ron is currently frowning, looking at the sample of the bloodline activation potion on the table. "No, not right, this still won't work." The liquid showed a strange orangish red color, with tiny golden particles floating on the surface, emitting occasional faint glimmers, quite beautiful. But beauty doesn't signify success. Judging by the instability of the energy fluctuation, this formula still has a fatal flaw. Although much progress has been made, the preliminary principle of bloodline modulation indeed improved the specificity. But the most critical step, how to accurately guide the direction of bloodline activation, still hasn't been fully resolved. If used like this, the activation direction is much better than before, but still not precise enough. Ron muttered to himself, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, making rhythmic sounds. And stability is still an issue. The higher the activity, the greater the risk of mutations. Just as he was pondering, Alan's vines began to sway gently, interrupting his thoughts. A line of words appeared in the air. "A very distinguished guest has arrived. It's an elder." Ron immediately realized that Alan could not only sense a guest's arrival, but also identify some basic traits. This special perception ability was extraordinarily valuable. Perhaps the tree spirit's value far exceeded his initial estimation, indeed making the investment worthwhile. "I'll go greet them. You help me watch over these experimental items." He carefully placed the test tube back on the rack to ensure that nothing would be wasted due to negligence, then walked quickly towards the parlor. Upon opening the door, Ron saw Magnus standing outside, his white beard gently swaying in the breeze. "Master Magnus," Ron looked at the elder alchemist in surprise, quickly greeting him. "I didn't expect you would come personally, truly a great honor." He indeed hadn't expected such a highly respected alchemist within the school would personally visit him, a newly independent newcomer. This kind of treatment evidently surpassed the usual courtesies extended to any professional alchemist. "Haha, young man, there's no need to be so formal." Magnus waved his hand and stepped into the parlor, his voice carrying the steady kindness characteristic of a senior. "I just came to congratulate you on your new place, and I brought a small gift as well." After taking a seat, Magnus took out a small wooden box from his chest. He opened the box, revealing a roll of yellowish parchment scroll, faintly showing complex rune board as a characteristic of advanced magic potion formula. "This is a new formula for Kai blood potion, some of my research results from my youth." The elder pushed the scroll toward Ron, a sly glint in his eyes. "I heard you are quite interested in night cultivation, and your friend Andre is also an excellent night talent. I imagine this formula should be helpful for you." Ron, surprised, received the scroll and carefully unfurled it. The parchment had a special texture, seemingly treated to make it durable without rotting. This was an extremely detailed formula, recording an advanced Kai blood potion called Yang Flame Essence. Not only could it enhance physical attributes, but also increase the flow of positive energy within the body, especially suitable for those practicing Yang attribute breathing technique. "This is too precious," Ron said sincerely, a bit astonished. He knew that such private research results are treasures the alchemists highly value and would not easily be shared. "I don't know how to thank you." "No need to be so polite." Magnus sipped his tea, nodding toward him. "Your talent shown during the certification assessment deeply impressed me. Moreover, knowledge only gains value through dissemination. We, the old folks, must offer some support to the new generation." Besides, the elder continued, his voice tinged with nostalgia, "I too was guided by others when I was young, and now it's just passing on this concept of mutual assistance." Ron understood the elder's meaning. This encapsulates the essence of the favor principle, preventing the wizard world from evolving into a dark forest. Magnus chuckled softly and took out an ancient pocket watch from inside his robe, glancing at the time. "Since it's still early, I think we can discuss some deeper topics." Ron was slightly surprised, but quickly nodded in agreement. "How much do you know about extraordinary organizations outside the Black Mist jungle?" Magnus suddenly asked. "Not much. Lady Allen occasionally mentioned some, but they were very brief." Ron answered truthfully, his heart stirring. Clearly, this elder alchemist wanted to tell him something important, and it definitely was related to Lady Allen. "So, have you heard of the Crystal Tower?" "I've heard Lady Allen mention it a few times, and it's recorded in some of the school's books, but the information isn't complete. It merely notes it's a larger, extraordinary gathering place than the Black Mist School." Ron recalled. Magnus nodded, his eyes becoming distant. "The Crystal Tower. It's one of the most glorious wizard organizations on the Ring Abyss continent group, located in the central rich lands, where the concentration of magic power is more than 5 times that of the Black Mist jungle." Ring Abyss continent group. Ron's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the mention of a larger geographical term, yet it was not explained in detail. The elder stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the mist-shrouded forest in the distance. "In truth, the Black Mist School is nominally affiliated with the Crystal Tower, considered an outer branch. But due to geographical isolation, this affiliation isn't particularly strong." Ron mused. Then why would wizards choose to come to the Black Mist jungle instead of going to the more resource-rich Crystal Tower? "That's a good question." Magnus turned back, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "You know, both Lady Allen and I, and many of the older generation wizards you've met here, were actually members of the Crystal Tower." Ron's eyes lit up. This information matched the vague hints previously given by Lady Allen. Magnus sighed softly. "Young one, you've probably already started encountering advanced meditation techniques, so you should have a preliminary understanding of spiritual contamination, right?" "Yes, Lady Allen told me it's an unavoidable ailment wizards get entangled with during meditation and experimentation." More than just that, Magnus's voice became even lower. "The accumulation speed of spiritual contamination is directly related to the concentration of magic power in the surrounding environment. The richer the magic power, the faster the erosion of spiritual contamination. Saying this, he pointed again towards the distance, roughly in the western direction. The concentration of magic power at the Crystal Tower is 5 times that of here, and the wizards there endure at least 3 times as much spiritual contamination during meditation daily as those here. Ron suddenly understood, so you and Lady Allen. You're guessing correctly. For us, who are already old and have no potential for upward advancement, the Black Mist Jungle is a decent place to retire. Magnus laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, the more direct reason is that we failed in the struggles at the Crystal Tower and were marginalized. Ron seized the opportunity to raise another query. However, Lady Allen once mentioned something called grace, saying it was a crucial method for resisting spiritual contamination. Oh, she even told you about grace. Magnus nodded, affirming his speculation. You're correct. Grace can indeed slow the accumulation of spiritual contamination. But even with its help in places where the magic power concentration is extremely high, the accumulation speed still becomes astonishingly fast. He suddenly shifted the topic to something seemingly unrelated. By the way, do you know how long the lifespan of an official wizard is? Ron shook his head. With his level of access, there wasn't much information available in the school's public records concerning official wizards in the absence of a spiritual contamination outbreak. Even the most ordinary official wizard can live for at least over 300 years. Magnus slowly turned around. And those slightly stronger, or who have undergone physical modifications, can reach the limit lifespan of 500 years, until their souls naturally decay. This figure shocked him. A lifespan of 500 years. Enough to witness the rise and fall of a mortal kingdom, of course. This is all based on the premise that spiritual contamination doesn't erupt prematurely, Magnus added. A hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Many wizards don't live to the natural end of their lifespan, but are instead consumed by their accumulated contamination. Going mad, becoming aberrant, or worse, after a moment of silence. Magnus's expression softened somewhat, however. You don't need to worry too much about these matters now. With your talent and Lady Allen's guidance, your path ahead will be long after this reflection. He put down his teacup and shifted the topic, speaking of which, I'm organizing a small alchemist gathering in half a month. Are you interested in attending? An alchemist gathering. This was clearly a chance, deliberately offered to him, to build connections and exchange knowledge. Yes, it happens every quarter, not large in scale, just a dozen or so like-minded individuals coming together to share recent research insights. Sometimes they also exchange some interesting recipes. Magnus explained, looking at him with a hint of expectation for a newly advanced alchemist. This is a good opportunity to meet some veterans in the field. I'm very interested. Master Magnus, Ron immediately nodded in agreement. I'd be happy to attend this gathering. Excellent. Then let's meet at Cedar Hall in the North District of the school, the afternoon of the second Wednesday from now. Magnus nodded in satisfaction. His beard quivering slightly. Bring some of your own improved recipes. Everyone will be very interested. A scrutinizing glint appeared in his eyes. The magic potions you concocted for Trish was said to be quite effective. Perhaps you could bring 1 or 2 samples to showcase. Ron felt a shock in his heart. He didn't expect Magnus to be so well informed about even such trivial matters. I will be prepared. Master, he replied respectfully. Magnus finished the last sip of tea and stood up. I won't disturb your work any longer, young man. I look forward to seeing your research results at the gathering. His gaze lingered on the tree spirit in the distant corner. For an assistant, a tree spirit is indeed a good choice. Their perception ability of plants is a rare aid in magic potion refining. Ron smiled slightly. Yes, Alan has already helped me a lot, Alan. Magnus raised an eyebrow. You've already named it. Interesting. Most people just use them as tools. Forgetting that tree spirits are intelligent beings as well, the old man nodded slightly. Seemingly satisfied with Ron's attitude towards his magic potion assistant, treat it well, and it will reward you more after seeing Magnus off. Ron returned to the laboratory. His gaze fell on the scroll on the table. Magnus's gift, the formula for sunlight essence. Ron carefully unrolled the scroll and began thoroughly studying this precious material. The formula structure was clear, with each step marked with precise amounts and timing. Even substitutes for various materials were detailed, showing the meticulousness of the writer as the reading deepened. Ron's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This formula was more exquisite than he had imagined. Not only were the material choices thoroughly considered, but the timing tips for various configurations were also extraordinarily precise, so perfect that I can hardly improve it. Master Magnus truly deserves to be a magic potion professor from the central rich lands, Ron murmured in admiration. While a bold idea formed in his mind, if he could combine this potion with the bloodline activation potion he was researching, it might solve the directional issue currently faced. The two potions theoretically had complementary properties. Sunlight Essence focused on activating the Kai and blood and guiding positive energy, while the Bloodline Activation Potion concentrated on awakening dormant genetic potential. The key lies in positive energy as the guiding medium. Ron muttered to himself, his eyes shining with a thoughtful gleam. Sunlight Essence can activate and enhance the positive energy within, which is precisely a fundamental characteristic of the Sun Flame Dragon bloodline. He quickly grabbed a pen and jotted down this inspiration in his notes. Utilize Sunlight Essence as a guiding medium for the bloodline factors, precisely activating the bloodline segments related to the Sun Flame Dragon through energy resonance, with a clear train of thought. Ron immediately picked up a pen and wrote a brief letter to Andre, telling him about his new idea. This formula will help us resolve the unclear bloodline activation direction. I already have an initial plan, but we need to discuss the details. If all goes well, we might complete the first batch of samples within 2 weeks after finishing the letter. Ron satisfactorily looked at the experimental items and notes on the table. The day's gains exceeded expectations. Magnus's visit not only brought a precious formula, but also opened a door to a broader network of connections. As night fell, only a few candle flames still burned within the workshop, but Ron still did not stop to rest. He picked up the ironwood sword and began his daily swordsmanship training. The wooden sword tracing graceful arcs in the air, emitting a slight whistling sound, with his breathing body reaching a proficient level. His control over the sword was now incomparable. Every move was as fluid and powerful as a flowing stream. As if the sword had already become an extension of his body, he could feel the flow of energy within, shifting direction with the change of sword momentum, forming a unique rhythm. But strangely enough, the experience points of basic swordsmanship stubbornly remained at the last point, refusing to break through. Current progress. Basic swordsmanship, proficient 99/100, why can't I break through? Ron asked himself with a frown. Putting down the wooden sword, the sweat on his forehead sliding down his cheeks, he carefully recalled each sword form, each breath and movement coordination, and even every subtle angle of the wrist, every form. Every move of basic swordsmanship was already deeply ingrained, with muscle memory so firm that he could almost complete the entire set of movements with his eyes closed. Everything seemed impeccable. Yet he couldn't take that last step. After thinking for a long time, Ron suddenly thought of a possible reason: lack of real combat experience. Theoretically, the highest realm of swordsmanship was not in the moves themselves, but in the state of heart and sword unity that was an instinctive reaction forged between life and death. And his training, although strict and systematic, had always remained on the formal and theoretical level, lacking real combat verification. But there's no need to rashly seek life and death battles outside with demons or alien races just for a breakthrough. Ron was caught in a dilemma after working hard for so long. Finally becoming a professional alchemist within the school, progressing steadily in all aspects, he wouldn't foolishly seek some life and death thrill. Let's wait and see. There will always be a turning point. I'll ask Andre about it tomorrow. Next morning, Ron and Andre chatted casually about their recent circumstances, then went straight to the point, asking him about the difficulty in breaking through his swordsmanship. Well, Andre pondered for a while, stroking his chin. If we were still in the kingdom, we could ask those sword masters to give you a guided battle, but obviously that's not possible here. He shrugged and said somewhat helplessly, when I encounter such situations, I usually just continue polishing the basics, letting my body memorize the feeling of each movement, until one day I suddenly have an epiphany. After all, a real breakthrough in swordsmanship often comes from a moment of insight rather than deliberate pursuit. The blonde boy's gaze became profound. In the royal court, Some knights spend their entire lives with their swordsmanship only at an adequate level. It's not because they don't work hard enough, but because they lack that special experience that can trigger an epiphany. Ron nodded. Although he wasn't very satisfied with this answer, he knew it was indeed the most realistic solution at the moment. You can only grind it out over time. He sighed and decided to distract himself by busying himself with other matters. By the way, Andre, didn't you promise to lend me Alchemy Basics earlier? If it's convenient, could you bring it to me now? I want to change my mindset and learn something new. Of course, I'll go get it right away. Andre agreed readily and then took his leave. About half an hour later, Andre returned with a heavy leather-bound book. The corners of the book were already a bit worn, and the gilded lettering on the cover had lost some of its luster, clearly indicating it had been read many times. Here, this is the one. Andre handed the book to Ron with a hint of regret in his eyes. Though it's an old book, the content is quite comprehensive, suitable for beginners. I spent a lot of time studying it back then, but unfortunately my talent was limited, and I could never get the hang of it. Ron took the book, its weight giving him a sense of the depth of knowledge it contained. He was about to take out a magic stone fragment to pay, but Andre waved it off, indicating it was unnecessary. It's no big deal, it was just an old book I bought myself, and it doesn't serve me anymore. The blond boy smiled, a hint of relief in his voice. Besides, I have no talent in these wizardry skills, so instead of letting it gather dust, it's better for you to use it for your research. Ron gratefully nodded, not insisting further. Casually flipping through the pages, a puff of dust erupted, causing him to sneeze. Just as he was immersed in the initial perusal of Alchemy Basics, Andre's gaze fell on the magic stone fragment on the table, and he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Ron, speaking of alchemy, did you know there's a simulation battle device in the school? Simulation battle device? Ron looked up curious. What's that? I'm not entirely sure. It was a senior who told me about it. Andre tapped his forehead, recalling carefully. Apparently, it's a special device invented by the alchemists within the school. It can construct a simulated battlefield within the user's consciousness and generate preset opponents for combat training. It's said that the experience is not much different from reality. Sounds fascinating. Ron immediately became interested, putting down the book. Why have I never heard of such a device? Because almost no one uses it, Andre shrugged. The wizards in the school are more focused on research and knowledge accumulation and have little interest in practical training. Also, using it once is quite expensive, requiring 30 magic stone fragments, which is equivalent to your half-month salary at Lady Allen's place. 30 magic stone fragments. Ron frowned slightly but soon relaxed. For me now, this cost is acceptable, especially if it can help me break through the bottleneck in swordsmanship. Then go give it a try, Andre said excitedly. The device is on the 3rd underground floor of the school's central tower, and it's rarely visited. I've passed by there several times and it was always empty. Ron pondered for a moment, then resolved to give it a shot. He had been stuck at the last step of his swordsmanship for too long, and if this simulation battle device could genuinely provide a near-real combat experience, it might be the breakthrough opportunity he needed. After preparations, the two of them headed to the school's central tower. This towering black giant tower was the symbol of the entire Black Mist jungle and one of the school's oldest buildings. Descending along the spiral staircase and passing through several identification light screens, they finally arrived at the 3rd underground floor. The magic crystal lamps on both sides of the corridor emitted a ghostly blue light, illuminating this almost forgotten area. Dust floated in the air, with each step stirring up a small cloud of gray. This is it. Andre pointed at a heavy iron door engraved with runes, the simulation battle room. A thin layer of dust had settled on the control panel at the entrance, clearly indicating it had not been used for a long time. Ron gently brushed away the dust, revealing the operation interface below. Please insert the required quantity of magic stone fragments and select simulation battle difficulty and opponent type. The text on the control panel began to glow, and a virtual projection unfolded in the air. Ron took out 30 magic stone fragments from his waist and placed them one by one into the designated slots. With the insertion of the last magic stone fragment, the entire control panel suddenly lit up, and the rune circuits flowed across its surface like blood vessels, emitting a bright glow. Please select opponent type. A mechanical voice sounded. The projection displayed dozens of different opponent types, ranging from ordinary human soldiers to powerful alien extraordinary professionals, offering a wide array of choices. Ron browsed through them and finally settled his gaze on the option Tiger Race Weapon Master. The Tiger Race is known for its strength and speed, coupled with rich combat experience, making it an excellent practical opponent. Ron analyzed in his mind, "I'll go with this one." Please select difficulty level. The mechanical voice sounded again. Ron contemplated for a moment and chose the hard level. If he was seeking a breakthrough, he shouldn't leave too much margin for himself. "Ron, are you sure?" Andre asked worriedly from the side upon seeing his choice. "I read the instructions above. Hard level is generally designed for advanced apprentices. It might be too dangerous for you." "It's okay, after all, it's just a simulation battle, not really fatal." Ron responded with a smile, though he felt somewhat nervous inside. But he clearly understood that the real breakthrough he was seeking could only come from such an extreme challenge. "Configuration complete, please enter the simulation battle room," the mechanical voice announced. The iron door slowly opened, revealing a vast circular room. In the center of the room was a giant array, surrounded by 12 stone pillars engraved with runes. "I'll wait for you outside." Andre patted Ron's shoulder. "Good luck." Ron nodded and stepped alone into the room. As he entered, the iron door closed with a thud behind him, enveloping the entire space in darkness. "The simulation battle is about to begin. Please prepare." That mechanical voice echoed again, but this time it seemed to reverberate directly in Ron's mind. In the darkness, Ron could feel a powerful spiritual force, scanning his consciousness and physical data. The sensation was somewhat uncomfortable, but not painful, like being wrapped in an invisible current, gently stirring his thoughts. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from beneath his feet, engulfing the entire room. Ron instinctively closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the scene before him had completely transformed. He found himself standing in the center of a vast arena, surrounded by tiered spectator stands, although all the seats were vacant. The sky exhibited a strange purplish-red hue, and the outlines of distant mountains were clearly visible, making everything appear so real. "Is this the simulated battlefield?" Ron marveled, reaching out to touch the stone pillar beside him, feeling its solid and rough texture. "The battle is about to commence." The mechanical voice came from the sky. "Please choose your weapon." At the sound of this voice, a row of weapon racks appeared out of thin air before him, loaded with a variety of weapons. Longsword, short knife, scimitar, spear, war axe, morning star. Even bizarre weapons like scythes and chains with hooks were available. Without hesitation, Ron selected a moderately weighted longsword, most closely resembling the ironwood sword he practiced with routinely. The sword blade shone with a cold gleam, and holding it in his hand brought an unusual sense of fit, as if tailored specifically for him. "Your opponent is..." The mechanical voice drew out dramatically, creating a deliberate sense of theater. "Tiger Race Weapon Master Axa." The gates on the other end of the arena slowly opened, and a tall, burly figure emerged from the darkness. It was a nearly 3-meter-tall Tiger Man warrior, bare-chested, showcasing his scar-laden muscular body, wearing only a leather battle skirt to protect his vitals. His most striking feature was his face, a tiger's head on a human body, tusks exposed, and his amber eyes glinting with cold and vicious light. He almost wore no armor, which is the extraordinary trait of the weapon master profession, granting increased speed and agility when wearing light or no armor. The Tiger Man lightly grasped a giant sword, nearly human-sized, as if it was simply a stick. "Human, you look weak." Axa's voice was deep and rough, with an evident mocking tone. "I hope you can last 3 seconds under my sword." Ron took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing to the rhythm of the crown breathing technique. The heat flow within his body began to accelerate, providing extra boosts to his muscles and reaction speed. "The battle begins," announced the mechanical voice. Almost the moment the voice sounded, Axa moved. His speed was astonishingly fast, almost unimaginable for such a large creature. In the blink of an eye, he crossed more than half the arena, the giant sword slicing a dreadful arc, aiming straight at Ron's waist to slice him in half. Ron barely managed to raise his sword to block, but the massive impact still sent him flying, rolling a few times on the ground before barely steadying himself. His arm trembled violently from the blow, nearly unable to grasp the sword hilt. "Is this all the strength you have, pathetic weakling?" Axa snorted dismissively, advancing with relaxed steps. Ron adjusted his breathing, enduring the painful ache in his arm, and once again assumed a defensive posture. He understood that he was no match in strength, and could only seek breakthroughs through skills and agility. A second wave of attacks came quickly. This time Axa used a series of rapid and precise thrusts, each directly targeting the vitals. He tried his best to dodge and block, but was still hit multiple times, soon covered with small wounds. "Your defense has gaps, your movements are too slow, and your sword grip is not firm enough." Axa critiqued coldly and professionally as he attacked. "As a swordsman, you are far off." Ron felt a wave of frustration, knowing it was just a simulation battle, but being so thoroughly crushed still left him feeling deeply powerless. The most disheartening part was that Axa's every comment was incredibly accurate, pointing directly at the weaknesses in his swordsmanship. The battle lasted about 10 minutes, leaving him exhausted and covered in wounds, while Axa seemingly had not even broken a sweat. "I expected you to perform better." The Tiger Man weapon master shook his head, disappointment in his eyes. "Seems it was a complete waste of time. We can end this." After speaking, he suddenly accelerated, the sword's tip aiming straight for Ron's throat. At that critical moment, time seemed to slow down. Ron watched the deadly sword edge approach, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He had always tried to counteract strength purely with technique, but in the face of an absolute power gap, it was futile. The real breakthrough was not in the perfection of moves, but in understanding the essence of the sword. All weapons exist to kill. At that moment, he stopped thinking about technique and posture, his awareness entirely immersed in the connection between the sword and his body. He forgot all his training, all his movement memories, everything accumulated fused into a new understanding. Basic swordsmanship experience points +1. Breakthrough, basic swordsmanship, skilled 100 over 100, right arrow basic swordsmanship, master max. Trait advancement, sharpness right arrow sharpness unveiled, weakness insight rate and attack speed increased. Just as the sword was about to pierce the throat, Ron made a move that would normally be considered foolish. He advanced instead of retreating, turning his body slightly to narrowly dodge the fatal blow. At the same time, his longsword pierced Axa's defense from an incredible angle, directly targeting the opponent's heart. Axa's movement suddenly halted, a hint of surprise flashing in his amber eyes, followed by appreciation. "A good strike, human," he said in a deep voice. "It seems you have understood the mystery of the weapon." Ron stood in place, seeing his sword tip deflect before piercing Axa's chest, yet he felt an unprecedented clarity. At this moment, he was no longer using the sword, but had become the sword itself, sharp, precise, deadly. The essence of swordsmanship lies not in flashy moves, but in the determination to kill. Axa retracted his giant sword, with a hint of appreciation in his tone. "At that moment you succeeded. Had my strength and speed not greatly surpassed yours, I fear I would have been pierced through the heart by now." Ron took a deep breath, feeling the upheaval within his body. Achieving master-level basic swordsmanship brought him not only an enhancement in skills, but also a brand new understanding of swordsmanship. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Axa," Ron said sincerely, bowing to the other party. The Tiger Man weapon master nodded. "You have a lot of potential, human, but this is only the beginning. The path to greatness is endless. Keep moving forward." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena began to twist and dissolve, reverting to that spacious circular room. Simulation battle concluded. "Congratulations on your breakthrough," announced a mechanical voice. "Welcome to use the simulation battle device again." The iron door slowly opened, and Ron stepped out of the room to see Andre anxiously waiting outside. "Ron, are you okay?" The blonde boy quickly approached, worriedly examining Ron. "You were inside for nearly 2 hours. I was starting to worry." 2 hours? Ron asked in surprise. It felt like only about 10 minutes. "Time perception in a simulation battle can be distorted," Andre explained. "How do you feel? Did you have a breakthrough?" Ron nodded. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Yes, I've gained some understanding of the essence of swordsmanship. It's not just mechanically repeating actions, but integrating will into every strike." He raised his hand, performing a simple sword swing motion. Though there was no actual sword in hand, the motion carried a chilling sharpness, as if slicing through the air itself. Andre watched in astonishment. This is completely different. Your swordsmanship was already good before, but now it's like you've become a different person. Indeed, it's as if I've suddenly had an epiphany. Ron laughed. Thanks to this simulation battle device, I had the opportunity to spar with a true sword master. The two left the central tower, walking along the path back to the workshop, with Ron still immersed in the joy of his breakthrough. Those devices crafted by alchemists are truly amazing. He said to Andre, they can construct such a realistic combat environment, even simulating touch and smell flawlessly. Yes, I heard it was a project jointly developed by several veteran alchemists and spiritual mages years ago, aimed at training the school's combat forces. Andre nodded in agreement. The school later shifted its research direction to more theoretical fields, leaving such practical devices neglected. But the potential of this technology is immense. Ron's eyes gleamed with excitement. If further researched, perhaps even more practical alchemy devices could be developed. His thoughts raced, imagining various possibilities. An alchemy furnace capable of precisely controlling heat, a device for automatically extracting essences from herbs, and devices that could aid in cultivation. I must accelerate my study of alchemy, Ron decided inwardly. Its potential is far greater than I imagined. He glanced back at the training room enveloped in dust. I plan to train there regularly. 30 magic stone fragments may be considerable, but compared to the gains it brings, it's definitely worth it. Back at the workshop, Ron eagerly took out his sword, wanting to personally experience the changes following his breakthrough. As the sword momentum unfolded, he could clearly feel every move becoming smoother and more natural, as if the sword had become part of his body. The sharpness unveiled trait imbued each strike with heart-stopping precision and sharpness. Even the training wooden sword in his hand seemed to possess the power to cut gold and jade. This feeling is amazing, Ron whispered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mastery of basic swordsmanship has undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for his future breakthrough to become a magic swordsman. Moreover, he was delighted that the breakthrough gained in this manner seemed more profound and internalized than merely relying on system prompts. It's not only an increase in experience points, but a true insight into the essence of skills. In the corner of the room, Alan quietly observed Ron's sword practice, vines gently swaying, seemingly also rejoicing at their master's breakthrough. Alan, I've made a breakthrough, Ron said to the tree spirit, his face beaming with joy. This is yet another important milestone since I came to the Black Mist jungle. The tree spirit's vines formed words in the air. Congratulations, master. Ron smiled and nodded, carefully placing the sword back on the rack, beginning to ponder the next step of his plan. With the experience from this breakthrough, he was ever more certain that some seemingly insurmountable obstacles might only be due to lacking the correct method or environment. Several days later, Ron's workshop was brightly lit. On the table lay the Sun Flame Essence formula scroll, gifted by Magnus, and Ron was carefully configuring various materials based on the formula. Red phosphorus grass powder 3 units, starfire stone marrow 2 drops, sun orchid root 4 inches. Ron silently recited the materials and quantities from the formula, his fingers deftly weaving between various herbs. Ron focused intently on the cauldron in front of him, carefully controlling the heat. The refining of the forge potion was far more stringent than that of ordinary Kai blood potions, not only because of the special ingredients, but because every step of the refining process had to be precise to the minutest detail. The amount of red phosphorus grass powder needs to be doubled compared to ordinary Kai blood potions, but it must be added in 3 parts, each 12 breaths apart. Ron murmured the key points of the formula to himself. Even with the professional skills and experience of an alchemist, the refining of such an advanced potion remained full of challenges. The liquid in the cauldron changed color with the addition of each ingredient, from pale yellow to orange red, and now to a dim red with a faint golden glow, like molten metal. Ordinary Kai blood potions can only promote blood circulation and enhance muscle vitality, but the forge potion does more than that. While he carefully stirred the potion, he recalled Magnus' notes next to the formula. The uniqueness of the forge potion lies in its ability to activate the positive energy within, providing extra assistance to those practicing yang attribute techniques, which ordinary Kai blood potions cannot achieve. Alan stood nearby, her vines gently extending, carefully passing over a small bottle filled with the starfire stone marrow. "Thank you, Alan." Ron took the bottle and smiled gratefully. He opened the cap, letting the shimmering crimson liquid inside drip slowly into the cauldron, each drop sizzling slightly upon contact with the potion, producing small puffs of golden steam. Starfire stone powder is not a material used in ordinary Kai blood potions. It can guide energy towards a positive transformation. Alan's vines formed a few words in the air, "Need to increase the heat." Ron observed the state of the potion carefully and shook his head slightly. "No, the current temperature is just right. Too high will destroy the activity of the sun orchid, and too low won't fully integrate the starfire stone powder." Although he followed Magnus' formula to the letter, Ron still incorporated his own understanding into the details. For instance, the cutting method for the sun orchid root, he didn't use the traditional horizontal cut, but opted for an angled cut, which better preserved the positive energy within. Additionally, during the addition of the starfire stone powder, he stirred the potion in a specific manner. While not written in the formula, as a professional alchemist skilled in magic potion making, he understood that this slight change allowed for a more even distribution of positive energy. The last step, Ron took a deep breath and picked up the powdered heart of the volcano lizard. The moment the heart powder touched the potion, the entire liquid in the cauldron suddenly began to boil, emitting a nerve-wracking sizzling sound, the golden light becoming even more dazzling. Ron didn't panic but maintained an even preparation rhythm, his right hand continuous in stirring, while his left hand used specific gestures to guide the energy flow, another of his own improvements, which was never written in the formula. Minutes later, the boiling gradually subsided, the potion stabilized, and finally presented an awe-inspiring flowing gold, glowing as if it were liquid sunlight. Special effect of the alchemist profession triggered. Forge potion successfully refined, effect slightly improved over original formula. Magic potion refining experience points +2. Success. Ron looked with delight at the perfect forge potion before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He carefully poured the potion into several already prepared crystal bottles, each emitting a faint golden glow, as if containing a small piece of sunlight. Ordinary Kai blood potions expire in about 10 days, but this forge potion can maintain its activity for at least a month, though you'll need to check their condition frequently when you have time. Ron explained to Alan, who was beside him, while labeling each bottle. Then he poured the remaining residues into a specially made small basin. "Alan, these residues should provide you with plenty of nutrients. You can absorb them." The tree spirit gently nodded, her roots stretching towards the pile of faintly glowing residue. This wasn't the first time. In the recent potion refinements, Ron noticed that Alan seemed to particularly enjoy absorbing the remaining residues, especially those containing plant essences or energy remnants. What surprised him more was that after Alan absorbed these residues, she seemed to undergo some subtle changes. Initially, these changes were subtle. The color of the vines became deeper, branches more resilient, and roots extended further. But gradually, the changes became more pronounced. The initially light green skin became more lustrous, vines more flexible and powerful. Alan's form started to slowly transform into a humanoid shape, the previously rough outline of the tree trunk gradually forming a gentle feminine silhouette. Its branches no longer just plant tissue, but began forming textures akin to hair and garments, with woven emerald leaves like a beautiful green dress. Ron pondered as he watched Alan absorb the residues. The vines would glow faintly upon contact with the residues, as if performing a kind of energy conversion. The magical power fluctuations emanating from her also became much more intense compared to when she first arrived, no longer weak and passive, but active and rhythmic, like a silent song of life. Could this be what Magnus meant with those words before he left? Ron recalled the elder alchemist saying, "Treat it well and it will repay you more." He remembered searching the library for information about the bloodline origins of the tree spirits. According to legend, the ancestors of tree spirits came from the divine eras, forest nymphs. They were transcendent beings with divine nature, known as fairies of the forest, and while not strong in combat, they possessed many incredible talent abilities. Forest nymphs could communicate with plants, sense the pulse of the earth, and even foresee futures related to nature. In some ancient texts, forest nymphs are described as the kin of the Earth Mother Goddess, responsible for maintaining the balance and vitality of the forest. If these legends are true, then the changes happening to Alan might be a return to the form of her ancestors. "Alan, how do you feel?" Ron asked tentatively. Alan looked up, and in those once calm eyes there seemed to be a hint of liveliness. Vines spelled out letters in the air. "Very warm, like basking in the sunshine." This answer was longer and more emotional than usual. Ron nodded slightly, more convinced of his hypothesis. Alan was undergoing some transformation, and the energy in the potion residue was the catalyst. If such effects can be produced by potion residue, then what about the more compatible bloodline activation agents? However, the recent changes in Alan had slowed, possibly because the energy stimulation from the residue no longer had much effect. Thinking about it, if the tree spirit's bloodline concentration were high enough to be easily activated, the slave merchants would not have let him get such a bargain. However, at least this transformation proved that the tree spirit had deep bloodline potential to be explored. Ron's thoughts raced, and he began to form plans in his mind. Tomorrow, he plans to enroll in new courses in the teaching area. After all, working behind closed doors always yields limited results, and the systematic teaching provided by the school can help him master new knowledge faster. Alchemy practice and elemental affinity are the two courses he is most interested in. With this in mind, Ron focused his attention back on the work before him. There were still a few customer orders for magic potions to be completed today, and time waits for no one. Early the next morning, Ron arrived at the school's teaching area. The buildings here were much more magnificent than in the dormitory area, with towering stone towers and suspended corridors connecting the various buildings, creating a spectacular sight. He walked towards the registration area with a well-organized course list. The center of the teaching area was an octagonal hall, where sunlight filtered through the stained glass ceiling, creating kaleidoscopic beams of light. In the center of the hall stood a large three-dimensional star map, surrounded by registration areas for various courses. When Ron walked to the enrollment area, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure: Holt, a regular at the herb store since his candidate apprentice days, and one of the law enforcement team's leaders. At this moment, Holt stood at the registration desk for Advanced Elemental Magic, handing over magic stone fragments. He wore the standard dark gray uniform of the law enforcement team, with a special badge representing authority on his waist, exuding an aura that was both restrained and powerful. Noticing Ron's gaze, Holt turned his head, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly, then showing a hint of surprise that turned into a look of approval. "Alchemist Ron," he approached with a courteous smile, his voice deep and steady. "I heard you recently became a professional alchemist. It seems the news is true." "Lord Holt," Ron responded politely with a slight nod. "Long time no see." Holt's gaze lingered briefly on Ron's alchemist badge, then swept over his overall magic power fluctuations, as if assessing something. "You shouldn't address me with such respect now," Holt said softly. "You are now a professional alchemist, and as I know, certified personally by Master Magnus. In the school system, we are now equals." This direct change in attitude surprised Ron a bit, but he soon realized that in a place like the Black Mist jungle, strength and ability are the keys to everything. Holt was obviously a very rational and pragmatic person. "All right, I intend to enroll in alchemy practice and elemental affinity courses." Ron adjusted his approach and got straight to the point. "Does Senior Holt have any insights on these courses?" "What a coincidence. I just graduated from the elemental affinity course not long ago," Holt said, leading Ron to the registration desk with a rare warmth in his tone. "If you're looking to broaden your knowledge, these two are indeed excellent choices." They arrived at the registration desk for alchemy practice, where the responsible apprentice looked up wearily. "Name, authority, rank," the apprentice asked mechanically. "Ron Ralph, professional alchemist." Ron handed over his badge. The apprentice's attitude immediately became respectful. "Alchemist Ron, according to the discount regulations, your tuition fee for alchemy practice after the discount is 35 pieces of magic stone fragment for 1 month. Do you have any special requirements? No special requirements, thank you, Ron replied while taking out the prepared magic stone fragments. Just then Holt suddenly spoke. Assign him to Master Thompson's class. The apprentice hesitated as he looked at the law enforcement team badge on Holt's chest, then nodded. Master Thompson's class. Okay, I will arrange for that. After they walked away, Ron looked at Holt in confusion. Master Thompson, one of the best alchemy teachers in the academy, though his spiritual power level is only that of an advanced apprentice. He is a seasoned alchemist, Holt whispered as he guided Ron towards the elemental affinity registration desk. His teaching isn't bound by textbooks and focuses more on practical application. For someone who is already a professional alchemist, this method of teaching is more efficient. Ron nodded gratefully. Thank you for the recommendation. Holt slightly shook his head. No need to thank me. Within the school, we are all happy to provide some guidance to those who truly have talent. After completing the elemental affinity registration, the two walked out of the hall and came to a relatively quiet small courtyard. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a faint scent of flowers. Holt suddenly stopped and his tone became more serious. How much do you know about grace? This direct question startled Ron. Grace is one of the secret knowledges in the wizard world, usually not openly discussed among apprentices. Holt bringing it up suddenly was clearly testing him. Ron decided to respond cautiously. Lady Allen mentioned a few things. Holt's gaze flickered slightly, then he nodded, seeming satisfied with the answer. As expected, he said softly, a sense of relief in his voice. Lady Allen rarely imparts this core knowledge to ordinary apprentices. It seems she holds you in high regard. He looked around, ensuring there was no one else, then continued. Since you're aware of the existence of grace, there is some information that might be useful to you. Many courses in the school on the surface are teaching knowledge, but in reality, they are also looking for apprentices with the potential to provide grace. Holt explained, his voice low and calm. Like the two courses you've registered for, they both have advanced options. After completing the basic courses, the masters will selectively offer more in-depth guidance based on the performance of the students. Ron nodded thoughtfully, which was roughly consistent with what he had learned from Lady Allen. What's most noteworthy, Holt continued, his eyes flashing a rare enthusiasm. In the advanced course of elemental affinity, the master will offer standout students a magic model for free. A magic model? Ron raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this information. Yes, but not the kind of complete model that can be used directly, Holt explained. It is an incomplete prototype, the master's personal idea. I see, Ron realized. So that's one of the mechanisms of grace. The master provides unfinished ideas and prototypes, and the students improve them through their understanding and efforts. The growth and breakthroughs that occur in this process feedback to the master. Holt's eyes showed a hint of approval. You understand quickly. In fact, this is why there are so many academic journals freely circulated within the wizard world, containing a large number of spell prototypes and theoretical ideas that need completion. By inspiring and inducing others to perfect one's immature ideas, more grace can be obtained. Ron mused, it's a win-win strategy. Exactly, Holt nodded. Unfortunately, the Black Mist jungle is too secluded, and those more valuable academic journals rarely circulate among apprentices. This is also one of the reasons many apprentices choose to take paid courses. It's their only way to access high-quality, extraordinary knowledge. The two continued walking along the stone path, the flowers and trees around them gently swaying in the breeze. However, I noticed many people are simultaneously learning multiple wizardry skills. Ron expressed his doubt, doesn't that scatter one's focus? Holt shook his head, offering a knowing smile. That's a common misconception. Actually, all wizardry skills are essentially interrelated, especially at the foundational theoretical level. Once you master one skill, the speed of learning other related skills will greatly increase. He paused, seeming to ponder how to simply explain the complex concept. Take, for example, magic potion making and alchemy. Both involve the transformation of material properties and energy conversion, but they are applied in different directions. An alchemist with mastery in magic potion making will learn alchemy much faster than the average person. That puts my mind at ease. Ron chuckled lightly. I've always worried that learning multiple skills at once would overly divide my attention. Holt glanced at the sky, nodding slightly. It's getting late. I still have tasks with the law enforcement team to handle. Your first alchemy practice class should be this afternoon. Good luck. Thank you for the information and advice, Senior Holt. Ron said sincerely, if there's anything I can help with in the future, feel free to send someone to find me. No need to say that. Within the school, knowledge sharing benefits both sides. Next time I have questions about magic potion making, I hope I can consult you anytime as well. Holt waved his hand, a hint of ephemeral regret in his eyes. To be honest, I've been studying magic potion making for nearly 10 years, yet I still consider myself just a more advanced magic potion apprentice, far from being a professional alchemist. That might be the huge gap between the average and the true genius. Watching Holt leave, Ron's mind was filled with thoughts. Alchemy practice, elemental affinity. He muttered to himself, adding in the research on bloodline activation. This month is going to be busy. In the afternoon, Ron arrived on time at the alchemy practice classroom. The classroom was a spacious hexagonal space, with a massive alchemy workstation in the center, surrounded by 12 smaller student stations. Each station was equipped with basic alchemy tools and some commonly used materials. The trainees arrived one after another, most of them wearing the gray robes of an elementary apprentice, with only a few wearing professional badges. Ron noticed that among the trainees present, the youngest still seemed several years older than him. Once everyone was seated, an elderly man with silver hair entered the classroom. He wore a dark brown robe, with silver trims on the cuffs and collar, clearly identifying him as the lecturer here. Welcome to alchemy practice. The old man's voice was deep and powerful. I am the professional alchemist, Thompson, and I will be guiding you into the world of alchemy over the next month. His gaze swept over every trainee present, and when he looked at Ron, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Today, we will learn the first basic skill of alchemy material purification, Thompson said, while taking out what appeared to be an ordinary black stone from the inside of his robe. Ensuring the purity of materials is the most basic requirement before any alchemical transformation. He placed the stone on the workstation and made a peculiar gesture above it with his hands, causing the stone's surface to start glowing, gradually separating into different colored substances. A seemingly simple stone actually contains various elemental components, Thompson explained. The first step in alchemy is to learn to identify and separate these components. For the next 2 hours, Thompson explained in detail the basic principles of material purification and several common methods, personally demonstrating some fundamental operations. Ron focused intently, recording every detail. As an alchemist, he already had a deep understanding of materials, making it relatively easy to learn the basic knowledge of alchemy. Now each of you has a piece of stone to work with, Thompson announced. Please attempt to use the methods I've just taught to perform preliminary elemental separation. Ron looked at the gray stone in front of him and took a deep breath. He had previously read similar operational descriptions in Alchemy Basics, but this was his first time performing it. He followed the gestures he had just learned, simultaneously mobilizing his spiritual power, and carefully touched the stone's surface. At first there was no response. Ron adjusted his method of outputting spiritual power, attempting to guide the energy more gently. Suddenly, the stone's surface began to glow faintly, and strands of different colored lights appeared. Alchemy Beginner 1/50. Alchemy Beginner, experience points +1. Very good, Ron the Alchemist. Thompson's voice suddenly came from behind. Your control of spiritual power is very precise, which is the most critical fundamental in alchemy. Ron was somewhat surprised that the old man remembered his name, but he still humbly nodded in thanks. Thank you for your guidance, Master Thompson. Magic potion refining also requires precise control of spiritual power, which might give me some advantage. Magic potion making and alchemy indeed have many similarities. Thompson agreed, his eyes shining with approval. Both seek to achieve specific purposes through changing the form of matter, but they focus on different aspects. The old man pointed to the few lines of light appearing on the stone. Do you see these? The red represents the fire element, the blue is the water element, and these tiny golden particles are the extremely rare light element. Ron observed carefully and indeed felt that the energy fluctuations emitted by the different colored lights were distinct. Thompson seemed pleased with his ability to comprehend and continued to explain. The next step is to learn how to separate these elements and preserve them. In advanced courses, we will teach you how to recombine these elements to create new substances with specific properties. Is that the core of alchemy? Ron asked, a questing light in his eyes. You could say that, Thompson nodded slightly. Decomposition and recombination, understanding the makeup of the world, and then reshaping it according to your will, that is the essence of alchemy. The old man's words reminded Ron of the simulation battle device, undoubtedly a product of alchemy combined with spiritual magic, creating a virtual yet real experience by altering the perception of reality. Ron hesitated for a moment, but then asked a question lingering in his mind. How much do you think alchemy can change reality? Thompson's eyes flashed with a deep light as he looked at Ron meaningfully. That's a good question. Where is the limit of alchemy? This is the ultimate question that every alchemist explores. Some say alchemy can only change the form of matter. Others believe it can touch the essence of reality. If one day you can fuse all three major wizardry skills into one, becoming a legendary ancient alchemist, you might find the real answer. Ancient alchemist requires fusing all three major wizardry skills into one. The information provided by the other party fully piqued Ron's interest. Perhaps the advancement path of future high-tier professions lies in this kind of fusion, he speculated to himself. In the subsequent time, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to learning alchemy basics, not missing any detail. Alchemy experience points +1. Alchemy experience points +1. Alchemy experience points +1. Current progress, Alchemy Beginner 6/50. By the end of the class, Ron's understanding of this new skill in alchemy had also reached the preliminary stage. It was indeed like Holt had said before, these wizardry skills are transferable, as his foundation in magic potion making allowed him to quickly get started. Today's class ends here. I hope you all review what you learned today when you go back. In the next class, we will learn how to preserve the separated elements and study their basic properties. The trainees began to leave one after another, and Ron was about to pack up his tools when Thompson approached him. The old man's voice was deep. You seem to have an extraordinary understanding of alchemy. If you're interested, you can stay after class for some extra practice. Ron understood this was a rare opportunity. Master Thompson had obviously noticed his potential and was willing to offer more guidance. Thank you very much for your proposal, Master Thompson, he said sincerely. I would love to take this opportunity. Thompson nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Alchemy is a field that requires constant practice. Theory alone is far from enough. After the other trainees had left, Thompson took out a small metal box from inside his robe. I think you might be interested in this. Ron took the box and carefully opened it, revealing a crystal that emitted a faint purple glow inside. What's this? He asked curiously. Thompson explained softly. An attributeless energy crystal, one of the fundamental materials of alchemy, able to store and transform various elemental energies. Alchemists often use it as a core material to construct various alchemy devices. Ron observed the crystal in his hand curiously, feeling a subtle energy fluctuation emanating from it. For beginners, this type of crystal is an excellent tool for practicing elemental manipulation. Thompson continued, it can intuitively reflect whether your spiritual power output is precise. Ron carefully channeled his spiritual power into the crystal, which immediately lit up with brighter purple light and began to vibrate slightly. Very well controlled, Thompson praised. Now try to guide this energy in a specific direction. Imagine it forming a vortex within the crystal. Ron closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the energy flow within the crystal, guiding it according to Thompson's instructions. The glow of the crystal began to change, presenting spiral light patterns from the center outward. Alchemy experience points +1. Outstanding. Thompson smiled and said, it seems you truly have a remarkable talent for spiritual control, and you are an excellent alchemist yourself so. He pondered for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, as if considering whether to share some secret knowledge. Finally, he decided to continue. Do you know, although the attributeless energy crystal is very practical, in the ultimate pursuit of alchemy, It is but the most basic step. Ultimate pursuit, Ron asked curiously. Thompson lowered his voice, his tone becoming mysterious and reverent. The Philosopher's Stone, it's the ultimate dream of all alchemists. It's said to create anything the heart desires, even things that don't exist in the world. Ron's eyes lit up. Does such a thing really exist? This question has troubled countless alchemy masters for several eras. Thompson sighed lightly. Some call it a fictional myth, some claim to have glimpsed its true form, and others believe it is not truly a material, but a realm or state. He took a book from the shelf and turned to a page, where a complex circular pattern was drawn, with a red crystal at the center surrounded by countless runes and lines. The ancient tablet, the jade record once recorded. The Philosopher's Stone, neither stone nor material, born of nothing, dies in reality. It is both the beginning of all things and the ultimate destination. He who masters it holds the power to rewrite reality. He who seeks it may gain eternal wisdom, or fall into eternal madness. Thompson closed the book. His gaze deep. It said that the Philosopher's Stone can transform base metals into pure gold, cure all diseases, and even grant the bearer immortality. But more alchemy masters believe its true power lies in crossing the bounds of reality and the void, creating miracles that should not exist. His words carried a hint of warning. However, all records of those who pursued this item inevitably recount terrifying costs. Most ancient alchemists who touched upon the ultimate secrets lost their sanity or completely disappeared in the river of history, Ron pondered. It sounds very much like symptoms of deep spiritual contamination. Keen observation. Thompson nodded appreciatively. Indeed. Some scholars speculate that the Philosopher's Stone may be related to some ancient chaos existence, and perhaps the pursuer spirits couldn't withstand the collapse when facing that existence. He returned the book to the shelf and resumed his calm tone. In any case, as a beginner, you just need to master basic alchemy techniques. As for those ultimate secrets, consider them after you become an official wizard. After all, secrets that even official wizards spend their entire lives unable to reach are too distant for an apprentice. The extra guidance lasted for nearly half an hour. By the end, Ron felt his understanding of alchemy had progressed further, but he also felt a strange unease about that legendary Philosopher's Stone. As if it was a taboo that should not be touched by mortals. Next was the Elemental Affinity course, which was vastly different from alchemy practice, but equally captivating. The classroom was a circular space with walls painted with complex runes representing various elements. At the center was an elemental pool, where different elemental powers flowed freely, creating a dazzling spectacle. The instructor was Layla, an advanced apprentice, a graceful woman with a long gray robe embroidered with silver edges, long hair cascading to her waist, and holding a magic wand inlaid with a water-blue gemstone at the top. Elemental affinity is a fundamental ability for every wizard. Layla's voice was as gentle as a breeze, no matter what specialization you choose in the future. Understanding and mastering the essence of elements will benefit you for a lifetime. The first lesson primarily explained the basic traits and identification methods of different elements. Layla demonstrated through the elemental pool, showing students the traits of foundational elements like fire, water, earth, wind, light, and darkness. Close your eyes. Feel the elemental fluctuations around you, Layla instructed. Each element has its unique frequency and rhythm. Learning to identify them is the first step to mastering elemental affinity, following the instructions. Ron closed his eyes, carefully extending his spiritual power outward initially. He could only sense a chaotic energy fluctuation, but as his focus increased, the fluctuations of different elements gradually became clear. The fire element is lively and jumping. The water element is gentle and flowing. The earth element is stable and solid. The wind element is light and graceful. Elemental perception, beginner 1/50. Elemental perception experience points +1. Everyone has an inherent elemental affinity. Layla continued to explain, some people are naturally close to the fire element, while others are more compatible with the water element. Finding your most compatible element is the key to unleashing your potential. During the class training session, students needed to try to guide various elements from the elemental pool. When it was Ron's turn, he found that guiding the light and fire elements was particularly smooth. as if intuitively making those golden and red light points swirl around his fingertips. "Oh, this is rare." Layla observed Ron's performance, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Besides the fire element, you seem to have a natural affinity with the light element." She looked at Ron thoughtfully. Typically, those with light element affinity often come from families with extraordinary bloodlines. "What about your family background?" "I come from an ordinary bloodline knight family in the Farak Kingdom." Ron replied somewhat reservedly. "As far as I know, there's no particularly prominent light element bloodline heritage in my family." Layla nodded slightly, not feeling surprised. The mysteries of bloodlines sometimes span several generations before they manifest. "Keep practicing, you obviously have an extraordinary talent in this area." After class, Ron pondered over Layla Master's words. His affinity with the light element might be related to the special talent, Sun's Protection, Fragment, which also vaguely aligned with the Sun Flame Dragon mentioned by Andre. Leaving the teaching area, Ron decided to go to the library to further research this area of knowledge. The library remained serene and peaceful, with a soft light filtering through the tall, stained glass windows, illuminating the dust floating between the ancient bookshelves. Ron came to the guiding stone, clearly expressing his needs: extraordinary bloodlines, alien race, extraordinary professions. The light points guided him to a section dedicated to racial studies and bloodline research material. He took a few books from the shelves that seemed most relevant: Extraordinary Bloodline Encyclopedia, Examination of Extraordinary Professions of Alien Races, Dragon Descendant Bloodline Origin, and Ancient Bloodline and Modern Mutation. Finding a quiet corner to sit down, Ron began reading seriously. Turning to Examination of Extraordinary Professions of Alien Races, he discovered that apart from their innate bloodline talents, each race has developed a corresponding system of extraordinary professions. The Beast race's weapon master specializes in various weapon uses, able to quickly adapt to different weapon types in battle. The Forest elf's natural priest possesses various innate natural attributes like magic techniques. Above them, there are the royal family guarding the life tree moon elves, but they are now rarely seen. The dwarf's rune artisan can create special objects that are lasting and stable. The sea siren's tide singer manipulates water flow through special melodies and can even summon terrifying storms that sweep over everything across the sea surface. Extraordinary Bloodline Encyclopedia details the known types of extraordinary bloodlines and their level divisions. Bloodlines are generally divided into 6 ring levels based on their purity and strength: Copper Ring, Silver Ring, Golden Ring, Star Ring, Moon Ring, and Sun Ring bloodlines, named after celestial bodies and metals, symbolizing their power levels and rarity. Copper Ring bloodline can only provide slight enhancements to perception or constitution, such as night vision or cold resistance traits. Silver Ring bloodline begins to show clear extraordinary traits, capable of granting basic abilities like elemental affinity or animal communication. Golden Ring bloodline holders often display extraordinary talents, such as elemental manipulation or body transformation. Star Ring bloodline transcends mortal limits, granting possessors rare abilities such as space-time perception or prophecy. Moon Ring bloodline can be called mythical, possessing the potential to distort reality. And Sun Ring bloodline is almost only found in ancient legends, believed to possess the power to alter rules. Ron continued reading and learned that now most knights, even after bloodline activation, at most possess a Silver Ring bloodline. Even old clans like the royal family rarely have anyone reach the Golden Ring level. To preserve bloodline capabilities of Golden Ring and above for each generation, it seems one has to rely on mysticism methods. The following description of dragon species again opened his eyes. Dragon species possess the strongest and purest bloodlines known among all races. Even mixed descendants often have talents far exceeding ordinary races. Ancient dragon kings were not without Moon Ring bloodline holders, and the mythological first dragon was believed to have reached the Sun Ring level. Dragon descendants typically have powerful elemental affinity, outstanding physical constitution, and long lifespans. The quantity of dragon descendants decreased drastically after the Third Era, with pureblood dragon species almost extinct. Nowadays, the so-called dragonmen mostly only retain very thin Silver Ring or Golden Ring dragon bloodlines, far from the true Star Ring or moon ring dragon species. Over time, high-purity bloodlines gradually diluted, and today's dragonmen are as distant from ancient true dragons as fireflies from the sun's light. The book also mentioned a key concept: bloodline retracing. In theory, all diluted bloodlines could potentially be retraced to more pure states through specific rituals. This retracing process is extremely dangerous, with low success rates, but if successful, it could grant the bearer powerful abilities akin to their ancestors. After reading these materials, Ron gained a more systematic understanding of extraordinary bloodlines. At the same time, he found a thought-provoking conclusion at the end of examination of extraordinary professions of alien races. Although various races have developed diverse systems of extraordinary professions, in terms of overall potential, the path of the wizard remains the most expansive. The reason lies in the fact that the wizard's path does not rely on inherent bloodline, but rather continually breaks limits through acquired learning and knowledge accumulation. The inherent bloodline abilities of various alien races are certainly powerful, but are often limited to specific directions, whereas wizards can almost touch any field through learning. As the ancient saying goes, bloodline determines the starting point, effort determines the end point. However, each extraordinary profession has its unique advantages and highlights. The comprehensiveness of wizards often comes at the cost of a longer learning path. Whereas specialized professions can quickly reach peaks in specific areas, extraordinary biology experience points +1. Extraordinary biology experience points +1. Extraordinary biology experience points +1. Returning the book to its place, Ron was filled with a multitude of thoughts. These insights further reinforced his determination to develop multiple paths in parallel. Combining the wizard's broadness with various bloodline activations might just be the ideal growth path. When returning to the workshop, night had fallen deeply. Alan stood at the door to welcome him, vines gently swaying, appearing more lively than before. Master, welcome back. She no longer needed to laboriously join letters with vines, but directly used large leaves as writing boards, generating text on them. Alan, you look different, Ron cautiously said. Alan's vines gently danced. I feel clearer, my thoughts more coherent. This sensation is quite astonishing. That's great, Ron said with a smile. I'm very happy to see your growth. Walking into the studio, Ron saw a bottle of sun essence on the table, the latest version he had refined that morning. It included more sun orchid extracts than the previous formula, theoretically capable of better activating positive energy within the body. It's time, he muttered to himself, picking up the potion that emitted a golden glow. Let's see how the improved effect is. Ron took a deep breath and drank it all at once. In an instant, a surge of scorching energy rushed from his throat to his limbs. As if liquid sunlight was flowing through his veins, he could feel every meridian in his body lighting up, every muscle vibrating, and every inch of his skin emitting a mild heat. This effect is much stronger than expected. Ron was surprised to discover that the positive energy within him was rapidly activated, creating a strong resonance with the crown breathing technique. He immediately sat cross-legged, adjusting his breathing according to the principles of the crown breathing technique. With each inhale, the energy activated by the potion gathered toward the central hub. With each breath hold, the energy circulated through the meridians, strengthening vessels and muscles. With each exhale, impurities and congestion were expelled out of the body. Ron could clearly perceive that the potion's effect and his breathing technique formed a perfect synergy, mutually enhancing, creating a positive cycle. Concentrating all his attention, he adjusted his breathing to the most optimal state, guiding the energy to launch an assault on the final barrier at the crucial moment. His perception suddenly became extremely acute, as if he could see every drop of blood, every meridian inside himself. In this nearly transparent perception, he discovered a peculiar energy flowing in his blood, an ancient and formidable force, dormant in the genes of every individual, just waiting to be awakened. This force seemed to sense Ron's call and began gradually awakening. Breathing body refining experience points +1. Current progress, breathing body refining. Novice 100/100, right arrow breathing body refining, proficient max.